Jayni, get off the phone, please. Get off the phone. I want to deal with this. Jayni, please hang up the phone. Will you please? We are on the radio.
Hello?
Who's this?
I've got it, Jayni.
Jayni, we got it.
Listen, he's not bad-mouthing you.
Hey,
This is early morning.
Jayni, get off the phone, please. Get off the phone. I want to deal with this.
All right.
Hang up the phone.
Well, but, you know,
Jayni,
someone
please
can
hang
call
up the
you.
phone. Will you please? We are on the radio.
Why is he being a jerk?
Wait a second, Jayni. We're on the radio. I'm trying.
I understand
Jayni,
that, but
what?
why is he saying that to you when you're a very nice person?
No, he's a nice guy, but he's being real mean to me on
He's
the.
not being mean to you.
You want to hear what he said about me on Larry King?
Jayni, get off the phone.
Bells.
Jayni, get off the phone, please. Thank you.
Chevy. I've always been nice to you.
Hey, Howard, is this you?
It's me. We're on the air.
I got news for you.
What?
I didn't badmouth you, but I do have some news for you.
What?
This is my home, and I don't like you. Okay, is that clear?
All right.
Okay, so don't call my home again.
Okay, fine.
See you later.
Bye.
Kaufman Stern Studios.
Hello, this is Howard Stern calling. We're on the radio. You listen to me at all?
Yes?
Oh, congratulations.
Who is this?
Who's this?
This is Jennifer, the intern.
Jennifer.
This is Richard Belzer, too.
Have a place to go to medical school in the Astoria Studios.
Hello, I love your show.
Is Chevy there?
You haven't won anything. Let's just make that clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, you haven't won anything. Don't get too excited.
Wait, but is Chevy there?
Well, hold on. I'll see if I can connect
Tell
you.
me
All right,
it's the Bells.
tell him that's Belzer and Howard Stern.
Belzer and Howard Stern.
And Howard Stern.
Yeah, and
Say
tell him,
Bowser first.
and tell him,
Robin. Don't forget Robin.
all right,
And
and
Robin.
tell him not to blow us off either.
No, he
Okay.
won't. He won't.
Yeah.
Hold on.
All right, go get him, babe.
Yeah.
He's in makeup.
Yeah, get him out of makeup.
So
wait.
Listen. Oh, she's telling somebody else.
It's these two Jews on the line.
Choose.
It's two Jews.
2 Jews and a Negro.
They want to make fun of you. And a negress. And they want to exploit your ethnicity because you're white and tall.
You're a wasp, aren't you, Chevy?
Chevy Cornelius Chase.
Hello?
Chevy
Yes?
Cornelius guest.
Howard,
Yes.
there's some problems, and you're going to have to call back and...
When?
What's the problem, Chevy on Percodan?
Yes, that's it.
Ow, Bells, don't throw
That's
stuff at
not
me.
nice.
Chevy is unconscious.
No, no.
Chevy's on the
Wait,
floor.
now stop it.
Quick, get Betty Ford.
What do you want us to do? What do we have to do to talk to him?
Hello?
Yeah.
What do we have to do?
Okay, you have to call back to the front
Well,
desk,
this girl...
and they'll put you through.
Call back to the front desk.
Well, hold on a second.
What's
Let me
the
just
number,
wait. Hold
babe?
on a second.
Just
Hold
call
on.
the same number. This is just a different...
I see.
Okay.
I'm just an intern.
All right. Well,
Okay.
well, don't operate yet.
It was great talking to you.
Okay.
Bye.
Makes no
All right.
sense.
Don't do any permanent jokes when you're talking to him on the
Really?
air.
Why, is he real serious about it?
You know, it's not fair.
Where's Chevy? Getting oxygen?
Hey, isn't he over that? Come on.
Now wait a minute.
What do you mean, he can't make jokes
he's
about it?
at Liza's house, and they're no.
Belzer, what's wrong with you?
Why can't you joke
Because
about...
he's my friend, and I don't want to. You know.
We joke about your testicle. I think that's a lot more sensitive.
I think you know chewed that subject up enough.
The Bells' testicle.
Yeah, I think you've really bitten that to death. That joke.
Well, what do you
I know
mean? You can't say to Chevy, you never ask him about the Percodan?
No, just there are other things to talk about.
As we speak, Chevy is editing out the Bells. So he's a little busy. You can understand.
Just a minute.
Hold on. Anybody got more tape?
Kaufman Story Studios, may I help you?
Yes, hi. This is Howard Stern. We're on the radio. Who's this?
This is Robin.
I'm with the Bells.
Hello.
Can't be, because we're listening.
Yeah, but we're on
babe.
7-second delay, babe.
Okay, well, hang on a minute. Somebody just went downstairs to tell Chevy.
Great.
Okay.
You want to hang on?
Yeah,
Super.
yeah. Get him quick, babe, because his time is money. 13
Right.
spots an hour.
Tell me what else I shouldn't mention. Percodan and what
No,
else?
just do whatever you want.
Yeah, but I don't want Chevy
Yeah.
getting angry. Hey, Chevy, Percodan.
Mr. Discretion.
What are we talking to Chevy about? I don't even know.
Just say,
Just
Chevy,
saying
I
hello,
heard-
and Chevy, I heard you didn't like me.
No, the other way around. Say, look.
I heard I didn't like you.
Yeah, I heard I didn't like you. And the days dwindle down.
I hear them all listening to the radio. Chevy's not going to be too
Yes,
confused.
we are listening.
Yeah, you better turn it down.
We've been, waiting for you to call.
Yeah, but Chevy is going to get confused if he hears the radio on in the background.
Well, we'll patch you probably down. He's downstairs in the set.
Oh, okay.
I know what we can talk about.
Don't
We
worry.
can ask
We
him.
won't give you feedback. We'll turn it down.
Can I ask him about what?
We can ask him what his job was at the Betty Ford Clinic.
He's writing this. Are you writing down that question?
Yes.
Man.
Oh, come on. That's a good
What,
question.
did he clean
Don't
the
ask him that
toilets, or
first.
did he?
No, I'll wait a second.
Be nice.
All right.
Be nice.
I will.
And who was there while he was there?
And don't ask
Not
him
allowed
any,
to say.
Don't ask him any Belushi questions. That I'm not going to do.
Don't ask him any of those questions.
Belushi, he likes to talk about.
Oh, he does?
Come on,
He didn't like him.
He says Belushi was an idiot for dying from drugs.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
Easy, Belzer, will you?
John was a good friend of mine. I don't want you to
Hey,
do
what about me? I didn't know the guy?
You're alive.
Oh, I didn't know the guy.
You're alive.
You did too. You met him at the bottom line. Remember that? You were sitting behind him?
Yeah, I was sitting behind him the whole night.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, Chevy?
Chevy?
No, not yet.
Chevy, I love that female voice
Where
you
is
put on.
Where is she?
Where is she? Where is she? We want to
Miss
talk to her.
Chase?
She is in disguise here.
Is Miss Chase there?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
They're trying to find him.
They're trying to find him?
Yeah, I think
It's hard to find
Tell
him.
him to
He's hiding.
follow the money trail.
Yeah,
He's hiding.
yeah,
He's the lead in the film, by the way.
yeah. He's the guy. He's called Fletch.
Yeah.
He's the one called Fletch.
He's the guy, if he wasn't there, no one else on that set would have a job. Okay,
Can't
thank you
find
very
Chevy.
much.
Now,
Chase.
could you find him,
Yeah.
please?
Yeah, because of him, you're working, but you can't find him.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
good.
yeah,
Don't
great.
recognize him when you see him?
Yeah, good. Yeah,
go.
right, sure.
Yeah, right. Yeah. What is going on here with this Chevy Chase phone call? I'm getting a little
I
annoyed.
tell you, Chevy
we
is
think
hiding.
they started rolling.
I think she's keeping
Oh,
me
could
waiting.
you find out, babe?
We're trying.
And I mean it.
A really good communication down there.
Hey, Bells, don't be hard on her.
They know I'm just kidding. Right,
know-
darling?
Right.
Did you see the Bells when he was shooting his little thing?
I did.
Yes, how was he?
Come
Was
into
he
the office to say hello, though.
was he good?
Well, you know how the Bells is.
Yeah, the Bells can't say
I was
hello.
in my trailer eating my Perrier burger and having my champagne omelet,
He can't stop and talk
as
to
you get in the movie business.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, what's up?
Well, they
They're
know
rolling.
about it. They're rolling, and if you want to hang on, hopefully when they're finished with the take, he'll come over to the phone.
In other words, it's sort of like, hey, screw them.
So how do we keep them on hold and still do the show and know that? Or should we
Just
just
leave
keep this
them up
line
like
open?
that, and
we'll
we
leave
can
you up like
continue.
that. All right, as soon as he's ready, say Howard and Bells are waiting.
Okay, I'll interrupt you
Keep
guys
us posted.
when I get 'em.
Keep us posted.
Yeah, now I got you guys up, so if Chevy gets on, we can hear you, but I'm going into commercial.
Okay, well, we're like within walkie-talkie communication. I think we're going to bring him up here to talk to you.
Oh,
He's on his
super.
way up.
He's on his way out.
Walkie-talkie communication.
Walkie-talkie communication.
Yes, I
I'm
love it.
impressed.
Hello?
Hello?
Chevy!
Chevy.
Chevy J.
Who am I talking
It's
with?
the Bells, my darling.
Richard, my sweet lover.
How are you, my love?
I love you very
I
much.
love you, sweetie.
Hey, I hate to break you girls up.
Yeah.
Yeah, who's this?
Howard Stern.
Howard Stern.
I've heard about you, Howard. What do you do for a living? You sort of sit there and talk a lot?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, but let me say something.
Let me ask you. No, I just want to ask you a question. I understand you've been saying a lot of bad things about me.
Okay, can I say something now?
No, I didn't know. You can't.
Give me permission.
I just want to know, like, what's your hairline like?
Listen, let me tell you something, my
Yeah.
friend.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, I don't know where you're getting this misinformation, Chev.
Richard told me this.
No, Bruce Bodner told you that.
Who's Bruce Bodner?
The guy that steals all your money, pretends you're making more than you are.
Oh, boy, are you in for a lawsuit now, Howie?
I'm sorry.
No, Bell said that.
Yeah, be careful. Maybe
Howard
it's
said
the
that.
Bells who's saying
Yeah,
bad
Bells.
things about you.
Oh, okay.
Howard said that.
Bells, you don't mean that, right?
No, I don't.
Right.
So the
I
Bells
don't.
is now in for a lawsuit.
No,
No,
Chevy.
I didn't mean it. It was a joke.
That's right. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That'll
Yeah.
get you out of it.
Thank you.
But,
Howard, you do have a radio show, am I
yeah,
right?
and the thing is that I never made fun of you.
Oh, go ahead. Hey.
No,
doesn't
I said
bother
you
me.
were good. I don't know what your accountant there is talking about.
My accountant?
Or whatever, whoever it is.
My
I mean-
accountant's talking about that laughter I get when I head toward the bank.
No, but,
That disease.
no, but Chevy, seriously,
Yep.
the thing is that I know you're filming Fletch 2.
Yes.
And the point is that I'm sure you're a fan of our show.
Oh, yeah. I turn it on whenever I get the chance, particularly like if I'm in the shower and I can have it on real loud.
Yeah, and the thing is that we don't... Bells is afraid we're going to insult you.
No, you go ahead.
We want to ask you sensitive questions. And
All right, you go ahead.
Really?
Ask me a sensitive question.
all right. What was the first sensitive question?
Just don't ask
now
the
you
one
don't
All
you're
right,
on.
here it is. All right, you ready? What was your job at the Betty Ford Clinic?
I actually was at her house, Howard.
You
Not
were at
the
Betty
clinic.
Ford's house?
Yeah.
Oh,
that was a misnomer.
Ah, see there?
My job was I had to clean up after her.
Is she messy?
Not particularly, but that's very little bit of your business.
So, Chevy, how
It
is
was
it...
Jerry who was messy.
You mean the Bells
Oh,
just... The,
Jerry Ford was messy.
the Bells
Yeah.
just comes up to you and asks you for a job in the movie and you give it to him like that?
Well, not exactly. There was some handwork.
Involved.
You know, there was a handshake.
Yeah, a
involved.
very prolonged kind of tricky
Prolonged
handshake. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and what's the deal? You're not the producer of this thing or anything like that.
I don't know that anything in my life is really your business, Howie, but I'll tell you. I might be the producer, depending on how well the picture does.
You're right. It might be,
I might
name
take
above
credit,
the title.
I might take blame.
In all seriousness, I never said anything bad about you. If I can just say what I said, And then you tell me if you think it was so bad.
And then hang up on me, right?
I said Chevy. No, Chevy's very talented.
Yes.
And he's a great talent. Haven't I always maintained that?
Yeah.
Have you had any schooling, Howard?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
Yeah?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Perhaps you could tell me where Sumatra is on the map.
Yeah, but listen, come on, Chevy.
Yeah?
I'm being serious.
Okay, go ahead.
What I'm saying is, look at the bells. He's like in love. Look at him.
Yeah.
This is like his lover on the
Look
phone.
at him.
for
What, are
God's
you on
sake.
TV now?
I love the Chev.
Look at him.
Yeah, okay, I'm looking.
See, the bells knows how to network.
Oh, yeah.
I know a lot of famous people,
And they all hate you.
and they hate me, and they never put me in anything.
Now, who's with the high voice there? Is that
That's
your
me.
husband?
Yes, that is me. I have to do both voices on this show.
Oh.
No, that's Robin.
Hi, Robin.
Hi,
Robin
Chevy.
Bird?
No.
No, Quivers.
Robin Quivers.
You don't have
Yes.
to strip for me.
Oh, that
then.
makes two of
Yes.
us.
But listen, Chevy.
Yeah?
So the thing is that, so I was on the air talking, and I just said that I thought it was kind of funny that. Oh boy.
Well, wait a minute. Let me explain.
Yeah. Okay.
We do a satire show.
Right. Like Saturday Night Live. That kind of shtick.
Oh, golly, yeah, I remember that.
Shtick, huh?
Oh, golly, he remembers it.
And, you know,
remember
it's
satire.
kind of a hip thing to be harpooned or lampooned by us.
Yeah, you know, the word hip, that didn't go out long ago with the word modern.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So it's a kind of a mod thing. You're saying.
By the way, Chevy, Bell's appearing on our show is not the low point of his career. He's doing a book signing at the Friars in 2 weeks. Okay?
That's all right.
So this
That's
is
okay. Hey, you better read his book. I'll tell you why.
funny.
Listen to why.
Yeah.
You want to know why?
Yeah.
Because it has my quote on the back.
That's right.
The quote I gave Richard, 15 years ago?
7 years ago.
Right.
Let's see, one of the best stand-up comics in the world.
Right, it relates nothing at all to the book. But I read the book, actually I read the book last night while I was getting ready for bed.
Did you ask Chevy's, did
Pretty
you...
heavy reading. It's very funny.
Yes, it is. Even the pictures are funny.
No, pictures aren't funny. I'm sorry. Howard.
It's just the writing. But the thing
So
is that...
wait a minute. Go ahead and tell him what you've been
Yeah,
saying.
all right. So what I said was, I thought it was kind of funny when I saw you on The Tonight Show and I read all the interviews and stuff, and you said that the reason you went to the Betty Ford Clinic is because you were addicted to Percodan. And I said, well, you know, that's like a show business kind of thing to say.
Yeah.
Because, let's face it, you probably...
All right, you want me to come clean? Is
Yeah,
that it?
in other words, you like to party.
I'll come clean, okay, Howard?
Go ahead.
I had a problem with tampons.
Right. You ate them.
No,
Toxic,
Howard. Come on,
toxic shock.
please.
Toxic shock.
No, I had I was addicted to everything.
Chevy.
Absolutely everything. There was nothing that I didn't take.
For once, can I ask a serious
And I
question?
used to take it in the neck. What? Go
Can
ahead.
I ask you a serious question and get a serious answer?
Yeah, if you like, maybe I will give you
All right,
one.
but in all seriousness, okay?
All right, go
He'll
ahead,
try.
Howard.
He'll try.
All right.
Yeah, I want to share my personal life with you. Go ahead.
All right, here we go. All right, you ready?
Yeah, sure.
Who's better in bed, Gilder or Lorne Michaels?
Oh.
Come on.
For you, I think Lauren, probably.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's such a
hey,
tease.
listen, Howard.
Yeah.
That's a funny question, golly. Let me just ask you, do you write that before you do your top 10 list?
Yes,
or
once
what
my
happens?
material is prepared. Yeah.
With the Writers Guild stuff, I guess you have to come up with things like that when you're
Yeah, I'm like
your head in ice water in the morning.
exactly. I'm like Johnny Carson. I decided to come back after the writer's strike.
And you're writing for yourself.
I'm writing for myself, and I did one show, and I disappeared again for another 3 months. Yeah, I guess they got a
Do
little
me a
rough.
favor, write for somebody else and have him do your show.
Yes. But
Ladies
Chevy,
and gentlemen.
Chevy, let me just say something. I'd like to develop a friendship. I'd like to be considered for any future projects.
All right.
I mean, I'm much like the Bells. I like to grovel.
Well,
Now, wait a minute.
we've got, yeah, that's
You
a
know,
good idea.
You know, I don't. Well, how did the Bells approach you for the Fletch 2
Have you ever
part?
thought of being an Eskimo?
Yeah, I would like that.
All right.
Hey,
All
by the
right.
way, I thought that movie you did with
Madeline Smith.
with Dan Aykroyd and Donna Dixon,
Spies like
Oh,
us.
Spies Like Us. I
Yeah.
thought that was very funny.
Thanks a lot. So you're pretty up to date with what I've been up to. I was 1912.
Yeah, but wait a second, come on.
Hey,
That was a
I'm
silent
kidding.
picture.
Trying to network here, huh?
I'm kidding.
I
I thought it was funny too, and I love those people.
Yeah.
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 Jeff, what are you
yeah.
working on now down there on the set? What are you shooting?
Yeah, what kind of scene? Tell me about it.
Right now,
Yeah.
I'm shooting the scene where I'm just coming out of the bathtub,
Oh,
yeah.
that scene.
Yeah.
and the girl gets out behind me.
Ouch.
Well, go ahead.
That's right, ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch is good for anything.
Yeah,
Ouch
of
is-
course.
Chevy
The
always good.
all-purpose ouch.
Chevy, what's the
You
deal?
go ouch. You
Right.
burp ouch.
Chevy, you've remained married to the same woman through the whole thing?
You mean my wife, or
Yeah.
you mean in the movie?
Has he gone through a couple of divorces? Or
I think he's on a second marriage.
How about
Chevy
you? What
has-
are your sexual predilections, Howie?
Chevy has two lovely children,
Yeah, with who?
With his wife.
With the new
His
wife?
current
What do you
wife.
mean, new
Oh,
wife?
yeah, Ralph.
Ralph.
Chevy, you better
Chase.
stop with all that homosexual reference stuff.
Okay, why?
Because of what happened with Cary Grant.
What happened? He's dead.
That's hey, now we can talk about him all we want, can't
Yeah.
What,
And everybody's taking the opportunity
we? Yeah,
to.
she's great, isn't she, Cary
I said
Grant?
he was a homeowner. There was a mistake there. I said he was a homeowner.
Oh, that's what it was.
And there was some kind of a blackout. I don't know what happened.
There's
that
an
was
electrical storm.
That was a smart decision on my part.
No, but Chevy, I'm
wasn't
saying,
No.
when did you get married the first time?
it? The first time I ever was married, I was 12.
Oh, come on.
That's true. He
I
was
married
very
a Russian doctor.
How old was he?
Zhivago.
As far as I know, he was like 13, 14.
Oh, come on. Bells, how old was Chevy?
Those
I wasn't
Tom
at the
Thumb
first wedding.
Hey, ever meet Bells' wife?
I've only been married once, Howard.
Oh, you have only
Yeah,
been
you
married.
son of a...
once.
Has he only been married once?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
he has? And
Yeah.
you stuck with the same woman even through all your fame and everything?
You bet I have.
Is she a model or something?
Yeah, that would be a good criteria for sticking with your wife. Nice. You've
She's
got
a-
nice ethics, Howard.
She's a model
Good.
citizen.
No, she's not a model, but boy, she's a movie star.
No, but he got
She's what-
married after he
she's-
was
she's what you
famous.
call my wife. She's
You got married
she
when?
is,
After he was famous.
Oh, you got married after you were famous. So you probably, what is it? How'd you meet your wife?
through Leon Spinks.
Oh, come on. You guys were at a party,
Yeah.
drinks.
Hey, Chevy,
wife
I'd like
was
to meet this
working-
girl. Chevy, this girl over here. I want you to meet her.
She's very friendly.
Yeah, she's
Saga.
very
Who
nice.
was that? Al Sharpton? Who am I talking to?
He saw
It's
the
the
girl
Brawley
from Leon
Bunch.
Smile.
No, I met my wife on
Please.
Under the Rainbow. She was the production coordinator on that. She's was working behind the cameras, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I see. And then, of course, she didn't know who you were, just like Yoko didn't know who John was. And then she fell in love with you for you.
Howard, are you trying to say, like, my wife's like Yoko and, you know, one of those star things?
And she married you for your money? No, I'm not trying to say that.
Or what are you
I
trying
would
to say,
marry you
Howard?
for your money. I figure you're worth $25 million, okay? May I make a conservative estimate?
You're wrong.
Am I in the ballpark?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you a serious question.
Oh, that's far
we
be
were
it for me to
playing
answer
around.
seriously.
Yeah, right.
When did you first notice on Saturday Night Live that
Yeah.
Garrett Morris had absolutely no talent? Go ahead, and I'll let you, expound on that.
Garrett Morris has more talent in his hairpiece.
Go ahead. Hey, wait a second.
Now, wait a minute.
I didn't know he wore a hairpiece.
I'll
Yeah.
tell you something that's easy, Howard. It's
What?
easy to sit there and say whatever you want over the mic, but if you ever go to Garrett's house and say that, you know what'll happen?
What?
He might act. You never know.
He might act.
Garrett's got a lot of talent. Garrett, you know, I'll tell you the truth. Garrett was a writer, and he
Yes.
was a Pulitzer Prize winning writer for plays, one act plays. When I hired him as a writer on Saturday night.
Hey, you know something?
No.
I didn't realize that. I
Yes.
take it all back.
I'm absolutely telling you the truth. The problem is that he was not necessarily a sketch writer, and his very first thing he worked on was sort of a parody of Superman called Colored Man, and it was about 23 pages when I sort of stopped him and said, you know,
Yeah,
that's a little long.
It's a little long. It's a little
And
long
I
for.
suggested to Lauren that he would be great in the Not Ready for Primetime Players. And
So you got him the job.
I'm not taking credit for that. I
Yes,
wouldn't
you
say
are.
that, but I would say I'm taking credit for him no longer being a writer.
Well, let me get this straight. I see. You've ruined his
You
career.
saw
in other
to it
words.
that the best thing he did, he was no longer allowed to
Right,
do.
exactly.
That's right.
That was
Yeah.
so kind of you.
You know something? Another thing is he can really sing German lieder very well, which is something I understand you're not very good at.
Hey, who wrote Uberman? That was one of the funniest scripts I ever saw.
Wasn't that funny?
Yes.
I never heard of it.
Anyway, hey, listen, Chevy, Julianne Phillips is in this new movie you're doing?
As far as you know, yes.
So did you put moves on? Did anybody put moves on her yet?
What kind of moves, Howard?
Oh, I mean-
Explicit.
Well, I'm saying did anybody
Come on.
get to third base with her yet?
What do you mean by that, Howard?
Yeah, you know what I
What
mean.
does third base mean? You mean like playing baseball?
You know what I'm saying. Is anybody coming on to it? I mean,
why
is
don't
she...
you explain this to your audience?
is
We
she-
want to know what kind of a chauvinist pig you really are.
Come on, Chevy, tell the truth.
Well, what do
Really,
you
what's
mean?
going? I mean, she's she's divorced from Bruce Springsteen,
Well, not
sort of. Not
divorced.
divorced,
They're
but
not getting a divorce.
I don't believe that's really any of the media's business, and if that's the kind of show you run, I'm very sad. Very sad.
Very sad.
And
Well,
he's
sad
a
damn broadcasting.
Chevy's
It's
a
nobody's
sensitive
business what
guy.
she and Bruce are doing.
Right, he's right.
The point is, Bruce and I have been seeing each other for a couple of months.
Oh, I see.
Are you kidding me?
Oh.
All right, this is another reference. No, that's nobody. Leave
Is she
these
walking
people
around
alone.
crying about it or something?
What'd you say, Howard?
Is she crying over it?
Do you have any emotions, Howard? I know you're just a touch brighter than a porpoise.
It's just that I worship Satan a lot.
Huh?
I worship Satan a lot. It's my job to make people miserable.
Golly darn. Howard.
Hey, Bells, you're right. Chevy isn't that funny.
I'm not going to tell you anything about that stuff because it's not my...
Chevy, let me say something. I don't know if you are sensing it, but I think that you and I are hitting it off fabulously. And I just want you to keep it in the back of your mind that maybe that I'm a little bit more than a radio performer, that maybe I'm just trapped on the radio, and that maybe I fell in, sort of like Garrett.
I think you're right. Have you ever thought of, being a train engineer?
I just want to say something to you, Chevy, that I am up for a film right now.
Yes.
It is with a major studio.
Uh-huh.
It's not a big part.
Uh-huh.
It's what they call a small part.
Yes.
But it is a part.
Yeah.
And I have turned down 7 scripts. I do have some ability to read.
You were up for Platoon, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
I played that Viet Cong guy where they hold a gun to his head.
Yeah.
But the thing is that when the village burned down, that was me.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
But I am up for a part right now.
Yeah, do you want me to put in a good word for you?
No, I'm just considering doing it. I just want you to know that I do film work.
Okay.
And I'll be tomorrow. I'll be flying out.
He's glad to hear that, I'm sure.
Maybe he doesn't know what you look like, and
maybe if you want to see what I look.
What?
If you want to see what I look like a little better, you can catch me on Letterman, or perhaps you know that I'm flying out tomorrow to tape Hollywood Squares, but as a goof. I'm not
What's
doing
Letterman? Is that group?
Yes.
Were you in the Letterman?
Yes. I was the guy.
He's the tall one.
The tall one.
Oh, okay.
The one that looked like Lurch.
That's right.
And
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got the hair on the head that looks like the hair on Nixon's face, right?
Exactly.
That's you.
That's me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
They're calling me to the set now.
Uh-oh.
All right,
if
but
I could
Chevy.
just plug Richard's book one more time.
Yes, and Chevy, I will be on Hollywood Squares, but I'm doing it as a goof.
Let him plug my book. You can
Well, I'm doing everything I do in my career as a goof.
All right. See, we have that in common.
Yeah.
But
well, that's about it, I think.
no, we're all big fans, though.
What's your shoe size?
13. Hey, we're all big fans, Chevy.
we always have been big fans.
Yeah,
Well,
and don't let any people mislead you when you hear bad stuff that I've said.
It was just Belzer, that's all I can tell you.
Okay.
I'll see you at Caroline's, Chevy.
And Chevy, can I just say that you are very funny, and despite the fact that Bells came in and said you're not that funny on the set of Fletch, too.
Belzer is one of the funniest men in the world. I think it's fair for him to say that.
Yes.
And, I believe he's finished in this picture.
We'll be editing him out, right?
I have to go now, Howard. Hang 10.
All right.
Chevy,
I'll see you
thanks a
next
lot.
week, Chevy.
All right, I'll speak to you again, Howard. How about, 4 or 5 years?
Yeah, thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, goodbye, Chevy.
Well, that was nice, man, Bells.
Yeah, Chevy's all right.
You got the Chevy to the phone.
We got the Chevy to the levee.
Yeah,
But the Chevy was dry.
Finally knowing you has paid off, Belzer.
What? Going Chevy to the levee, but the Chevy was dry.
In his best-selling autobiography, Private Parts, Howard Stern writes of his early days in radio and his appearance on what game show?
Who wants to be a pervert? The Price is Right?
I will agree.
Hollywood Squares. Hollywood Squares, actually. X gets that one. President, break for you.
Hello?
Yeah,
You know I'm going to be on Hollywood Squares.
that's awesome.
It's not awesome. It's really stupid. What do you got, call
What
waiting?
is that?
Is there call waiting?
No.
What is that?
It's just a weird sound.
That weird sound's going to cost you being on the air with me in about a minute. Make sure it stops.
Okay.
You're a nice guy, but I'm not going to put up with your phone crap. Anyway, see if you can clean up that line, all right? I can picture him on the phone to like AT&T after he hangs up. What the hell is this? I finally get through? You guys cost me a phone call. Finally got some valuable airtime. I was somebody. I was a contender.
Clean up that phone crap.
Yeah. So anyway.
It's like you gotta have a pooper scooper for you.
Yeah.
A phone line.
A phone scooper. So, where was I talking about?
Hollywood Squares.
Yeah. Yeah. So, they got me sitting in Shadow Stevens Square. I'm taking over for Shad. And Shad is going to be the host. John Davidson's going on vacation. And I guess they needed a sex symbol to sit in that square.
This is very strange to me. They have been on hiatus all summer.
Yeah.
And they go back into production for the fall, and John has to take a vacation.
Yeah, I don't know what it's all about. So I'm taking over for Shadow in every aspect of the show. They wanted me to be the announcer and go, the new, and by the way, Shadow, this car, look, what they didn't realize is I'm not an announcer. I don't have an announcer's voice.
But that would mean that you'd get to stand by the car at the end of the show.
That's true. But I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to have, like, 9 pseudo-celebrities sitting and watching me while I'm trying to ramble through the descriptions of the cars.
That's right. That's right, Shadow. Wait a second.
I was trying to put the harmonizer on and it doesn't work, of course. First day back.
That's right, Shadow. Hello? It's not working right. That's right, Shadow.
Screw it. This doesn't happen on other morning shows, you know? Everything just sort of works.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want to sit there and go, that's right, Shadow. You'll be driving a new Ford GT. And then, like, I'll be screwing up stuff. And I don't talk like that. I mean, I'm going to have to sit and talk fast with a deep voice. Forget about it. I don't do that. It's like asking Joan Rivers to be the announcer or something, you know? Well, Shadow, we'll be having a new Ford GTL. You know, no one wants to hear that. You want to hear an announcer read that kind of stuff. So I told him, no dice. Let Shadow sit there and read his own damn car descriptions.
Yeah, what? Just because he's hosting, all of a sudden he can't do the other part, too?
Yeah, he's too busy. He has so many other chores now. He's got to read the questions that he can't. So what they've asked me to do is introduce each person, which I'll do. I mean, it's no sweat. It's no big deal. I don't have a problem with that. Like going, and they said I could do whatever I want within reason. So, like, I'll go, you know, Jim J. Bullock.
It's always Bullet.
It is, but I'll be Bullock.
And they'll say that's unreasonable, Howard.
Yeah, we can't do that. The recently widowed Joan Rivers. I want to see her cry. I'm going to say that. I'm going to go, and here's the recently widowed Joan Rivers.
Oh, can you imagine? She'll dissolve in tears on the set.
That's not funny.
Bring the show to a complete halt.
Here's Jim J. Buttocks. I'm going to call him Jim J. Buttocks all week.
Boy.
You think they'll clear that?
No.
Why not?
They're not going to clear it. They don't have to have a why.
Jim J. Buttocks. No, I'm sorry. I'm taking it to the Hollywood Squares Court of Appeals. That's Jim J. Buttocks. That's Bullock. Well, the guy hung up. He was a good caller. He kept his mouth shut. That's Bullock. Yeah. I'm not sitting here if he's going to call me Jim J. Bullock. I'm sorry.
I don't think he's walking off that show under any circumstances.
Yeah. All right, so, okay. Well, Jim, then you're fired if you don't want to be called Jim J. Buttocks. Okay, all right. So I guess it's not so bad. It's funny, huh?
I suppose it's funny.
Yeah, okay. All right. So what? Big deal. We'll find out my expense. We're going to forget anyway. It's going to be on Channel 11 anyway. No one's going to see it. Who cares? Okay, we want to hear everything.
Ooh, my.
Great. First of all, let me preface this by saying Chevy Chase, to call anybody a name. Well, why don't you listen?
Called you a name?
No, well, why don't you listen to him first?
Okay, you ready?
Go ahead.
Just tell me if you can hear this, all right?
Okay.
Sinus problem, Larry. Sorry.
Can you hear that?
It sounded a little overmodulated. Maybe lower it just a touch.
Okay, how's it?
All right.
There he is. He's back.
Very good.
Okay.
Let's go to calls for Chevy Chase, Glasgow, Scotland. Hello.
Am I in the air?
Yes.
Howard Stern.
I don't know who that is. To Pittsburgh. Hello.
Hello.
Is that guy, Howard Stern? Boy, he's an ass. Can't stand him. Go ahead. I've never seen him. He was on the show once as radio, but I've never seen. Have you seen his show? Yeah, never seen it, but I've heard him on the radio. And he's very funny. He got the brain of an egg timer. Let's go. Now you're downing the egg timer. Pittsburgh.
Okay, did you hear that?
So what's his beef with me? He's been on the show. He's never said that to my face.
Oh, I didn't think he liked you when he was on the show.
Yeah, why was he on my show?
We had Belzer in here, and Belzer was working on a movie with him.
Yeah.
And Belzer called him on the set. He cursed us out on the radio.
Did he?
I didn't. As I recall.
I didn't really sense that.
Yeah.
I thought he was just kind of being playful.
No, he was being obnoxious.
Let's all be honest. Chevy Chase wasn't even very funny when he was funny, you know, when he was on Saturday Night Live. So that's just to begin with. But, okay, let's talk about his last 3 movies after we hear this tape.
Well, that Howard Stern is such an ass. I mean, really, nothing. There's nothing there. Nothing.
Wow. He's obsessed. I know why.
He's not finished.
Right.
If you were funny, you were just funny, Stern. You make Downey look like Joyce Brothers.
Wow. Well, the only thing...
sitting there talking about you.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. Number one, this movie that he put out, Invisible Man, is going to be a big bomb. You can see already from the reviewers. That's number one. He's feeling a lot of pressure. Number two, I am the talk of California.
Mm-hmm.
Chevy lives in California, and he can't deal with it because I have the kind of heat around me that he had when Saturday Night Live was hot.
Yeah.
And he knows it's inevitable that I'll be making movies, and he's the old guard. He's the guy who had it all. He had the reputation of being funny. He left Saturday Night Live. He went to do movies, and all of his movies suck. They all suck. Every movie he does sucks. Now he went out and produced his own movie, The Invisible Man, because he says, I can't get good enough parts.
Nobody will hire him, in other words.
Yeah, this is the last-ditch effort. And this movie blows, and he knows it. And the jealousy is so intense. Because, the original Saturday Night Live cast used to be known as being the most irreverent and outrageous. And now they're all a bunch of Hollywood jerks.
Fat
and old and not funny and not on the edge or anything.
And end my friendship right now. Well,
all right.
Came back.
Let me hear that. Hi, this is the Howard Stern radio show calling, and I want to talk to Chevy on the air. Richard Belzer's here. We need to talk to him. Could you just get him and ask him if he'll come on the air with us?
Which radio?
Howard Stern. For Chevy. If Chevy could come to the phone. Tell him we're on the phone. We want to speak to him on the air. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello?
That sounded like help.
Yeah, well, she has to go get Chevy up until we can talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
Told you I had his home number.
Wow.
No one hides from Howard.
That's funny.
I can't
You
believe
should
you
have
called
posters
his
like
house.
in 1984. Big Brother.
I go on there and go, anybody got Chevy's home number? Boom. 2 seconds later.
Can't believe
Howard
you
is
called his
watching
house.
you.
Well, I normally wouldn't call him, but...
You think they're coming back?
Hello?
Bells.
That wasn't me. That was you, as you know.
How much you want to bet that Chevy will admit that he's a regular listener of this show? That I'll break him down?
I don't think he's going to talk to us.
Oh, well, I'm
I
saying
don't
if he
either.
gets on the phone. I say he is going to talk to us. What do you think of that?
That would show some kind of
you know why?
balls.
Because he's like Imus. He wants to be on the show.
Yeah?
Imus wants to lick my feet because I'm his king.
Lick my feet.
Could be all an elaborate hoax just to get you to call then.
Yep. No, he's not that smart, Chevy.
Is Imus still on the air?
Barely.
Hello?
Anybody hear anything like we're still connected?
Well, it would have gone to a dial tone by now.
I don't think that woman spoke English.
That was Chevy's wife.
Esperanza.
Esperanza.
Yeah, really.
Hello?
Yes, hi. Can Chevy come to the phone? We're on the radio live.
No, this is not Chevy Chase's house.
No, it is.
No, it's not.
How
Did you have to go see
Would you
who
have to go
lived there?
figure it out?
How long? I don't understand. Why are you saying that? I know it is. And Richard Belzer's here, his good friend.
Who's this?
Can you just please get him? Hello? This is not Chevy Chase's house.
See, we have to ask the owners, who are you?
Yeah. Exactly who are you? Chevy Chase. I am telling you, I went up to Mr. Chase's bedroom and there was a bald man in there. He don't live here no more. Hello? Have you ever seen Chevy without his toupee?
I guess he doesn't live there anymore.
Hey, now everyone in California, when you see Chevy Chase on the streets, go up to him and just say, hey, what's with your toupee, man? Why don't you take that thing off?
I don't think he hides it. I don't think he makes...
I've never seen him without it.
But I don't think he would, not admit that he doesn't have one.
I think I'm still on hold. I think she went back to get him.
Really?
Yeah. It's not his house, but she's going to
What
check.
if she just gets another person?
In
And we
fact,
ask them if they saw Chevy.
yeah. In fact, if it's not, tell her to
It's
get the
Barry
owners.
Diller's house.
Wait, I'm telling you, she's coming back. Here she comes. Oh, she actually flew on a plane from California and came to our studios live.
I'm telling you, that's not Chevys house, sir. Now, please.
All right. I give up. What do you say, Robin?
I say call back.
Why doesn't Gary call back? Maybe he can do some convincing.
Yeah, call back.
Hey, Gary. Call Chevy's house. I got Chevy's assistant's number, too. But that doesn't do me any good. I want to speak to Chevy.
Yeah, unless you just want to leave Chevy a message.
Here, Gary, you get her on you get Chevy on the phone. Here, go right here, right with Bell's watching, because Bell's is the official watcher. Go ahead. Gary's good at this. That's why I hired him. So when you see Chevy Chase in California, shouldn't we just make
From the Howard Stern show. I think we got disconnected. I was looking for Mr. Chevy Chase. We come on the air with Howard and Richard Belzer. It's not Chevy Chase's house?
Whose house is it?
Whose house is it?
Let us speak to the owners.
Do you live there, or
Ask him if it's the Palisades.
Or you work there?
Are you in the
Did Chevy Chase
Palisades?
used to live there?
Well, tell him we spoke to Chevy yesterday here.
Because I called Chevy there yesterday, and he answered the phone. Then how could he have answered that phone? Maybe I have the wrong number. What?
Whose house is it?
Whose house is it?
How about Jayni Chase? Ask for his wife.
How about Jayni? Can I talk to Jayni? Who's that in the background?
Melvin Chase.
They had kids.
Yeah, that's Chevy's kid. He's got
daughters.
3 kids.
Can I talk to Jayni?
Let me talk to one of the kids.
What are the kids name?
Slappy, Happy, and Mappy.
Getting Jayni?
Hold
Good.
on,
All right. Here comes Jayni.
Quick.
Wait.
It's Chevy.
Chevy? Chevy! Hello? Hello? Oh, it's still on hold. How do
Oh, dear.
Chevy? Hey, Chevy! Chevy!
Who is this?
It's Howard. It's Howard and Belzer. We're live on the air.
Hey, Chev.
Howard and who?
Belzer. Richard.
Howard Belzer?
And Richard Stern.
Howard Stern and Belzer. We're doing our radio show. Trying to talk to you. What are you bad-mouthing me for? Howard Stern and Richard Belzer. We're on the radio.
What? Whose radio? Whose radio's on?
Yours.
Why
the
you?
radio on?
Larry King told me to call. Why you bad-mouthing me?
Will you turn it down a little, please? I can't hear you.
So what's going on? Why you bad-mouthing me?
Hello?
Who's this?
I've got it, Jayni.
Jayni, we got it.
Listen, he's not
Hey,
bad-mouthing you.
Hey,
This
Jayni,
is early in the morning.
Jayni, get off the phone, please. Get off the phone. I want to deal with this.
All right.
Hang up the phone.
Well, but, you know,
Jayni,
someone
please
can
hang
call
up the
you.
phone, will you, please? We are on the radio.
Why is he being a jerk?
Wait a second, Jayni. We're on the radio. I'm trying.
I understand that,
What?
but why is he saying that to you when you're a very nice person?
No, he's a nice guy, but he's being real mean to me on
He's
the.
not being mean to you.
You want to hear what he said about me on Larry King?
Jayni, get off the phone.
Bell.
Jayni, get off the phone, please. Thank you.
Chevy. I've always been nice to you.
Hey, Howard, is this you?
It's me. We're on the air.
I got news for you.
What?
I didn't badmouth you, but I do have some news for you.
What?
This is my home, and I don't like you. Okay, is that clear?
All right.
Okay, so don't call my home again.
Okay, fine.
See you later.
Bye. Cares.
That's real radio, isn't it?
Fine.
Oh, that was beautiful.
That was some anger.
That was real anger.
Did you hear him turn on his own wife because of his deferred anger towards you?
Yeah. But what's
And
his
his
deal?
wife is a very sweet person.
What's he mad at me for?
Because you called his house at 7:30 in the morning. What do you think?
But 7:30,
Wouldn't
the
have
kids
called
are
if
up.
he hadn't been opening his mouth on the Larry King show.
Hey, it's not his house. This is not Chevy Chase's house. Why you call here, Mr. Stern? You think you're so fine at Mr. Radio person?
Ah, man.
I don't like you. Okay?
Boy, that guy's got no sense of humor.
Well, I rarely saw Chevy that much in those days. So it wasn't a question of taking sides. I just thought it was a very funny thing to do and that I wasn't really betraying anybody because I didn't know it would evolve into or devolve into what it did. And, you know, Chevy's his own worst enemy sometimes, so there was no mediation needed.
Scott, the engineer.
Chevy Chase was interesting because it was pretty harmless. I mean, the first call was made with Belzer. Belzer was a friend of Chevy Chase, and he just called them to talk. And then, I guess, Chevy didn't appreciate just being called on the air. He got pissed off. His wife got pissed off. I think Chevy's reaction was a little over the top. I could understand why he's annoyed. So he could have just said, you know what, Howard? Why don't we set up an interview and I'll come on the show. Glad to do it, but I'd rather not do it now. But it worked out. It was awesome. I mean, Chevy just, fell into the whole thing.
And then from there, it went on to him going on Arsenio Hall and saying bad things about Howard Stern. And then Howard, of course, escalating as he often would in a situation like, you want to fight? Okay, we'll fight. And you're not going to like it, but we're going to fight.
Okay, where do we start? Do we start with Arsenio Hall show? And Chevy Chase talking about me?
I'd like to start there.
All right, we'll start there. Hi, how you doing?
Good morning, Howard and Robin.
Good morning.
Arsenio better stop flapping his gums, because I'm going to, he keeps reminding me that I haven't smacked him around in a while, verbally.
I was really surprised that he brought it up. I'm surprised that he's paying attention, I would figure if he feels that way about you, he'd just ignore you.
Did Arsenio make a face when he asked about me? Did he make a funny face?
Not really, no.
All right, okay, I'd gotten reports. If he makes a funny face, that's it. I'll start talking about him again.
Chevy's the one who made the funny faces.
Oh, okay.
And then when he finally got up enough courage to say your name, he had to fix his collar quite a bit.
All right, let me hear this.
Okay, you ready?
All right.
Here we go.
Arsenio and Chevy Chase.
You've been fighting with DJs lately. I have. Like who? Well, I don't know. I just heard about it. I don't even know why you waste your time, but I hear you've been fighting with DJs. DJs mean radio guys? Yeah. No, I haven't even done any radio. Oh, okay. You mean Howard Stern? That guy? No, I haven't been fighting. He called my home early in the morning and berated my housekeeper. It's a lovely El Salvadoran woman. Beat her up, basically, over the phone to get me on live at 7:45 in the morning. Yeah. And I thought that had a lot of class. And beyond that, I guess the guy's basically an egg-timer. I don't care. I'm not fighting with him. I just don't like him. Couldn't care less about him. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get all the details. It's just like, oh, Chevy's into it with the DJ. No, just when a guy calls your home, if he called your house in the morning and talked to your people that way, you'd be upset. You'd be very, angry. But I'm not going to do anything about it. It's like a cab driver. Well, I don't have to deal with it. Yeah. Having driven a cab, I know what that means.
I hate Arsenio's laugh.
Yeah, me too.
What is that? Yeah.
Constantly laughing at himself.
You know what it is? When he brings up an embarrassing topic, he just says,
God, hard. When his jokes bomb, it's even louder.
I know he does.
You didn't, what did he say, beat up?
Yeah, we asked her to put Chevy on the phone.
I don't know. That's the rap now that I beat up his housekeeper. We said, excuse me, can we speak to Chevy? And she said, no. We said, well, can we speak to Jayni?
Yeah, you said it was you and Belzer.
I know. I don't know. Hey, teach his own.
This makes you look bad. You didn't do that.
Of course I didn't.
People that aren't familiar with you think you're a jerk, and you're not.
Yeah, and I was pretty good to him. I didn't even air it in California.
That's right.
Huh.
I was out of respect to the fact that he didn't want me calling, so I said, fine, I won't air it. And, well, never mind. Go ahead.
Okay, you said you felt bad. You said, well, yeah, I kind of feel bad.
Well, no one was beaten up.
No.
Thanks for the call.
Okay.
Chevy is not a funny guy.
No.
No.
And Arsenio's afraid to say your name.
Yeah. Well, Arsenio better keep his trap shut when it comes to me. He knows better. He knows I've bitch slapped him a few times on the radio. He knows that. Arsenio's well trained. Arsenio's my boy. Arsenio knows to keep his trap shut because I can make his life miserable. Right, Arsenio? You dope. You just keep your trap shut, you big dope. Gums. Shut up, Gums. He's my boy. Right, Arsenio? You're my boy? You know how to shut your mouth, right? You dope. You're my boy. You do what I tell you. You just shut your mouth when it comes to me. You stop flapping those gums in the wind. You lummox. You know not to mess with me. It's like stepping on a hornet's nest. That butt-sucking, unfunny jackass knows better than to open his trap up about me. He knows who I am.
The DJ.
I'm Massa. I'm not DJ. He's my boy. I got my own personal boy in California, it's Arsenio. I control him. I understand, Chevy, you having some DJ problems. Now, you didn't do so bad. And that's because I got you trained like a pack mule. But that little sarcastic comment that could have been interpreted by me as sarcastic, where you say, I don't know why you waste your time, that implies to me that I'm not important enough to have my time, have Chevy Chase's time wasted on. So let me tell you something. I might not like that. And I might make your life miserable. You triangle-headed bastard. All right? You just keep your mouth shut. I don't mind you bring up my name, but you bring it up with respect. And don't let me hear you ever say, I don't know why you waste your time. Because you better take this as a warning. You better shut your mouth. You hear me? I got you trained. Like a dog. Because you got the mouth of a dog. With the big gums and they're like blackened gums, aren't they, Robin?
Yeah.
Like a dog mouth.
Like German Shepherd mouth.
Like a German Shepherd mouth. You be careful when my name crosses over your stupid German Shepherd mouth. Cross those oversized gums of yours. All right? You keep banging those broads who are stupid enough to get in the sack with you. Imagine banging Arsenio thinking he might marry you. He ain't gonna marry you. First of all, if you're a stupid white broad, he's never gonna marry you because it'll be bad for his image if he marries a white girl. He's never gonna marry you. So all you white broads, keep banging Arsenio. Go ahead. Keep spreading your legs and waiting for fun. Fun time. I bet you he gets the AIDS virus with all those broads he's doing. I read about it.
Wish that on, that's the plague. I don't wish it on anyone.
I didn't say I wished it on him. All right, I wish it on him.
Oh, jeez.
I wish the AIDS virus on him.
Oh, will you stop it? Now you've gone too far.
Yeah, there you go. Went over the line. Crossed that line. Yeah, I wish AIDS on him. What do you think of that? I hope he gets AIDS and dies.
I know you don't mean it.
Why not?
Because,
I don't like him.
Nobody needs AIDS.
Then I wish painful testicles on him.
Okay,
I know what that's like.
There you go.
Leave me.
That's better.
That's worse than AIDS.
That would hurt him worse than AIDS.
It would.
I thought this segment was about Chevy Chase. Anyway, here's Billy West to get us back on track.
It was a simple case of old school versus new school. Guys like Chevy Chase thought that everything was a show, and Howard was about, pulling down the veil and showing everything for what it was, and then creating a form of comedy by analyzing it or mulling it over or dealing with it and calling it for what it really was and asking the real questions like, why is he doing this? You think he's funny?
Fellow comedians Gilbert Gottfried, Pat Cooper, and Artie Lang have their own vivid memories of the Howard Stern-Chevy Chase feud.
Stern hated Chevy, which really narrows it down, the people Stern hates. But it also narrows down the amount of people who hate Chevy. So that was a funny time period.
I loved when he stuck it up Chevy Chase's ass. This fucking boring human being, semi-fucking talent, who got fucking lucky falling down a flight of stairs. And I said, man, go stop Howard. He's a fuck. Howard was kidding you. Don't you ever call me no more. I'm about to tell you, I don't like you. I never liked that. The fucking dummy. Chevy, you made better radio for him, you stupid fuck.
Me and my friends were so into the show that we would judge other celebrities by how their sense of humor was with Howard. If they got into it and had fun with it, we had more respect for them. If they were uptight and assholes, we would start to. It's weird, like how you get. It's like you're an army. You would start to hate them. Like we grew up loving Chevy Chase. I grew up watching Vacation. It seems like old times. All those amazing Caddyshack. Chevy Chase was an enormous star. But when he got into a fight with Howard, everybody turned on him. It was insanity.
Who's on the phone? Chevy? Oh, Chevy Chase on the phone.
Good. Perfect timing.
Perfect timing. Hello, Chevy.
Hello?
It's Howard. You're on the air.
Howard who?
Here we go.
Here we go again.
Uh-oh. Chevy, here's my contention. Hello?
Yeah, hello? Who
Chevy.
is this?
Chevy, it's Howard.
Howard?
Stern.
Oh. Yeah, what can I do for you?
All right, let me just say something.
This can't be a surprise.
Yeah, this can't possibly be a surprise.
I'm sorry?
Chevy.
Yes.
Now look, here's my point.
Hello, who is this?
Here's my point. You ready?
Here's your what?
Here's my point.
Your point?
Yeah. Are we going to talk or what?
Are we going to talk?
Yeah.
I don't know. You're doing the talking.
All right, I'll talk. See, Chevy, here's my point.
Hello?
Is there something wrong with this connection?
All I know is I got a letter saying to do what I'm doing to help your ratings. That's all I know.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I need help in my ratings. You see, to me, the thing is that I think you really do like the show.
Hold on a second.
All right.
Let's tell the truth, won't we?
Okay.
All right. The truth is I was on the satellite and somebody called in and yelled Howard Stern, right?
Right.
Is that the truth?
Yes.
Okay, then we went off the air. Is that the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And over the satellite, where people could hear us off the air, he asked me what I thought of you. Was that the truth?
Yeah. Well, I don't know, but yes, okay.
Yeah, that's the truth.
I have it on tape.
And what I say, good. Then you can replay it for the people, and I don't have to celebrate all this stuff.
What is it, Gary?
Well, I just want to say, just so the record straight, you were Chevy was asked about you on the air,
right?
And he commented on you, and then there were other comments that were made off the air. But when the guy called and yelled Howard, that was actually on the air.
You can play any one of those things. I couldn't care less. I don't hear your show, and I'll say this for the record.
Right.
That I've talked to you twice. The first time was when I was shooting Fletch Saved, and you called me on the set and tried to get some dirt on the girl who was broken up with Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, for fun, though. Yeah, but what is it?
No, I know.
Come on. I mean,
let me just finish, because it's so funny. I want to get out the rest of the funny stuff.
All right, go ahead.
Then the next time you called was when you bullied my maid.
Well, I have tape of that, too.
Bullied.
I'd like to
You
play
know what
that for you.
No, wait, Howard,
I'd like to play that for you. I didn't even talk to your mate. It was Gary who kept saying, can you get Chevy? You want to hear it?
Well, then Gary's the bully. But the point
But Gary's not a bully. He didn't bully her.
Excuse me.
All right.
I was listening to it over the phone with my wife. Now, listen, fellas.
Yeah.
You know what a bully is, don't you? I don't like bullies. Is that clear?
Well,
and I don't like people calling my home early in the morning, and then I don't like you, period. Now, I don't have any reason to talk to you any further than this. I think I've made myself clear. You can say whatever you want about me on the radio. I haven't heard your program. I don't know where it plays or where it doesn't
I don't believe it. I
Good
think
luck
you
to
have heard
Now,
me.
I got to go work. Bye.
Well, what's the purpose of the call? How did that clear the air?
That was the same call. Oh, I see what he's saying. He wants to clear the air from his side that here's what happened according to me, but I still don't like you.
But
he doesn't mean to clear up any animosity between the two of you.
But that was all shtick at the beginning. I mean,
Yeah,
there was
I
no
know.
bad connection.
What is his deal? Is he insane?
They always start off that way, and then we get these hang-ups at the end.
Because you know what it is? Because all other showbiz people are so full of you know what that you would have just been nice to him. Like he's doing shtick and like, oh, Chevy's doing shtick, and no one expects to be called on the truth.
I don't get him.
I think
I don't even understand what that call was. Why did he bother calling us?
He was giving you a chance to turn yourself completely around and say, hey, pal, let's be pals.
Right.
Let's forget about
he did shtick and he wanted shtick back.
Yeah.
Is that what his deal is?
That's the only answer. He wouldn't have called just to say, I don't like you and hang up. He'd already accomplished that.
He made an attempt at humor at the beginning of the phone call, and I think that if you would have buddied up and been humorous back
But
to
was
him,
that supposed to be funny by going Howard? Who? Would that have been funny?
Because, come on, the phone call did take a left turn from out of nowhere.
Yeah, what happened?
But that's happened every time.
I know. It never works out between us.
Tim Sabian.
The Chevy Chase feud was another level that the show went to that there was no radio personality in the country that ever got involved in those kinds of things with that level of celebrity. And something so innocent turned out to be so entertaining and so controversial that it was one of those moments that you couldn't turn the radio off. I remember sitting, by the radio or in the car and not being able to get out of the car because you had to hear the beginning, the middle, and an end to, how this was going to go. And that was just one of those situations.
If Howard couldn't face Chevy directly in the studio, he would send the next best thing, stuttering saboteur John Melendez.
A couple of years where I was at war, quote unquote, with Chevy Chase. For some reason, John ran into Chevy Chase everywhere.
Chevy Chase was my favorite SNL guy. I loved Chevy Chase. I loved Vacation. I loved his bits on Saturday Night Live, and then they had me interview him, and he just couldn't stand me and would reprimand me and scold me. And it wasn't only once. I think I interviewed him like 3 times. I remember one time I waited in front of a place. I must have started at 8 o'clock at night until like 2 in the morning before he came out. I just waited, and it was just me with this huge radio recorder we had in those days. This thing was like the size of like a stereo.
He would walk around with a tape recorder, and he would see Chevy Chase and go, "But Chevy, just bucks his balls."
Chevy, it wasn't my fault.
big fan.
Chevy Chase. Here we go.
Hi, Chevy. Hi, big fan. Can I ask you a question? This is for the Howard Stern Show tape for broadcast.
What?
It's for the Howard Stern Show tape for broadcast. Are you more jealous of Howard Stern or Andrew Dice Clay?
What?
Are you more jealous of Howard Stern or Andrew Dice Clay?
Am I much what?
Are you more jealous? I'm a big fan. Please, Chevy. I've been waiting to meet you for a long time.
You're a big fan of mine.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much.
Chevy, let me just ask you, please. Would you please, Mr. Chase? Chevy, can I ask you just one more, please? Do you read the scripts you choose? Chevy, do you read the scripts that you choose to make? Or do you? Chevy, do you know what a bully is, Charlie?
Charlie.
You know what a bully is?
A bully is a guy about 6'5" who calls up people who can barely speak the language and bullies them over the telephone until they're willing to get the people at their private homes on the phone. That's a bully. A bully is a guy who picks on a guy with a speech impediment until he can hardly speak anymore. That's what a bully is. Do you know what a bully is?
Well, yeah, that sounds like a bully.
Do you know what a bully is?
Let me ask you one more question.
I have to go now.
Please, let me. I'm from the Daily News.
So let's let's think about that for a second. Well, he goes right into that, huh? Shelly, do you know what a bully is? Shelly.
I couldn't spit anything.
We had a lot. Where's the list of questions for Chevy Chase? We had a lot of good ones.
We all have copies.
Because the one you were trying to spit out.
Yeah, the one was, do you look over your scripts or do you just say eeny, meeny, miny, mo?
And you couldn't get that out.
No, I couldn't spit out, man. I tried.
Oh, man, we had good ones.
He was walking away, and you know, it's very difficult to talk to, back and then be a stutterer.
So Chevy goes right into that rap about bully. Now, what does he mean? A guy who picks on a guy with a stutter?
I think he's talking about me.
But I thought he never saw our show or listens to it. How does he know about it?
I guess he's lying.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
See, I was in disguise how I did this one. I had
really?
Yeah, had a cap on, my hair up, glasses.
Really? Good.
A turtleneck.
Good. Don't give away your disguise.
You might have to use that again.
Yeah, might need that.
Stammered for 5 minutes.
He's in disguise.
He could have painted himself green.
Right.
It got to be really brutal because we started sending John out everywhere that Chevy went. And Chevy started to recognize John. Chevy would try to be funny, but then John would ask him dumbass questions, and then he would get mad. And, inevitably, John would always get under his skin, and then we would play the interview, and that would feed more. Yeah, it was one of those things that I thought was never going to end.
You got to hear this tape of John with Chevy Chase. John isn't here yet, but we don't need him for this. It's just great. It's just great.
Where was Chevy this time?
I don't know. I don't know. Where was this event? Anybody know? Fred? What was that?
Brooke Atkinson Theater. I think Simon and Garfunkel, right, did a show for...
Nichols and May show, too, I think.
Yeah, Simon and Garfunkel got back together, and Nichols and May got together. And
oh, yes? Simon and Garfunkel? Wow.
For AIDS, right, or something?
Sorry, I missed that. For AIDS. It's some AIDS event.
Wow.
So John was out there and spoke with Chevy Chase.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, it's really good. It's just so good. I can't give it enough of a build-up, so I'll just play it.
All right.
Hey, Chevy, how you doing, man?
All right.
Let me ask you a question. This is the Howard Stern Show for broadcast.
Do you mind not
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to get you.
Well, you did push me, didn't you?
Oh, no, I was just trying to
recall that?
Just trying to say that this is where the camera is.
Uh-huh. What do you want?
Are you still wearing a toupee, Chevy?
What?
This is the Howard Stern Show tape for broadcast. Are you still wearing a toupee?
Am I still what?
Are you still wearing a toupee?
What is wrong with him? What does he want? Does he want me to put his dentist in a higher tax bracket? Is that what he wants? Did you hear what I said?
No.
Does he want me to put his dentist in a higher tax bracket?
I don't understand.
Well, it's a joke. Tell Howard to look it up.
Let me ask you.
Get out of my way.
Okay, Dad. Would you like me to put your dentist in a higher tax bracket?
Huh?
Chevy, the great communicator. How funny is that, huh? Can't handle it. Can't handle it.
This is funny.
I used to wear the toupee.
I don't like that. He didn't answer the question.
Yeah, I know. Well, was he wearing a toupee or not? I think we freaked him out. He's not wearing a toupee as much anymore because we took pictures of him the other day without a toupee.
Yeah.
That'd be funny if he ripped his toupee off his head and started beating John with it. That would have been great. Gary said John played it on the phone for him yesterday.
Uh-huh.
And he says, it's much funnier when you see it because
I can't wait.
Chevy like shoves him out of the way.
Get out of my way.
Out of my way. One could only wonder what question he was trying to get out. You know,
because that's the start of absolutely nothing. You can't even guess.
I know.
How the hell could he stand there after how much he's pissed him off already and ask him that question?
Because John's like a robot.
He's got to have no idea. Oh.
You know, I'm sitting there thinking maybe he doesn't know what a toupee is.
I don't know. John just doesn't even get it when somebody's like really annoyed. He's like a robot. He's like.
I only wish he didn't misfire so many times.
Yeah, I know. It would have been nice if he could have gotten off another question.
I mean, if there ever was a question that's going to make somebody just swing out of anger.
I wish John was here, because when he gets here, I'm going to ask him what was the question he was trying to get through to Chevy Chase.
Yeah, that.
Hey, John.
Hey.
What was that question, the second question, the follow-up?
Oh, it was going to be, do you really choose your scripts? So, you know, how do you used to say eeny, meeny, miny, mo?
Oh, that was good.
Yeah. I
That
can never
always
get it
trips
out.
you up.
Yeah, it always messes him up. How come he could say it here?
You know, let me just tell you, like, one thing after I was in disguise, you know.
Yeah, I know.
So nobody knew who I was. It was great.
So Chevy didn't even recognize
No,
you.
but you know what? And it's kind of funny when he recognized me, he has to almost hold in a laugh.
Really?
Because he smiles when he realizes who I am. Because I look like a Jewish guy.
How did you look like a Jewish guy?
Yeah.
I had this like big hairy bushy mustache and some hair like
curly hair,
like it was a little wavy and and I had this like
a Jewish guy.
You
mean guys with mustaches are Jewish?
Well, people that's what people and in glasses. People tell me I look Jewish.
Really?
I didn't look like me, that's for sure.
Right.
Because and then
a Jewish guy.
Howard. Then later on,
I thought he had on pants or something.
Yeah, like a yarmulke. Maybe you should put a yarmulke on that disguise.
Which is really sad. Later on, after this, right? This is when they were going in. Coming out, I tried getting everybody else again,
Yeah.
And Chevy walks by.
Yeah.
And I just didn't have the heart anymore. So listen to me. I just said, "What's up, Chevy?" And he looked at me like a beaten man.
Really?
He looked like a beaten dog. I swear to God. I was going to go for that eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Yeah.
I went, "Hey, Chevy," and he looked at me, and he had a security guard next to him, and he looked at me he looked beaten. Even Rick the cameraman said so.
Yeah.
So he looked like a beaten dog.
Well, he deserves to be a beaten dog. He is a dog. And that's how I treat dogs.
He must have really enjoyed the concert.
Yeah.
He comes out. What happened to him in there?
Gary, what happened? Was it Chevy? Oh, it was.
Oh, boy. What happened?
How come he didn't come on the air?
Because he was cursing so violently and quickly that he couldn't handle it.
Really?
Boy, oh boy, I don't even know where to start. I just don't
Get
know
a
where to
seat, Gary.
What is his problem?
Boy, well, funny you mention that because
I've
he
never
asked
seen
me
a
the
guy
same thing
like
about
it.
you.
I don't have a problem with him. John goes to events. He happens to be at him. We're not chasing him specifically.
Okay, first of all, he wanted to know if I was the guy who called his house. And then, when we called his house that time, and I said, I was one of the guys who was on the phone.
Yeah.
Then he said, was Howard on the phone? I said, for a little while, but it was me. And then he's like, great, now I have you on tape saying it both ways. So I'm like, okay. Then he wants to know what your problem is. Then he wants to know why Stuttering John he's unfamiliar with.
Yeah.
So he said, you send a guy and you call him Stuttering John. I said, listen, John was Stuttering John before he came to us. And he was giving me this grief about we're making fun of a stuttering guy.
Well, what is it? What is it to him?
It is Daddy Chase.
Didn't he make fun of Gerald Ford?
Wait.
Yeah.
Then,
as Belzer said, where is this guy's sense of humor?
Well, he's listening right now. He has to be.
Well, good. What is it?
So
what has happened to this guy?
I asked him if he wanted to speak to you, but he didn't.
Right.
Because he was too busy yelling expletives at me.
Yeah.
Then, I was being nice and stuff, but after a while it was difficult to be nice.
Yeah.
So, then he started yelling about you and now we're bordering on harassment. I said, why are we harassing you? And he said, well, you're talking about me on the air. And I said, we talk about lots of people on the air. And he goes, listen, buddy, what do you think? I'm an effing idiot. I was born in New York. I come from where you come from. What do you think? I'm a moron? So a bunch of that went on. Then
What does that mean?
I don't know. Then it was more yelling about you. Then it was just ranting and effing this and effing that. And then I said, listen, I don't have to take this. And then it was more yelling. And then he said something about how he was going to put us in a toilet.
Yeah.
So I couldn't resist. And I said, oh, will that be a crane toilet? That's it. That's apparently. I just read Spy Magazine. I was sort of having it with him.
Yeah. What is he having a breakdown of some kind?
Of some kind would be a perfect example.
You know, you should have ended it all by asking him, does he choose his scripts or does he just go eat?
Oh, yeah.
I would like to know, does he choose his scripts? What is the question? Does he choose his scripts or
does he
read them before?
Does he read them before he takes somebody just say eating me in my email?
Well, he did say that court proceedings were in the offing, and I said, based on what?
Yeah.
And he said, you know what?
You know what, young man.
But it was a lot of fireworks.
Well, wait till he finds out all the cops and the judges are fans of mine. So
then it was also, if I wanted to talk to him, or if you wanted to talk to him, or Stuttering John wanted to talk to him, man-to-man, one-on-one, without a camera or not being on the radio.
Yeah.
And it was hard. I was going to sort of explain, well, why would we want to do that? Because then there's no entertainment value in it.
We don't really care about him.
I asked. He didn't know who Stuttering John was, and I tried to explain to him that Stuttering John
goes to events.
He thinks Stuttering John is a guy we invented to ruin his life.
He thinks Stuttering John is a guy who finds out where he is and goes to these places. He just doesn't get it.
But he doesn't know that Stuttering John is... I said, aren't you familiar with the TV show? And he's like, I don't watch that crap. And then I said, well, Stuttering John is our field reporter who goes out and asks celebrities offbeat questions.
Right.
But I think he thinks that Stuttering John is a guy that we just pay to follow Chevy Chase around.
I know.
We didn't even know he was going to be there.
I know.
You know what happened, Howard? I turned around and I bumped into him.
Really?
Yeah, we had no idea he was going to be there.
He's a pisser, that guy.
Richard Belzer.
I remember once Chevy called Howard on his birthday to wish him happy birthday, and Howard said, well, I'm not, what are you calling me for? I'm not your friend, what?
What's going on? Are we getting any bids?
Yes, we have a bid right now. A birthday phone call.
From who?
Surprise.
Hello, you're on the air. Hello?
Hello?
Who is this?
Am I on the air?
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Who is this?
Chevy
Happy
Chase.
birthday.
Is that really Chevy?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Are you kidding?
Would you get the day mixed up?
Chevy, what happened? And I was bad.
You're paying me.
I was bad rapping you this morning because you didn't call in.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You know something? I never listen.
See, Chevy now I think likes us.
I don't know. There's something different about his voice.
Chevy, what's the deal? Are we calling an end to this feud?
I don't have a feud with you. I never listen, but that's because I just listen to the news.
You do listen, though.
No, I really don't.
I don't believe that.
I swear to you.
So why are you calling now, and why are you feeling better about us?
Why are you feeling better about us?
I'm not necessarily feeling better. I just think it's nice to say happy birthday.
Oh, please.
Chevy, I don't even remember why. Why am I mad at him?
He started it with the Larry King show.
Oh, that's what it was. You started it with Larry King.
Did I really?
Yeah. You went on the Larry King show, and during the satellite conversation...
Yeah.
You went and said that you said I was an ass. What did you say?
You were unfunny, untalented.
Yeah.
He didn't get it.
Right. And then I got upset. And then Belzer was on the show, and then I called Chevy's house.
Right.
And Chevy, rightfully so, was mad that I called his house.
But it was Belzer who put us up to it.
Yeah, and it was really Belzer. Normally I wouldn't have called you. And I figured
who keeps interrupting while we're talking.
But I figured that you would have a sense of humor about me calling. Out of all the people in the world, you would have a sense of humor with Belzer here and everything. I thought it would be cool.
Yeah, since he was a friend of yours and he was, calling you.
Yeah.
I got to replay that phone call. It's the best. When we called Chevy's house. Did you ever actually hear it?
Well, let me tell you something about that. No, really, honestly.
Now I'm going to get lectured.
No, I'm not going to lecture you, but it's not fair. And it's not right. We had small kids, and they were sick. And come
on.
Well, we've apologized.
We've apologized for that.
It was a mistake. We admit.
I don't know who this woman is who keeps talking.
I'm Robin, okay?
Robin what?
Quivers. Now,
Robin
does that tell you?
Oh, you know who Robin is. You listen to the show. Don't say you don't listen. You do. I know you do.
I don't even...
Then how would you know I was unfunny?
What?
Then how would you know I was unfunny?
I've known you for years. What, are you kidding me?
What do you mean you know me for years? You've been listening.
For 15 years.
You listened?
No.
How do you know him?
I know him through Belzer, and he calls me every so often.
Yeah, but I'm funny. I'm funnier than you.
Howard calls
you? God bless you, man. That's all I can say.
I'm the funniest.
Yeah, you probably are. You and Larry.
Larry who?
What's his last name?
This always ends up in a war.
I know, we always wind up with bad vibes here.
Chevy, man, what's your problem with me?
I have no problem. I really called to say happy birthday.
You have to mellow out.
I'm mellow, and I'm sitting.
What happened when I called your house? So the kids weren't really sick?
Yes, they were.
They were not.
Yes, they
And you know
were.
that your house...
Well, it was a shame, terrible that you were
and you know
sleeping
what?
while they were sick.
Let's not fight about that, okay? Let's not even fight. Let's just let it go.
Who's your buddies? Steve Martin? You play cards with him?
Yeah, I love Steve.
It's a good life, right? I mean, you basically have enough money now where you can play cards with Steve Martin. And who else? Johnny Carson?
Thousands, man.
You like Johnny, though. You think Johnny's funny, right?
I think you're probably a little funnier than all of those guys.
I know I'm funnier than Johnny Carson. I know that.
Yeah, well, I know you know that.
And everyone's afraid to say that Johnny Carson wasn't funny because, I don't know, they're afraid. They're just afraid. There's nobody in my generation who could possibly...
You really want to hear my view on this?
Yeah.
Well, okay, Johnny's a very funny guy. And a good guy.
How's that?
But is that... Why do you dislike that idea?
Do you ever go over to his house?
Why do you dislike that idea?
What?
The idea that he might be funny and a good guy.
Because he's not funny. He's just never done
Well, it's
anything
an
funny.
opinion thing, Howard. He thinks he's funny.
No, because Chevy gets to go to Johnny's house. What's that young hot wife of
Listen,
his?
I got to go snap a fish, but
No, come
happy
on.
birthday and
Talk
take
to me a
care,
little
okay?
bit. Chevy, talk to me a little bit.
I've got to go.
What do you have to do? You're not doing anything.
Snap a fish. See you.
Why is it taking so long to prepare the talk show? Well, there is Chevy Chase.
Oh, boy.
That feud's over, obviously.
The feud continued and then intensified in late 1993 with the launch of Chevy Chase's legendary late-night talk show on Fox. Howard predicted Chevy's show would only last 6 weeks. He was wrong. It lasted 5.
Did you see what I saw in the paper today, Jason?
No.
Says here,
What does it say? I haven't seen that.
in Vern Gay's column,
Him
TV
again?
spots,
Yeah. What's it say?
Jason Priestley will be Howard Stern's Ed McMahon?
they say that there's a 4-to-1 chance that Howard will be the guy who takes over late night.
Well, who has better odds than that?
No one.
Oh, they're saying those are the best odds?
Those are the best odds. They say Howard, no doubt, this is their man.
I just say,
But it's Fox Howard's network. A new book is planned. A couple of studios want him for movies. And there's the all-important radio job. There's simply not enough time for him to do everything. So it seems to be up to you, Howard.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
He says here, I wish I could find this sentence again. Fox would just love to tell the world that Howard Stern will be its next late-night guy on January 14th.
Is that what it says?
Yeah.
I don't even know what they're talking about.
They'd have to rename that theater again.
Yeah.
That's
No,
right.
I would keep it the Chevy Chase Theater.
You would?
Oh, yeah.
That's good.
I think that's good.
You want to work in the Chevy Chase Theater.
Yeah, I want to put that. I want to look at that every day. A Chevy Chase Theater. No name change. Live from the Chevy Chase Theater.
Howard Stern.
Howard Stern. The biggest a-hole on the planet gets a theater named after him. Chevy Chase.
But only temporarily.
Fred's got the spots thing up.
Well, I don't know anything about that, Robin. 4-to-1, 6-to-1. I don't know anything about it.
Well, I just thought you might want to tell us something since that's what they're saying in the paper today.
So what's
I
the
mean,
word,
Fox
Howard?
is ready to make the announcement on January 14th
Oh,
if you'll
please.
just say yes.
First of all, I have no announcement to make. I've had no discussion with anyone. Although, if
What, you sit at the table perfectly quiet so you can say these things?
No, I lie a lot. Let me tell you something. So here it is. I'd be at the Chevy Chase Theater. I'm envisioning this
Yes,
now,
yes.
since I'm 4-to-1. And they go live from the Chevy Chase Theater. Then they show that big sign with Chevy Chase, and there I am urinating on the sign. How cool would that be? Wouldn't that be great? That's a show open. You don't see that on television.
That's new.
That's new and different.
Groundbreaking.
That's groundbreaking. Thank you.
It escalated to where I guess Chevy finally called up the show and goes, "How do I make it stop? How do I make it go away? I don't want to do this anymore." And that's all it took. And I think that was probably a similar situation with John Bon Jovi. You know, some people find out it's not fun to fuck around with Howard.
Here we go.
Here we go. Chevy.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, who's this?
It's Howard. How are you? This is Howard and Robin.
Hi, Chevy.
Hi, how you doing?
Chevy, I understand your movie's going to be on against the
Olympics.
Olympics.
Oh, yeah.
Caddyshack.
Well, you know, Caddyshack.
Right. Yeah.
Did you ever see it?
Yeah, great movie.
Yeah, it's good.
Really good.
Well, I made back some money just now.
Yeah, you just made 50.
I made 50 also.
No, I lost 150.
What happened?
You see, okay, first of all, we had bets that you wouldn't call in. I lost those.
And you just cost me
Why'd
some
you
money
do that?
Well, because
Why'd you do that?
I didn't think you would call in because of just all the water,
All that's gone on.
all that's gone on before.
We've never even met each other.
No, we haven't.
So how could we have any water under the dam?
You know, everything with me calling your house,
I know,
the whole thing.
That's a long time ago.
Hey, let's clear the air, okay?
All right.
All right. So remember when you were on Larry King and you said you didn't like me and that I was an ass?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then you said I never heard the show ever.
Yeah.
But why would you think I've always been curious about this, and I mean it. Why would I be an ass if you never heard the show?
Well, wasn't this after you called me?
No.
No, it was before. I never understood why you were so perturbed about me. Was it
But did I say that on the air or just off the air?
Off the air.
off the air?
Oh.
I mean, you really sounded like you were just like, God, the guy's an ass. I don't get it. And
You
I
compared
said,
him to Morton Downey?
I don't know how we got off onto
I don't know why I did that.
Yeah, I never understood why we got off on a bad foot. Other than I actually wanted to understand because I do bring this out in a lot of famous people.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be the only one. I mean, there are famous people I know. I've read interviews with them. They go, I've never heard the show.
Yeah.
I hate the guy, and it's almost like they resent my success.
Geez, I don't know why I would have said that if I'd never heard you. I don't know why I said it.
Yeah, I never.
Oh, I know why.
Why?
I know why.
Okay.
Because do you remember when I was shooting Fletch?
Yes.
And that what was that girl's name?
Julianne Phillips.
Julianne Phillips, the one who
that's
was
right.
married to Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, and you called, and well, I know why now.
Right.
Because apparently you called. We were shooting in Astoria, and you
Right.
called and asked me a bunch of questions about her divorce.
Right.
And at the time, I remember that I didn't know who you were, but I remember that she was like crying every day because she was really going through it. It was very hard. And,
Hey, you know,
you were very mean.
You know what was weird to me?
What?
She married the guy. She came out with it with a couple of $1 million.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't see. And she's the one who left Springsteen.
Oh yeah, I mean I don't know.
I figured, like, hey, what's
I don't
the
know
big deal?
the details. Well, I remember I don't know whether a couple of $1 million pays for all the whatever the emotions she was going through. But all I know is that I was shooting this movie and I got this call, and you started asking me questions about her sex life or something, and I just felt you were an ass.
Right. So
it came from somewhere.
So it did come from somewhere.
I think
All
that's
right. You want to know something?
That's where it came from.
That's the only thing I ever wanted to know. I really had nothing against you. I always enjoyed your work. I mean, I really had no problem. In fact, I just never understood why I was such an ass. And when I tried to ask you about it, you got
and
pissed
every
off.
time we went down the wrong road or something.
Yeah, I guess that's what it was.
That's the only thing I can think of. And you know what? It's water under the bridge, for Christ's sake. I mean, it's
All right.
I mean, what the hell?
All right. What do you think, Robin? That's a very good explanation.
It was an explanation.
It really
I
was.
didn't know that.
That's what it was.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure because I had not heard you. I don't think you'd called me or anything yet or anything like
No,
that.
certainly the call to home hadn't come.
No, then I called your house because Belzer. Hey, by the way, Belzer is actually here, which is total coincidence.
He's the instigator.
He is. Belzer gave me your phone number and said, "I'm a really good friend of Chevy's. He has a great sense of humor. He won't care if we call him." And then I called you, and then you did care. You hated me even more.
He's the big instigator. He's one of the funniest men in the world.
He is. Hey, Belzer, come in here and say hello to Chevy. Yeah, let Belzer come in and patch up with you because you haven't spoken to him in a while, right?
Who, Richard? Well, I haven't seen him. I know he's been he's had a TV show. He's had big successes.
Yes. Hey, Belz, you want to make up with Chevy? Because you were kind of having weird feelings about Chevy too.
Why? What did I do to Richard?
Well, when we called the house, Richard felt you didn't have a good sense of humor about it, and he said, "Hey, what happened to Chevy? Maybe he's losing it and stuff."
Oh no, I think what that was is that I have 3 daughters. They were very young, and we didn't get much sleep. It was 5:30 in the morning in California. It was just all that stuff,
Belz, why don't you say something to Chevy?
Good morning, Chevy.
So, Richard, how are you?
How are you, darling?
I haven't seen you in a dog. I have seen you in a dog.
Now, wait a minute. How are the girls?
They're good. How about you?
Everybody's great.
That's
good. How about Belz's piece of ass wife, the porno star?
Easy action.
You ever met her, Chevy?
Is this true?
Oh, yeah. She was in Lady Chatterley's Lover. Don't tell me you never saw that.
I read it.
Oh, yeah. Good book.
She was the D.H. Lawrence version.
But Bells is married to a hot little piece of ass. Oh, yeah.
Easy there. Easy.
Oh, hey,
I have-
man, that's a
I have my
compliment.
Wait, but Richard, haven't you been married a long time? or
Yes,
is
it's
it-
you know my wife. You met her years ago, Chevy.
Yeah.
Right.
It's the same person.
The same lovely person.
Well, what happened that all of a sudden Howard's saying that about her?
Well, he's been saying that about her for years.
How you getting along with Bill Murray these days? You see him at all?
I don't see him at all, but if I were going to watch Caddyshack, it'd be for Bill. I mean,
Yeah.
it's one of the funniest pieces of work I've ever seen.
I thought you two guys didn't get along.
Who, Billy and me?
Yeah.
Oh, sure we do. Well,
Oh,
we
you
don't
do?
see each other, but yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm the only one you don't get along with.
no, Rich, just me and Richard.
Right. So, Bells.
Feud is over.
Maybe you shouldn't give out Chevy's home phone number on any radio show.
maybe that was a wrong thing
Maybe
to
it's
do.
all your fault.
Richard, you really are. You should be ashamed.
Yeah. Look, I wish you could see me how ashamed I look. But, you know, ladies and gentlemen.
Bells, do you have any feuds going? That you
I
might
have,
wanna-
let's see. I have no feuds. If Chevy and I make up on this call, then I have no more feuds.
Yeah, what can I tell you? Hey, I'm going to go on record.
Gee, this is one of the greatest feuds of all time, and it's over.
You know, I'm a little. I
We're
feel
all
a little,
getting older and wiser.
You know, I see this shrink, and he says to me, you know, if there's people in your life that you can resolve things with, you actually, it's hard to give up because you'll feel empty inside. Now I feel empty inside.
Oh. Well, you can start on me again. You can start in on me again.
You know what I'll do? I'll call your house again, and you'll be mad at me.
I'll tune in.
By the way,
it's all right because I'm on the East Coast.
What is your new number, Chevy? Just, we're not going to bother you, but just
all right, I'll give it to you. Ready?
Yeah, just give us your home phone number over the air so we can call you. Wow, this is weird. Don't give it up.
That's it. 4.
That's it, just 4.
Just dial 4.
555-5555. Robin, this is so weird. I guess Chevy Chase is now a friend of the
What
show.
are we going to do now?
I don't know.
Well, geez, I didn't call to marry you. I just called to...
But darn.
Are you living in the East now, Chevy?
Yeah, we live in Westchester.
Chevy, can I ask you a question? Is it hard to have a feud with me? Like, do people come up to you on the street and start saying, hey, Howard rules, and you better shut up and stuff? I mean, do they give you a hard time?
Actually, you want to know something? It is. And
is hard.
I don't know what to do because I don't have a radio show.
Right.
You don't have any place to vent.
Yeah.
I went to a ball game with my 8-year-old daughter.
Right.
And
it had to be hell for you.
There were 2 people there who yelled that that's why Howard Stern says you're a blank.
Right.
No.
And I didn't know what to do. I had my 8-year-old was just shocked, and I didn't know what to say, and I don't know how to deal with that. But I don't know how you can be, responsible for that. I don't know what you can do. You've got a huge
audience.
A huge audience.
And they're loyal to me. You know, it's funny.
They're very loyal.
You don't even have to say anything if you
Right.
get on
No,
the bad
I get
side.
it. I can get it walking out of a store, and I don't know what happened that morning.
It could have been nothing.
Yeah, I mean, really, what we're trying to say to all celebrities,
Don't get on our bad side.
take it from Chevy Chase. Don't get into a thing with me.
It's just not worth it.
If you have negative feelings about me, just keep quiet because I can't stop the audience
Yeah.
once they get started.
Yeah.
I have no control over that.
I can't stop the dance.
Yeah, you can't stop it. Bells, you know that, right?
Yeah, of course.
mean-
Better than anyone.
And they'll always rat you out and turn you in, right, Bells?
They will. They absolutely will.
Well, nobody's said to me Richard Belzer rules yet, so I'm
Well, I haven't gotten a radio show yet.
Have you ever listened to the show?
To what show?
This show.
I listen to it every morning.
Do you really?
Really?
I listen to it all the time.
Oh, you do? Oh, all right. That's it.
All
All
right.
right, that clears it all up. Okay.
Look at this. This is terrible.
This is terrible. Now we have a friend. It was so much better when we were at war.
Well, you can go back at me again for a while.
Just stay in line, that's all.
That's it. Yeah, don't misbehave.
Now that I live in the East Coast, you can call in the mornings.
All right.
All right.
Hey, thanks, Chevy.
All right, take care,
Take
Richard.
care, Chevy.
All right,
All right,
Chevy
take
Chase,
care, buddy.
everybody.
All right.
Thanks, Chevy.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Well, there you go. The guy was a gentleman.
Now we can't slam him.
I don't know how I feel about that.
You always said he was a good guy. Didn't you?
I did, yeah.
No, seriously, you
Well,
did.
he was a good
saying
guy,
that.
and then we kind of had a little falling out.
Right. And now how do you feel about
Now we're
it?
falling back in.
Yeah.
Who could have predicted this?
None of us called this one.
Let's call Ripley's.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen, how long was that for you? That was a long one.
Very long. I
Yeah.
mean, that was
How many years?
8 or 9 years
Is
ago.
it that long?
Guy was a total gentleman.
Oh, my God.
I said to Robin, what this article is in the newspaper today, it talks about how Fox Television wants me to host late night, to take over the Chevy Chase show, which I think would be great because Chevy's such a dick, and he's so many dicky things to say about me, I'd show him how to do it right.
Yeah.
I'd show him that the new king of late night doesn't have to be a 50-year-old man.
But-
And he doesn't have to look like Johnny Carson.
Would you make a decision just based on wanting to get at Chevy?
I might. But the point is, what's weird about this is, what if I am offered the Fox show and I turn it down? Then they'll put out a thing saying Howard Stern was passed over for the Fox show, and then my television career will be over. You know what I'm saying?
If they they were to offer it to you and you turned it down, you'd be okay. The incident where you're going to look bad is if you get all this hype that you're the front runner and everybody's considering you, and then they go with someone else.
Yeah.
You're the loser.
Yeah, well, the way I see it, I'm never a loser. Because I've got my radio show, I've got my books, and I'm going to be doing a movie. So screw everybody. Although it would be tempting to take the late night slot. It really would.
But have they really talked to you?
What?
Have they talked to you?
Who?
Fox.
I don't want to say. Not with Jackie listening. Oh, I'm going to kill myself. I'm laughing on the outside, but I'm crying on the inside.
Hold my ears. Don't rub.
What was your question?
I was wondering if you've really talked to Fox. You're sitting there saying it would be nice, but the question that is raised by the newspaper...
Let me ask you something. If
is
I admit,
have you really been considered?
if I admit that I've been talking with Fox, that serves me no... I don't want to admit that. So even if it's true that I've been talking to them, I'm not going to admit it. What do you think of that? I'm not going to admit whether or not I've been talking to Fox. How's that?
Well, I just didn't know how open you wanted to be about this whole thing. I thought I'd ask the question.
Not with the Jackies of the world in the room. All right, here it is. Late Night's New Deal. A new round of shuffling may bring Howard Stern to Fox and Bob Costas to CBS. Just when the late night landmass seemed to have settled, a slew of tectonic shifts?
Teutonic.
No, it says tectonic.
Tectonic.
I thought I was going blind. A slew of tectonic shifts are in the offing for the time period. Before network executives depart for Christmas vacations, Fox, NBC, and CBS may all unveil new plans for post-primetime programming. CBS is anxiously courting NBC's Bob Costas for a post-Letterman slot. What's that all about? Can't anyone do that show? Am I high here? It's at 12:30 at night, and all you got to do is interview people. One person.
Well, yeah, I guess they're pitting him against Conan O'Brien since.
Yeah, the two of them will bomb.
That is another franchise that's there to be taken.
Bob Costas is good at 1:30 in the morning. 12:30 at night, I think even Conan will beat him.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's interesting.
NBC may sign an outside person for Costas' 1:30 a.m. time period. And the brass at Fox are reportedly split into two camps as to how to best tackle their late-night conundrum. Do I now not understand the New York Post? Is that what's happened?
Pretty bad.
Although Fox executives declined to discuss their plans, sources in the company suggest that one potential late-night solution would be a multi-host program similar to NBC's Today Show. Yeah, that's called the Wilton North Report.
They did that.
They tried that already. Fox always makes that mistake. They always do the same thing. They pump a ton of money into somebody, they blow them out after a couple of weeks, and then they go and try and put a cheap program on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do the Wilton North Report. That'll compete well with a crummy host that will pick up for $20,000.
And after that bombs, they go back to MASH rerun.
Yeah, right. Put a fuse on that bomb. A multi-host program similar to NBC's Today Show. This show would combine. I already know that would fail. Yeah, I already know.
I don't even know who the hosts are. It's dead in the water.
I don't care who the hosts are. I don't care if the host is Superman. It's going to fail. Unbelievable. In fact, it failed already. What do you think of that? The ratings are in on that show, and they're gone.
Already turned it off.
Yeah, already you turned it off. You didn't even tune in. Who are you kidding? The show would combine tape pieces, conversation about issues of the day, and a musical component. In other words, it would be like the Today Show with, in case they got a guest, someone could talk, and then have a whole bunch of hosts, and then have some band play.
Sounds like a wonderful mix.
Yeah. The format sounds familiar to MCA-TV's Last Call, a new first-run syndicated show scheduled to roll out next fall. Okay. All right, here's the part you might be interested in. And, Jackie, cover your ears. At the same time, Fox's core audience of young adult viewers and entertainer Howard Stern, ribald wit, would appear to be a perfect match. Was that ribald wit?
Isn't it ribald?
I don't know. R-I-B-A-L-D.
Yeah, ribald.
Howard Stern's ribald wit. Dirty. Is that dirty?
Yeah.
Dirty but bawdy.
Sexy, dirty.
Sort of bawdy, yes.
Yeah. Howard Stern's bawdy wit would appear to be a perfect match, and the network is again seriously considering the radio personality. High-level Fox executives remain skeptical about the idea of turning over their 11 p.m. time slot to the controversial Stern. Yeah, sure. I mean, why would you want to have the number one late-night program?
They can't handle that kind of success at Fox.
While Stern has demonstrated on his E! Entertainment talk show that he can shift from his puerile yet amusing radio persona to a more guest-friendly manner, a number of Fox executives think booking guests would be problematic, and the FCC might continue to be annoyed by Stern's scabrous humor. Scabrous humor. I can't even define my humor. It's ribald and scabrous. First of all, the FCC says that they have no jurisdiction over late-night television. Secondly, on television, it's a different set of rules. And third, what's third?
Third,
I've already proven that I can do television.
not only that, they're worried about guests.
Yeah, I don't even need
bookings.
guests.
You're giving them a number one show, guests or no guests.
Yeah, who needs a guest? What do I need? I need Billy Crystal to sit there like a lox?
And like a load?
Like a load and tell me what? You don't need guests to be Letterman and Leno. Those guys are barely functional. They don't know how to compete.
So this is when you realize these people know absolutely nothing.
It's going to be a whole new ball game in late night when I come on. I'm not going to sit there with dopey guests letting them slow me down for my ribald wit.
You're going to amaze and confuse.
I happen to be scablerous.
And a conundrum.
And a conundrum. When you are a scabrous conundrum of ribald wit, you don't need guests.
You are tectonic.
What?
You're tectonic.
In a sense, yes. In a sense, I am tectonic.
Did you write this article for us so we can read it?
I know. I need a translation. The New York Post is supposed to be easy to read.
I feel like the guy on that In Living Color sketch who's in jail and uses all these big words and doesn't know what they mean.
I'm the tectonic, scabrous, personality whose ribald wit is somewhat problematic. But then again, I believe that it is puerile. Peter Feynman, the director of Crocodile Dundee and a producer of the in-house unit Fox Circle Productions, has assumed the task of championing Stern's cause and is reportedly making headway. So that's he's championing me.
He's your man.
Whether Stern or the Ensemble series meets the new approval of Fox officials, the new program will most likely not debut until March. Well, I better get my ass in gear.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm all set. In the next couple of weeks, though, Fox will probably announce an interim measure to replace the In Living Color reruns and Code 3 reruns it's been showing in place of the canceled Chevy Chase program. Meanwhile, earlier this month, NBC asked MTV's Chris Connolly, journalist Bill Ziem, a stand-up comedian and local radio jock, to test for Costas' later slot. Hey, vey. Oh, if I go into the late night slot, I'll beat Letterman and Leno and that Ted Koppel, hands down. Point is, though, how will I have time to go do a late night show, Robin, and this, and...
Well, you were asking me.
Yeah.
You would tape your late night show at 5:30 in the evening.
Why don't I do it during the commercials?
Or maybe a little earlier in the day, since you are still doing the radio show. I say you tape the show around...
Noon.
Noon?
Yeah.
No. You need a little time.
Well,
I would say 2 o'clock.
So could I go over to your apartment, catch a nap, and then...
And then run back to the studio?
It'd be nice. You could mellow me out before my big show.
Oh, is that right? I'm not busy?
No, you have to... Your job will be relaxing me in between tapings. Where do I fit in? How do I... Jackie, you're not professional enough.
I'll be doing it in Robin's apartment.
Jackie, I'm sorry you had to hear the bad
The
news.
obvious answer is to videotape the free-for-all after the show every day in the back office.
And that would be the
late night show.
That would be the late night?
Nothing funnier than that.
And I'm in that.
Yeah, I'm a major player in that show. You're going to have to hire me for that.
No way to get me out of that.
Yeah. Well, what do you say? Don't eat poppy seed bagels. And
One thing we didn't ask was how long before you're going to be tested do you need to start getting ready?
Sounds like you better start getting ready now.
I think you better stop taking drugs if you're going to be tested.
Yeah, David, you're on the air.
Yes.
What's up?
What's up?
Yeah, what's up? What do you mean? What do you mean, what's up?
Well, I got a little song here for the gold medal Olympic skiboarding champion, the Canada.
I don't want to hear it. Who cares?
Besides, that guy's medal was reinstated.
That's right. God's sakes. So ridiculous. Guys make it. I hate guys who write song parodies. It's unbelievable. All right, let me go through this Chevy Chase thing because Chevy's calling in later. All right?
All right.
Okay. So here's how it all started. As best as I can trace this, I'm minding my own business. Chevy Chase goes on the Larry King show. Chevy's calling in today, by the way. So Chevy Chase goes on the Larry King show, and he says, he's doing his interview, and then they go to commercial. And this was in the days when on the satellite you could pick up what they were saying and during the commercials before they got smart.
Right, and started blocking that stuff out.
Yeah. So, somebody plays this for me, and I get a little bent out of shape.
Boy, that Howard Stern is such an ass. I mean, really, nothing. There's nothing there. Nothing. You were funny. He was just funny, Stern. That Nick Downey looked like Joyce Brothers.
All right, so he's there literally muttering to himself about it.
Nobody else is there. He's on satellite.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear a couple of guys in the crew just sort of trying to chuckle at what he's saying, but
I'm not laughing.
Yeah. So I get a hold of this tape, and I go, what the hell's this guy's problem with me? What I do to him? You know what I mean? And I start ragging off on the guy, because, hey, between you and me, Chevy hadn't exactly lit the world on fire with his most recent movies.
No.
So I got good and pissed. I was just like, hey, shut your mouth, man. You want to start talking about who's funny. Dude, I'm entertaining millions of people every day. Well, they seem to think I'm funny. Who are you entertaining? So I went into one of those raps, and then my audience, of course, got good and pissed off, and everybody started making phony phone calls everywhere Chevy Chase went.
Let's go to calls for Chevy Chase. Glasgow, Scotland. Hello.
Am I on the air?
Yes.
Howard Stern.
I don't know who that is. To Pittsburgh. Hello.
Hello.
Is that guy, Howard Stern? Boy, he's an ass. Can't stand him. Go ahead. I've never seen him. He was on the show once, his radio, but have you seen his show? Yeah, I've never seen it, but I've heard him on the radio. And? He's very funny. He got the brain of an egg timer. Let's go. Now you're downing the egg timer. Pittsburgh, hello.
All right, so Larry King with his phony laugh. Yeah, so, the two of them had a problem with me. Now I'm getting good and pissed off, and I'm really getting into a whole thing. So then I guess Chevy called our show because we were so pissed, and somehow this was supposed to clear the air, right? Who's on the phone, Chevy? Oh, Chevy Chase on the phone.
Good. Perfect timing.
Perfect timing. Hello, Chevy.
Hello?
It's Howard. You're on the air.
Howard who?
Here we go.
Here we go again.
Uh-oh. So here we're trying to make up with the guy.
Yeah. I don't know
Chevy,
how
here's my contention. Hello?
Yeah, hello? Who
Chevy.
is this?
Chevy, it's Howard.
Howard?
Stern.
Oh. Yeah, what can I do for you?
All right, let me just say something.
This can't be a surprise.
Yeah, this can't possibly be a surprise.
I'm sorry?
Chevy.
Yes.
Now, look, here's my point.
Hello, who is this?
Here's my point. You ready?
Here's your what?
Here's my point.
Your point?
Yeah. Are we going to talk or what?
Are we going to talk?
Yeah.
I don't know. You're doing the talking.
All right, I'll talk. See, Chevy, here's my point. I think that what's happening is now that we're on in the radio in Los Angeles and the TV show is on and stuff, you're getting a lot of feedback and stuff on us. And I actually think you really like the show.
Hello?
See, now I'm getting like, what is this?
It's very uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's getting really uncomfortable, and I'm trying to get into some dialogue with the guy.
Is there something wrong with this connection?
And I didn't beat up.
All I know is I got a letter saying to do what I'm doing to help your ratings. That's all I know.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I need help in my ratings. See, you see, to me, the thing is that I think you really do like the show.
What show?
This radio show.
I've never heard it.
You have, though.
No.
I saw you on Larry King on the satellite. You were talking about how nothing's happening there, how you listen to it. But I'm telling you...
No, I don't think that's true. Is it really?
But how come you were saying, nothing's
Excuse
happening?
me, hold on a second.
All right.
Let's tell the truth, won't we?
Okay.
All right. The truth is I was on the satellite and somebody called in and yelled Howard Stern, right?
Right.
Is that the truth?
Yes.
Okay, then we went off the air. Is that the truth?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And over the satellite, where people could hear us off the air, he asked me what I thought of you. Was that the truth?
Yeah, well, I don't know, but yes, okay.
Yeah, that's the truth.
I have it on tape.
And what I said, good. Then you can replay it for the people, and I don't have to celebrate all this stuff.
What is it, Gary?
Well, I just want to say, just so the record's straight, you were Chevy was asked about you on the air,
right?
And he commented on you, and then there were other comments that were made off the air. But when the guy called and yelled Howard, that was actually on the air.
You can play any one of those things. I couldn't care less. I don't hear your show, and I'll say this for the record.
Right.
That I've talked to you twice. The first time was when I was shooting Fletch Saved, and you called me on the set and tried to get some dirt on the girl who was broken up with Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, for fun, no. Yeah, but what is it?
No, I know.
Come on. I mean,
let me just finish, because it's so funny. I want to get out the rest of the funny stuff.
All right, go ahead.
Then the next time you called was when you bullied my maid.
Well, I have tape of that, too.
Bullied.
I'd like to play that for you.
No, wait.
I'd like to play that for you. I didn't even talk to your mate. It was Gary who kept saying, can you get Chevy? You want to hear it?
Well, then Gary's the bully. But the point
But Gary's not a bully. He didn't bully her.
Excuse me.
All right.
I was listening to it over the phone with my wife. Now, listen, fellas.
Yeah.
You know what a bully is, don't you? I don't like bullies. Is that clear? Well, I don't like people calling my home early in the morning, and then I don't like you, period. Now, I don't have any reason to talk to you any further than this. I think I've made myself clear. You can say whatever you want about me on the radio. I haven't heard your program. I don't know where it plays or where it doesn't
I don't believe
play.
it. Why would the guy call me an ass if he hadn't heard the program?
I don't know.
And, you know.
It's never made any sense to me.
Me neither. You have heard, but hasn't he?
His whole phone call never made any sense to me. Why was he on the phone to start screaming at us?
I don't know. I never got it. I know the guy's had some trouble with painkillers and stuff. Maybe they're confusing him.
I go work. Bye.
Well, what's the purpose of the call? How did that clear the air? And then he hung up. So this has been the most awkward thing in the world. Now, the call he's referring to, I called his house one time, and that really got out of hand. Remember that?
Yeah, but Bells was here. Remember?
Yeah.
We were saying, Bells, do you really know any stars?
Yeah, here's what happened. Here, Gary, you get her on you get Chevy on the phone. Here, do it right here, right with Bells watching, because Bells is the, yeah, and Bells was with us, and he knows Chevy.
Yeah, and he gave us the number.
Right. Go ahead. Gary's good at this. That's why I hired him. So when you see Chevy Chase in California, shouldn't we just make
From the Howard Stern show. I think we got disconnected. I was looking for Mr. Chevy Chase. We come on the air with Howard and Richard Belzer. It's not Chevy Chase's house?
Whose house is it?
Whose house is it?
Let us speak to the owners.
Do you live there, or do
Ask
you
him
work
if it's
there?
the Palisades.
Or you work there?
Are you in the
Did Chevy Chase
Palisades?
used to live there?
But tell him we spoke to Chevy yesterday here.
Because I called Chevy there yesterday, and he answered the phone. Then how could he have answered that phone? Maybe I have the wrong number. What?
Whose house is it?
Whose house is it?
How about Jayni Chase? Ask for his wife.
How about Jayni? Can I talk to Jayni? Who's that in the background?
Melvin Chase.
I had kids.
Yeah, that's Chevy's kid.
Three
He's got
daughters.
3 kids.
Can I talk to Jayni?
Let me talk to one of the kids.
What are the kids' names?
Slappy, Happy, and Mappy.
Getting Jayni?
Hold
Good.
on,
All right. Here comes Jayni. Yeah, okay. Where's the actual call, Gary? Where's the call when we got Chevy on the phone? Oh, here it is. Okay. Wait. Okay. No, I don't have it.
Oh.
That's the one I don't have. How could I do a retrospective without that? Fafafohi.
Very
Fafafohi.
important to the record.
Yeah, I'm giving you the retrospective of our history with Chevy Chase.
Baba Booey.
Because he's calling in.
I'm nervous again about a new call coming in.
I welcome it.
All this.
Give me the part where Chevy, you know.
Where Jayni gets on the phone?
Yeah, where Jayni gets on the phone and we talk to Chevy. And then Jayni and Chevy start yelling at me.
Yeah, and then Chevy yells at us.
Where's that? That ain't it. That's the one you're missing, bro. That's the good one. You guys don't have that?
Oh, we've had that. I've heard him play
We've
it.
played it a million times
I know,
on
I
the show.
thought we played it as a bumper. I thought we...
Yeah, well, yeah, you got to listen to those. Okay, so this is key, though. You got to hear this tape if you want to know the whole history. Guys, give me an ATA.
Maybe they better check with Scott. Maybe Scott's got that one again.
Yeah, you know, every bit I try to do always
2
gets
minutes.
sabotage. 2 minutes?
What?
All right, I'll take some phone calls because I don't want to skip this part. It's essential in the history of Chevy Chase. Captain Jenks, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Hey, Howard, how you doing?
All right, man.
Bob and Tom just had a very,
Let's not get into that, okay? Go ahead.
What else you got?
Oh, okay. Rosie O'Donnell has a new biography out now.
Right.
And she brings me up on it.
Brings you up?
Me and you.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
When is this coming out?
It's out now. It's in the stores right now. It's I just believe it's called Rosie O'Donnell Show, and it brings up when I called in and called her a fat pig.
And she wrote the bio?
I don't know who wrote it. I think somebody wrote it for her. You know, I don't think she wrote it herself. But
yeah, but it's like Rosie O'Donnell was somebody.
Right. They call you like an annoyance, and they call me an unprofessional annoyance.
Yeah, well, you never passed yourself off as a professional anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't have that tape, do you, of you calling her show?
Me calling her a fat pig?
Yeah.
Not offhand, no, I don't.
Okay, all right. I would have played that while we were vamping here.
Oh, man.
All
Fred,
right.
you got it?
For something else right now, Jenks.
He's looking for something else. He's busy. All right, man. Later.
All right.
All right. Captain Jenks, everybody. You should call us back with that call. You know, that phony phone call he made to Rosie O'Donnell.
Nobody can find their tapes.
We got that tape, Gary, or what? All right. We have the worst radio show in the country.
I have the part where Chevy comes in on the bumper, where he says, where the wife's saying, hello.
What is
Where's
this?
the whole call?
Where's the call?
Well, this is what I have.
Let me hear what you have.
Okay.
Mr. and Mrs. Chevy Chase.
All right.
Hello?
Who's this?
I got it, Jayni.
Jayni, we got it.
Listen, he's not
Hey,
bad-mouthing you.
Hey,
This
Jayni,
is early in the morning.
Jayni,
No, this ain't the call, though.
Please, get off the phone. I want to deal with this.
All right.
Hang up the phone.
Well, but, you know,
Jayni,
someone
please
can
hang
call
up the
you.
phone, will you please? We are on the radio.
Why is he being a jerk?
Wait a second, Jayni. We're on the radio. I'm trying.
I understand that, but
What?
why is he saying that to you when you're a very nice person?
No, he's a nice guy, but he's being real mean to me on the.
He's not being mean to you.
You want to hear what he said about me on Larry King?
Jayni, get off the phone.
Belt.
Jayni, get off the phone, please. Thank you.
Chevy. I've always been nice to you.
Hey, Howard, is this you?
It's me. We're on the air.
I got news for you.
What?
I didn't badmouth you, but I do have some news for you.
What?
This is my home, and I don't like you, okay? Is that clear?
All right.
Okay? So don't call my home again.
Okay, fine.
See you later.
Bye.
Spreading warmth to everyone.
All right, so you get the idea. It's a much longer phone call, and it's a lot funnier, but you get the idea. You know.
You're going to make up.
I don't know how that's going to happen.
Yeah, right. So that was bad. So then his wife was on the phone with us. I don't know why Gary didn't. When I ask you to put these things together, do you ever listen to this stuff? And I wonder who put this together for me. All right, I'm going to start obsessing on how it wasn't done properly now. But that I'm a bastard. Anyway, so then we called the house. And he says he'd never badmouth me, but he did. He called me an ass on Larry King, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, so.
But I think that's Jayni doesn't know this whole history.
Right.
She's defending her husband.
Yeah. So then Stuttering John would run into Chevy everywhere he went.
This got to be a regular thing.
Yeah, and then that got real ugly, too.
Wanted him.
This got pretty bad. Mm-hmm. I played for you, but it's not recued. Sabotaged by my own show. One day I'll have a real show. All right, here's John with Chevy Chase.
Hi, Chevy. Good. Hi, big fan. Can I ask you a question? This is for the Howard Stern Show tape for broadcast.
What?
It's for the Howard Stern Show tape for broadcast. Are you more jealous of Howard Stern or Andrew Dice Clay?
What?
Are you more jealous of Howard Stern or Andrew Dice Clay?
Am I much what?
Are you more jealous? I'm a big fan. Please, Chevy. I've been waiting to meet you for a long time.
You're a big fan of mine.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much.
Chevy, let me just ask you, please. Would you please, Mr. Chase? Chevy, can I ask you just one more, please? Do you read the scripts you choose? Chevy, do you read the scripts that you choose to make? Or do you... Chevy, do you know what a bully is, Charlie? You know what a bully is?
A bully is a guy about 6'5" who calls up people who can barely speak the language and bullies them over the telephone until they're willing to get the people at their private homes on the phone. That's a bully. Bully's a guy who picks on a guy with a speech impediment until he can hardly speak anymore. That's what a bully is. Do you know what a bully is?
Well, yeah, that sounds like a bully.
Do you know what a bully is?
Let me ask you one more question.
I have to go now.
Please, let me... I'm from the Daily News.
So that was one of the times. And then John ran into Chevy Chase again.
Stuttering John here with Chevy Chase.
Hey, Chevy, how you doing, man?
All right.
Let me question. This is the Howard Stern show for broadcast.
Why not put
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to get you.
Well, you did push me, didn't you?
Oh, no, just trying to
recall that?
Just trying to say that this is where the camera is.
What do you want?
Are you still wearing a toupee, Chevy?
What?
This is the Howard Stern show tape for broadcast. Are you still wearing a toupee?
Am I still what?
Are you still wearing a toupee?
What is wrong with him? What does he want? Does he want me to put his dentist in a higher tax bracket? Is that what he wants? Did you hear what I said?
No.
Does he want me to put his dentist in a higher tax bracket?
I don't understand.
Well, it's a joke. Tell Howard to look it up.
Let me ask you.
Get out of my way.
And then it got even worse.
It's made for some funny radio.
It's great radio. and then Chevy went on the Arsenio show and badmouthed me.
Get out of my way.
So this has been going on forever.
You've been fighting with DJs lately.
I have.
Like who? Well, I don't know. I just heard about it. I don't even know why you waste your time, but I hear you've been fighting with DJs.
DJs mean radio guys?
Yeah.
No, I haven't even done any radio.
Oh, okay.
You mean Howard Stern? That guy? No, I haven't been fighting. He called my home early in the morning and berated my housekeeper. She's a lovely El Salvadoran woman. Beat her up, basically, over the phone to get me on live at 7:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I thought that had a lot of class. And beyond that, I guess the guy's basically an egg timer. I don't care. I'm not fighting with him. I just don't like him. Couldn't care less about him.
Yeah.
Why does the guy hate me so much if you never heard the radio show? That's what I got to ask him.
I don't know how he generates all this hate for somebody he's never heard, doesn't know anything about.
I guess guys just get jealous of somebody who captures the imagination of the public. And they can't quite put their finger on it. For some reason, people in show business hate me. And they hate that I'm like sort of popular beyond anyone's belief.
That you should be.
Yeah, from doing this radio show. And they listen to the show and they go, well, I could do that. Why am I not doing that?
I'm much funnier than that. I'm greater than that.
I'm greater than that. So I say, well, you're welcome to it.
Person than that.
Come on the air and beat my ass then. Yeah.
But do you think he's finally, sat down with a psychiatrist and figured this all out?
I don't know, but he's calling in today because he says he's going to work everything out with us.
Come on.
That's what he said. Gary, get in here. How did
this come about?
Well, we're going to find out. Here, let me play the rest of this Arsenio appearance.
I didn't get all the details. It's just like, Chevy's into it with the DJ.
No, just when a guy calls your home, if he called your house in the morning and talked to your people that way, you'd be very, angry. But I'm not going to do anything about it. It's like a cab driver. Why do I have to deal with that?
Yeah.
Having driven a cab, I know what that means.
What's a doggy disco, by the way? And I only have 2 seconds.
A doggy disco?
Speaking. That was one of my early TV specials, doggy disco. A lot of dogs dancing to the album.
Whatever. How did this all come about? This
current phone call that we're expecting.
Okay, so here's what's going on.
All right.
Caddyshack, the movie Caddyshack, classic movie, is ABC is counter-programming the Olympics. It's going to be on this Saturday night from 8 to 10.
Right.
The president of Warner Brothers called Chevy, and Rodney Dangerfield for that matter, and asked them could they call on the show. Rodney doesn't get up so early.
Right.
And Chevy agreed.
Wow,
said,
great.
And Chevy said, I never met Howard.
Right.
I have no, it's no big deal. I'll call him.
Great. All right, well, let's see if we can't patch things up. I'll try again.
Another chapter.
Yeah, I had no problem with Chevy. Chevy's the one who started bad-mouthing me, and I just wanted to ask him about it, and every time I ask him about it, he starts freaking out.
I really have a feeling, Howard, I'm telling you right now, I can see this getting off on a bad foot, because you're going to say, he's going to want to call in about Caddyshack, although he knows, I spoke to his publicist, and I said,
here's what I'm going to say.
We have to address what happened. Right, yeah. It has to be addressed.
Yeah, of course. Here's what I'm going to say. I would say, Chevy, hello. First of all, Chevy, Caddyshack is going to be shown against the Olympics. How do you feel about that? Something like that, okay? Let the guy do it. That would be nice, right?
Good start.
Okay.
Good start.
Then I'm going to say, hey, look, there's been a lot of bad blood between us. I just want to know why you badmouth me on Larry King if you never heard the show before.
But wait a minute.
And then
Why are you going to start off with something nice?
Because
let's keep him on the phone.
Let's get a guy to answer one question before he hangs up.
What do we care about Caddyshack?
I do. I want to hear an answer, a legitimate answer,
from the guy.
She's so angry.
I know, she's angry.
But you want to keep the guy on the phone a little bit.
Yeah,
Who cares whether he stays on the phone? If he doesn't want to straighten this out, who cares whether he stays on the phone?
But then why have him call in at all?
Yeah.
We could just play these games like
I want to hear one answer first.
I want to hear him talk about Caddyshack?
No, what you want to do is see if he'll answer the question or he'll start right in with me.
He will answer the question.
Now the betting begins.
Hang up and his purposes will be served.
And now the betting begins. I say he's... You know what, Robin? You do the interview then.
No, I'm not doing it.
Trust me to do it.
I don't care. You know, it's stupid. It's stupid.
All right. Well, listen, I've been stupid my entire career, but I've gotten pretty far.
It's not a point. Why are you doing something for him to get an answer out of him?
I want to see if he'll answer me. He might not even answer.
He'll answer that
No,
question.
he won't.
All right.
I say he won't even answer it.
He won't answer the Caddyshack question?
No.
Why won't he?
Because he's going to start right in.
No, he won't.
I don't think so.
I think he's going to start right in.
I think he's going to hope that you never bring it up.
That's right.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, let's see what happens. I'm asking him that question. You don't have to like it. Nobody has to like it. I want to ask him that question.
So I'll take a bet with you right now. You're
Go
betting.
ahead. I am betting that
ask
he will not answer that question.
The Caddyshack question.
That's right.
How much?
Why would he get up in the morning to call?
But why did he get up the last 2 times to call and then not even talk to us?
No.
You know,
the last 2 times, you wanted to get into this right away, and he just wanted to get his plug in.
Listen to the call again.
Well, hold on a second.
I just said, hi, is this Chevy? And he goes, who is this?
But that won't even answer the question.
That's his shtick. And you said, now, look, are we going to talk here? And then he said, you know what? I don't like you.
He wouldn't, even when I was being nice, he wouldn't answer the question.
But that's the whole point. But you were trying to be nice but get into this conversation.
Yeah, well, whatever. I'm going to ask him that question.
So much you want to bet? I'll take the bet that he'll answer Caddyshack.
All right, how much?
$50.
All right, 50 you're on. He ain't going to answer it.
You're going to say, Chevy, Caddyshack is on this weekend. You're going to say,
I'm going to say this. Chevy, Caddyshack is on this weekend against the Olympics. Something like, how do you think it'll do against the Olympics?
And
Something
you
like
don't think he'll answer that question?
No, he will not.
What do you think he'll do?
I don't know. He's just whacked out. I'm telling you, he's got too many painkillers in him.
You know what? Double that, $100.
$50.
$100.
Now you're making me nervous.
Come on.
$50.
I've never seen a person blow their plug.
Well, yeah, the way you guys are talking. You're saying he'll answer it.
Nobody blows a plug.
Right. What?
Nobody blows a plug.
I want to see if he says anything.
If he's heard this, he might not call in.
Well, he's probably not even going to call in.
If he calls in and you ask him that question, he'll answer.
Then the second thing I'm going to say to him is, hey, Chevy, let's get this straightened out. I never said anything bad about you.
Your name, time, or goodbye.
Well, let's see.
His big beef, this much I know.
Yeah.
His big beef with you is that you called us home. That's his big beef.
But that's
more than
not
anything.
how it started.
Yeah, I mean, it started way before then.
No, that's how it started.
No.
It started with...
It started on the Larry King Show. We had never called him
okay,
that.
He was screaming that I was an ass.
Right, and then we called us home.
Yeah, but we wanted to talk to him.
I know, but that's what he's angry about.
Big
But
deal.
he was angry before, Gary.
Yeah.
That is true.
His anger goes back before then.
I'm not taking sides. I'm telling you why he's angry, what he says he's angry about.
And Belzer was there. I mean, that's his bud. It's crazy. Whole thing is crazy. That's what I'm telling you. The guy is not all there. The guy's crazy.
All right, how much? Now let's take the bets whether he calls in or not.
Whether he calls in?
Because I think he's hearing this now. I think friends are calling him. He's in the New York area. You know what I'm saying?
I would say he probably isn't going to call in.
I'm going to see. I'll take that.
He'll pussy out.
I agree. He won't call in either.
No. Well, anybody want to take opposite bet?
I say he'll call.
You say he'll call.
Yeah.
Want to go
How much?
50?
Yeah.
Because I was the first one who said he wouldn't call if he heard this.
$50.
I'll give you $50 on that.
I think every time.
So can I get 50 on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. You say every time he has called and he will
Every time he's called in before, he's like tried to do that. Hello. He's like been trying to goof it.
That's what he's going to do during my first
and
question.
He's going to try and do that again, and that maybe he'll be smart this time and just kind of.
You don't think that maybe the guy's in his car right now and a friend calls him? You don't think he says, you know what? I'm in Caddyshack 20 years ago. I don't need this crap.
Right.
But he must. If he's
that's why I'm betting 50. I don't think the guy's calling.
So if he calls at all, that's what Fred's betting, right?
Well, he's supposed to call at 9 o'clock.
If he
He's calling us. We can't call him.
Right.
That's right.
He's calling us. No,
that's right.
And if he were calling in to promote, say, like Vegas Vacation, I'd say he's going to call.
Right.
But I don't think there's a lot at stake for him to call in today.
Well,
dude, I don't know, man.
There is.
And I'm not even. You want to know something, man? And if anybody knows him and they're calling him and telling him I'm a bastard, I'm not giving him a hard time. I'm just saying to him, dude, if you never heard the show before, why are you going around saying I'm an ass and you hate me? I mean, you know, of course you listen to the show. You must have listened. You wouldn't form an opinion about somebody without listening, because he's never met me, doesn't know me. How else would you form an opinion?
Yeah, why would you be so adamant that you're nothing if you knew nothing about him?
Here's what I say is going on. Chevy's kids are how old?
They're in their teens now.
They're probably teenagers.
And this is
in high school.
This is the weird area that you get into that makes him nervous.
Yeah.
So you know.
Well, hey, I don't care.
I understand.
His kids are teenagers. Everything makes him nervous about me. His kids are teenagers. They live in the New York area now. Every kid who goes to high school loves me and worships me because I'm the goods. They love it.
And now he's got to hear this in his house.
Yeah. And now his kids come home and go, "Hey, Dad, why are you being such a dick?"
Can I give you an analogy?
Yeah.
So you think he's going to take the phone call and he's actually going to resolve it?
I think that's the intention. That's the intention, but it'll never be resolved because the guy gets angry.
He
can't bring himself to be humble and to resolve things and say, you know what? I guess I didn't lie. If he was honest, he'd go like this. I'll tell you what happened to me, Howard. I was on some painkillers. And I heard you. I mean, I listened to the show a couple of times.
Now you're wait a minute. Which way did you bet?
I
think you're on painkillers.
Trying to hedge your bet.
If I was Chevy Chase, this is how I'd get out of it. Because I don't want to deal with it anymore. I don't want people walking up to me in the street and saying Howard Stern, Howard Stern, Howard Stern, because that must be going on for him every day. It must be Howard Stern, toupee, all this kind of stuff.
Howard, can I just tell you this? Just tell you this one thing.
But here's how I would handle it. Let me hold your thought. If I was him, I'd call up and go, "Hey, Howard, here's the deal. Okay, I heard the show a couple of times. It rubbed me the wrong way. I guess, I don't know. You know what?
I didn't get it.
I didn't get it or something, and I just got on the air and I was venting. And I was being silly. But he can't do that. That guy's not humble. He can't admit he was wrong.
See, I think he could admit he was wrong, but I think that the way you present it to him is not going to give him an opening.
See, I've never presented it to him.
He could...
Here's what I'm going to ask him. Let me word it again.
He knows Chevy Chase.
He doesn't. Let me word it again.
Spoken to him more times than you have.
You've spoken to Chevy and you've gotten to know him.
I've spoken to Chevy.
You've gotten to know him.
I will say I've spoken to Chevy at least a half a dozen times and had some extended conversations.
See, I got to agree with Robin on this.
Spend time with him.
Because, Gary, every time I've talked to the guy, I say, "Hey, Chevy, let's clear the air." I go, "Why would you comment on a show that you didn't hear?" And then he gets ballistic. Do you think that's confrontational?
No, but you might be right. Maybe he's ready to settle.
Maybe. All right. Hey, listen, I would love nothing more than to get this out in the open.
I'm just fascinated by Gary going on.
Hey, Robin, it's called an opinion. Everyone's allowed one, even retards.
Yeah.
I just want to say that I would never, if I were anybody, I would never, ever, ever piss you off. And here's the analogy. Remember when we were at, like, the height of the war with Bon Jovi?
Right.
Right? And you think, like, Bon Jovi was selling millions and millions of records, and people were saying, what could Bon Jovi care about Howard?
Right.
I remember a friend of Bon Jovi said to me, John really wants to put this to rest. And I go, what does John care about what Howard thinks about him?
Right.
And he said, every day, Howard pounds away. You know, Bon Jovi puts out a record every year.
Yeah.
You are on the radio every day pounding away.
It's brutal. I know that.
And they said pounding away in his own backyard, meaning his whole family was listening.
Yeah. And we made up fine.
Yeah, but I mean,
he came back and he apologized.
It was beautiful.
It was beautiful. Let me tell you something, man. I am a professional pounder.
You are.
I am. And I'm going to tell you something.
Anybody who has read any of your books
knows I have a bug up my ass.
You are relentless.
I have a bug.
Believe
I do.
that you can get whatever you want.
That's right.
And you will not stop until you get it.
That is true. That is an accurate description of me. I am Mr. Ballbuster. And I'll tell you the truth. I've been like that since I was a little kid. My parents hated me. I whined and whined and whined till I got what I wanted.
It's
you
true.
Can wear anybody.
My father busted my balls every day, and now I'm making the world pay back.
But Howard, it's so true.
All right, so don't F with me.
It's like, hey,
your father said nothing to you but shut up. Now he listens to you every day.
Yeah, my father told me to shut up. He told me I was a moron and I was stupid and I'd never get anywhere. So I have spent the rest of my life trying to prove to that old man that I'm somebody.
And using all forms of media.
Right.
Got a radio show? Let me bust Chevy's balls. Oh, I got a book. Let me bust him some more.
I wrote my book. I wrote about Chevy, and I said his show would be off the air in 6 months.
I'm sitting here thinking now there's so much bad blood.
Yeah.
From everything that's been said. How could this guy call in?
He's got to, because if he wants to clear the air, he could very easily be a friend of the show.
I wouldn't do it.
It's just a matter of showing me some respect.
I wouldn't do it.
Hey, in the words of Chuck Zito.
It would be too. I wouldn't do it.
In the words of one of the greatest guys on the planet, Chuck Zito.
Chuck Zito, yes.
He says, hey, somebody disrespected me. I'm not going to let him get away with it.
I agree. I'm not saying you're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
I'm simply saying if I was Chevy Chase, I'd leave it alone.
Okay, but what's his alternative? To go through the rest of his life having our audience bust his balls?
Chevy's problem is that he's never shut up.
Right.
He's continued
to badmouth me.
To badmouth you.
That's right.
And continue to stoke the fires.
No, he must call up today and soothe me.
I will tell you.
He has to
Are
soothe
you
me.
going to try and start from the beginning, Howard?
What is that?
Are you going to try and start from the very beginning?
No, I'm just going to ask one
What
question.
the hell happened?
I'm going to ask a nice question about Caddyshack, which I doubt he'll answer, which I now have money on.
$100.
$100. $50. $50.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
I wouldn't take that bet.
And then I have, right? Am I right?
Right, you're
okay.
right,
I'm telling you, I'm going to win the $50.
But the other bet is whether he'll even call.
That's true. I got that bet, too. I don't think he will. But if he does call, I will ask him the question about Caddyshack. And after that, I'm going to say to him, Chevy,
Click.
Let's review. Why did you badmouth me if you haven't heard the show? I want the answer.
Why don't you find out what prompted the first thing he said when you're sitting there on Larry King? Maybe
Fine, I'll
some
ask him that, too.
technicians were talking about you, or Larry King said something.
My name came up on the show.
Well, we understand that.
No, I'm talking about the
question is,
satellite.
why does he have this animosity?
No, but Jackie's right. What is the genesis of the animosity?
Came on the Larry King show and mentioned Howard's name.
And he said...
That generated the conversation.
Right, and he said, I'm an ass. I just wanted to know, if you haven't heard the show, why am I an ass?
That opinion had to come from somewhere.
He's not calling.
Boy, that Howard Stern is such an ass. I mean, really, nothing. There's nothing there. Nothing.
You can't leave it alone even now.
You were funny. You know, you were just funny, Stern. Makes that Nick Downey look like Joyce Brothers.
He's really burned up about me.
But the point is, how would he know that?
Yeah, he's a comic.
Not
You were the
listened.
new kid on the block. He obviously listened and checked you.
Of course, that's what I want him to admit.
Why won't
As a man, he should admit the truth. You understand what I'm saying?
It's ludicrous for me.
A real man would say, I heard you. I was threatened by you. You're a fantastic performer. I got a little...
We've had people say that before.
Of course.
There have been people who
That's
have
right.
finally seen the light and come forward. Is Chevy one of those people?
But even if he says he listened and he thought you sucked, at least admit that he listened.
Don't burn me. Don't burn me. It's a lesson to all of you Hollywood creeps.
He could have left it alone. He never had to say a word.
Right. I have the people on my side. You see, people don't realize that. They're not just fighting with me. They're fighting with my audience. The people are on my... I sit at home. My audience is out there. Hey, Chevy, how's your toupee? You know what I mean? What is it?
Can I get some action on this bet?
What do you want to bet on?
I say he's going to call.
You do?
Yeah, I'll bet you $50.
I'll bet you 52.
You're on it.
Oh, you want to go on it, too?
Yeah.
Now, Gary,
I can't afford to lose any more money, but
am I going to get paid today?
Yeah.
I would like to just bet on that.
That's a better bet. Wait a second. Now, guy, they said he was definitely calling, right?
Oh, yeah, no, I spoke to
All right, he's
publicist.
calling. All right.
All right, 50?
50.
All right, you're on. I got 50 with
I
Fred,
think he's got
50
it,
with you. Robin has 50 with Fred, 50 with you. And I got 50 with Gary. Says he won't answer the first question.
But here's the thing. This is what blows me away. I think that he's calling with good intention.
Good.
What he's calling about, there's nothing at stake for him.
But he's calling us. He can't
Howard,
forget
I think
who
he's going to
Howard
call. He's
Stern
just calling
is.
anybody.
No, right, that's what I'm saying.
Calling the guy he thinks is an ass.
I think he's calling with the intention.
No, here's why
of
he's
patching
calling.
this up.
He is calling. You're right. He is calling with the intention of patching this up.
Whether that'll happen.
But it'll never happen because he's Chevy Chase.
But I think he's...
And he cannot bring himself. He feels he is high on the show business ladder. He feels he is a better person than I am in show business. He
won't put you
and
on the plane
That's
with
right. He will not put me on the plane with him by saying...
And I don't think he's calling with the intention of patching anything up. I still think he thinks he's superior.
Right.
And he's going to lower himself to plug this stupid Caddyshack movie by calling you.
And he hasn't even been humbled at all, even with his TV talk show and the failure of his movie.
Nothing humbles him.
I think he's tired of people, our fans, bothering him. That's why he's
think
calling.
that's true.
I know that for a fact.
I think that's
why
very true.
He's calling. That's why I think I'm going to win this bet.
I think you're right. But I
Hasn't
still
he been
think...
bothered for years?
Yep, and I still think, Robin, that he will, under pressure, when he gets on the phone with me,
He will crack and not be able to do it.
And he will not be able to clear this up,
No.
and he will end up hanging up the
We
phone.
will have another battle.
Yeah.
Well, I think that.
But you're not going to provoke him. You're just going to ask him.
No, I'm not going to. I never provoked him.
I agree.
I never provoked the guy. I just said, hey, listen, we've had a weird background here. I have a question for you. Now, if this is provoking, you tell me. I don't provoke people.
He has to make to provoke it.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Air bothers him when it comes to me.
He does hold on.
Yeah.
He knows that he knows for a fact through his publicist I explained that you guys are going to have to discuss this.
Yes.
So it's not going to be a surprise.
Right. I will pick up the phone.
There was another call where he knew it would be discussed.
Right.
Look at how that went.
Let me play that call for you.
But you know what, Howard? A lot's happened since then. He's had a lot of bomb movies since then.
Well, I say he hasn't been humbled. I say he needs 50 more bombs.
Howard, the call you're about to play, he was actually supposed to call in on your birthday. Missed the date, and so I mean, again, there was nothing in it for him to call except just to call.
I know,
there was
but
nothing to plug. It was
he calls in with good intentions.
I'm telling you, it eats him up. That day of the birthday, he could not make that call because he just couldn't bring himself.
He wants me to
make up.
He wants me to get on the phone and go like this, Chevy. I love you so much.
Absolutely.
You're the greatest entertainer on the planet.
You do that up front.
You know, the only thing that would make me happy in life is if we made up so that we could be friends because I love you so much.
Right, yeah. He wants that kind of phone call.
That's right.
I just want to ask the guy. I don't know this guy from a hole in the wall. I just want to ask the guy, why are you bad-mouthing me if you never heard the show? That's all. That's not confrontational, I don't think. I mean, it's a fact that he bad-mouthed me.
I mean, here's a guy who just point blank says, I don't like you.
Yeah, I just want to know why.
And keep in mind that...
Is it because I'm in entertainment like he is? Or I mean, what is it about me that he doesn't like if he hadn't heard the show?
To the point that he'd like to attack you.
Yeah.
And he probably had less of an opportunity at that time to have heard you because he lived in L.A. and we weren't on the air in L.A. So
whatever.
I don't know
you know what? It might be a 2-second phone call where he'll answer the question, and then I'll say, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you for answering my question. And let's plug Caddyshack, and we'll be done with it.
Now, if Chevy calls up to you and you ask him that question, and he says the impossible. He says, you know what? Heard you rubbed me the wrong way. I didn't like you. I've since changed my opinion of you. Then what will you say?
Then I will say, then why did you go around saying to everybody that you never heard my show? Why would you lie about it? I don't understand.
So that's almost an apology, but it's still not enough of an apology.
It's not an apology. I said, well, then I want to know why the guy lied and said he'd never heard my show before.
That's when the call's over.
Whatever. Those are the questions I have.
Suppose Chevy goes, oh, I made a mistake, but he's being like sort of his sarcastic Chevy.
Then fine. If he says, listen, I made a mistake. I got caught up in the moment. I didn't want to admit I listened to your show.
He ain't saying it.
No, of course he's not saying it.
Let's bet on the total length of the call,
If he's being
Howard.
the sarcastic
That's
Chevy,
the way
he
to
says,
bet.
yes, Howard,
Yeah, that's what
you're
I mean.
a genius,
Suppose he's being...
and, you know, I'm going to be on Caddyshack this weekend, and it's coming on
love you.
Saturday.
Then it's fine.
You know, yeah, of course, I think you're great. Of course.
See,
it was all shtick.
Right. All right, then I'd say, but, gee, I got to ask you one question. It didn't sound like shtick to me when you're off air.
Well, that's because I'm a great actor.
Okay, whatever. I was just saying, well, so in other words, you always loved me all along.
I hadn't listened to you, but, you know, my kids started listening to you, and they like you.
So then I'd say, so you admit you lied when you said you never heard the show before.
Whatever.
Fine, then we're fine. Then we're cool. If that happens, we're cool.
Why don't we wait till he can come in live and just lick the bottom of your boot?
No, that's not licking the bottom of your boot.
What is wrong with Gary?
He's wacky. Why do you think that's such an outrageous thing to tell the truth?
Because I agree with you. I think that people should tell the truth. I just don't think that
he can do it. Well, we all have bets. Now, Jackie, I'll tell you what we could do.
I think we should bet on how long the call's going to last.
I'll give you this. We all put $50 into a pool. Whoever wants to get in the pool,
And
then you write down. No, I think we write down how long we think the call will go.
And the person closest without going over?
That's right.
Yeah, take a minute at a time.
That's the way to bet.
I don't like this bet.
You don't like that, right?
That's the way to go.
Howard, the way it can work is that we all write the time down so people can't do a second more than the next guy. Let's just write
but
it down.
Howard controls the phone call.
Oh, that's
No, we don't. Not this time.
Yes, he does. Unless Chevy hangs up. But if Chevy just goes along with everything, Howard could keep it going.
I will never.
Time is up.
No, I would never do that. I would never do that. I'm telling you in advance what I'm going to do.
Are you that good a DJ that you could actually know that you have 3 minutes and get a guy to hang up?
I can make anybody hang up whenever I want.
Wait. Let's go the other way.
Wait, let's answer that question.
Let's go the other way.
You've worked with me. How long have you been working with me?
I know what you're going to say.
14 years.
All right, let me ask you something.
I'll bet you $100.
Don't you think that I'm manipulative enough that I could get anybody to hang up when I want to?
Oh, yeah, but Howard, here's the bet. Wait, hold on.
You can't make it last 5 minutes.
Would I do that? Would I do that today? No, because I want to have a better phone call than I do manipulation.
But wait a minute. The last time, and I'm not saying you could manipulate it that way or another way, but you could do either. You don't have to just make him hang up at a certain time. You could keep him on forever.
That's true.
Okay.
No,
I mean, he's as charming as that. He could charm Chevy Chase in a second if he wanted to.
Right.
All right? The last time somebody challenged you, Fred said you couldn't make him upset. In 10 seconds, Fred was walking off the show.
Right.
And
so stop asking.
And you did the same thing to Richard Lewis.
So can I just say something?
I want to go the other way.
All right. I am not allowed to bet on that one.
I say it's a
yeah,
bad
that's
bet.
I don't well, you know what? And neither is Robin, because she could, manipulate the conversation.
Yeah, there you go. So let's leave her out of it, too. All right.
So now nobody's
what were you saying?
Jackie had a good bet.
I had a question for you. Do you think, just for the point of argument, that he really never heard the show?
No.
No.
See, I do. I think there's a possibility.
Please.
Hold on. Give me a second to explain. There are sometimes...
Maybe he read about me and then didn't like me.
I agree with you. Maybe it was one of those things where he's so arrogant, he probably never got up early in the morning.
Right.
I mean, he used to be hot stuff.
Right.
He kept hearing everywhere, Howard Stern, Howard Stern, Howard Stern, Howard Stern.
Right.
He's on the Larry King show. He's feeling like a big shot again. Jenks calls up, spoils his day. Howard Stern.
And he was offended
so
by...
let him admit it. Let him admit that.
He never heard you.
And he was offended by the call when we called him a set of flesh.
See, I think
and you
that's
asked about
another...
Trixie's wife. He was offended by that. So maybe pull that all together.
Oh, that's
But that happened after.
It's not possible.
Mark, you're on the air.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
Listen, you got to remember, I can't give you specifics, but you go back a few years. You've made comments that you've liked some of his acting, but the big thing is you stuck up for Chevy when Fox started his TV show, badmouthed him before the show even come, and then screwed him and kicked him off.
I absolutely did, and you're right. One of the points I made when Chevy Chase was fired from the Fox television show, I was furious with Fox. I said, how is it 2 weeks ago they were saying he's the greatest comedian, he's going to save late night television, and as soon as the ratings weren't there, Fox television began to badmouth him.
Yeah. Right. So
and I said that's why he needed $9 million, because he got his reputation ruined. You've got to be very careful when you go into these TV deals, because in 2 weeks they could be bad-mouthing you. I said they had to rush into the paper and say bad things about him. Fox ran into the newspaper and started saying bad things about Chevy.
But that's the beauty of Howard. He will never side with the wrong decision, even if he doesn't like somebody.
That's right. Reminded me.
What are you? What are you doing?
Hey, Robin.
No, I'm talking about further in the conversation.
If there is a further.
There won't be. Michelle, you're on the air.
Hey, in the interview that John's doing where he's explaining what a bully is, he goes on and on about what kind of a person picks on someone with a speech impediment until he can't even talk. Isn't he talking about when you pick on John with his stuttering?
Yes.
Right, so he's admitting. He's admitting that he listens because he knows you do that.
Of course.
There
you go. Thank you.
All right. Have a good day.
Thank you, Michelle.
Bye.
Well, obviously, this will be an interesting program today.
Everybody's interested in what's going to happen.
The phone call is supposed to occur around 9 o'clock.
It's like a championship fight.
9 to 9:15. I told you I had to go through the history for everyone in Canada and Louisville and also
all the new markets, Wilkes-Barre,
Indianapolis, everywhere. Yeah, Jackie.
No, I was just going to say he had to have heard you because just the way he was speaking to himself. And that very first thing on Larry King when he's going, there's just nothing there. There's just nothing. He wouldn't have just said that from magazine articles or something.
Who knows?
He must have listened a bunch of times.
Let me tell you something, Jackie. I can't even profess to figure him out.
I think he's just an angry guy. I mean, the guy's been married 3 times. I mean, how well can he get along with people?
Good point.
But if he was angry before, now you've had a hit movie. That's got to make him...
Make him even more nuts.
Maybe he saw, the movie turned a lot of people around. Maybe he saw the movie, and now he sees something.
Yeah.
He sees red.
It depends. I talked to someone yesterday. They don't even want to see me because of the movie.
Who's that?
Some person I know. I don't know. You're weird. They were like, I really don't want to know you anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
Somebody you actually know?
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, listen, I told you the movie.
Oh, it's not a matter of whether it's okay or not. That's an awfully strange reaction. It was a sweet movie.
Yeah. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. All right, listen, what can I tell you? It's going to be fireworks today, one way or another, and someone's going to win some money.
I want to go home. I don't want to go to Wally World. Clark, under the circumstances, I wouldn't mind if we just went home. In retrospect, it seems like a pretty bad idea driving out. It's been one disaster after another. Yeah, it's been a real drag, Dad. Maybe we can try it some other time. Wally World's overrated anyway.
What do you think?
I think you're all in the head. We're 10 hours from the fun park, and you want to bail out. Well, I'll tell you something. This is no longer a vacation. It's a quest. It's a quest for fun. I'm going to have fun, and you're going to have fun. We're all going to have so much fun we'll need plastic surgery to remove our damn smiles. You'll be whistling Symphony Doodah out of your holes.
Hey, Joe, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard, Mega Dildos from BCM, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a little different angle on this Chevy Chase thing for you. You know, did all this take place before you were an accomplished author and before you were your big movie star that you are now? He might be calling up to try to kiss your sweet behind, you know?
Maybe. Who knows? He might be calling up to kiss my ass, but I don't think so.
It all started long before and during.
Yeah. What is it?
I'll tell you that I have 2 more phone calls. That one phone call that we wanted to like a minute and a half where Jayni gets on the phone.
Yeah.
Have that whole call. And then I found a call where he called in for your birthday a different time, and it went sort of like we said today would go.
Yeah.
And then again, it went right off.
Where is that one?
That's on Reel 2.
Let me take a listen to that. Hello?
Hello?
Who is this?
Am I on the air?
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Who is this?
Chevy
Happy
Chase.
birthday.
Is that really Chevy?
Yes.
Uh-oh. It never goes right. Are you kidding?
Well, did you get the date mixed up?
Chevy, what happened? And I was bad.
You're paying me.
I was bad rapping you this morning because you didn't call in.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You know something? I never listen.
See, Chevy now I think likes us.
I don't know. There's something different about his voice.
Chevy, what's the deal? Are we calling an end to this feud?
I don't have a feud with you. I never listen, but that's because I just listen to the news.
You do listen, though.
No, I really don't.
I don't believe that.
I swear to you.
So why are you calling now, and why are you feeling better about us?
Why are you feeling better about us?
I'm not necessarily feeling better. I just think it's nice to say happy birthday.
Oh, please.
Chevy, I don't even remember why. Why am I mad at him?
He started it with the Larry King show.
Oh, that's what it was. You started it with Larry King.
Did I really?
Yeah. You went on the Larry King show, and during the satellite conversation, you went and said that you said I was an ass. What did you say?
You were unfunny, untalented.
Yeah.
He didn't get it.
Right. And then I got upset. And then Belzer was on the show, and then I called Chevy's house.
Right.
And Chevy, rightfully so, was mad that I called his house.
But it was Belzer who put us up to it.
Yeah, and it was really Belzer. Normally I wouldn't have called you. And I figured
Girl who keeps interrupting while we're talking.
But I figured that you would have a sense of humor about me calling. Out of all the people in the world, you would have a sense of humor with Belzer here and everything. I thought it would be cool.
Yeah, since he was a friend of yours and he was, like, calling you.
Yeah.
I got to replay that phone call. It's the best. When we called Chevy's house. Did you ever actually hear it?
Well, let me tell you something about that.
See,
No, really, honestly.
Now I'm going to get lectured.
No, I'm not going to lecture you, but it's not fair. You know, and it's not right. We had small kids, and they were sick. And
oh, come on.
Well, we've apologized.
We've apologized for that.
It was a mistake. We admit.
I don't know who this woman is who keeps talking.
I'm Robin, okay?
Robin what?
Quivers. Now,
Robin
does that tell you?
Oh, you know who Robin is. You listen to the show. Don't say you don't listen. You do. I know you do.
I don't even...
Then how would you know I was unfunny?
What?
Then how would you know I was unfunny?
I've known you for years. What, are you kidding me?
What do you mean you know me for years? You've been listening.
For 15 years.
You listened?
No.
How do you know him?
I know him through Belzer, you know, and he calls me every so often.
Yeah, but I'm funny. I'm funnier than you.
Howard calls
God bless you, man. That's all I can say.
I'm the funniest.
Yeah, you probably are. You and Larry.
Larry who?
What's his last name?
This always ends up in a war.
I know. We always wind up with bad vibes here.
Chevy, man, what's your problem with me?
I have no problem. I really called to say happy birthday.
You have to mellow out.
I'm mellow, and I'm sitting.
What happened when I called your house? So the kids weren't really sick?
Yes, they were.
They were not.
Yes, they
and you
were.
know that your house...
Well, it was a shame, terrible that you were sleeping while they were sick.
Let's not fight about that, okay? Let's not even fight. Let's just let it go.
Who's your buddies? Steve Martin? You play cards with him?
Yeah, I love Steve.
It's a good life, right? I mean, you basically have enough money now where you can play cards with Steve Martin. And who else? Johnny Carson?
Thousands, man.
You like Johnny, though. You think Johnny's funny, right?
I think you're probably a little funnier than all of those guys.
I know I'm funnier than Johnny Carson. I know that.
Yeah, well, I know you know that.
And everyone's afraid to say that Johnny Carson wasn't funny because, I don't know, they're afraid. They're just afraid. There's nobody in my generation who could possibly...
You really want to hear my view on this?
Yeah.
Well, okay, Johnny's a very funny guy. And a good guy.
How's that?
But is that... Why do you dislike that idea?
Do you ever go over to his house?
Why do you dislike that idea?
What?
The idea that he might be funny and a good guy.
Because he's not funny. He's just never done anything funny.
Well, it's an opinion thing, Howard. He thinks he's funny.
No, because Chevy gets to go to Johnny's house. What's that young hot wife of his?
I got to go snap a fish, but
no, come on.
Birthday
Talk to me a little bit.
Okay?
Chevy, talk to me a little bit.
I've got to go.
What do you have to do? You're not doing anything.
Snap a fish, see you.
Why is it taking so long to prepare the talk show?
Now, Howard, if you go to Reel 1, we also dug out one of really the most brutal Stuttering John interviews ever.
Really?
Genuinely brutal.
This is what Chevy is supposedly calling in about 15 to 20 minutes.
Supposedly.
You know, Howard, in the grand scheme of things, that was a great call. That was
actually kind of, that was as friendly as it ever got.
The most civil we've ever been.
But it still ended up with him hanging up and leaving unhappy.
He was unhappy.
You accomplished nothing.
Chevy, can I ask you a question from WXOK Radio?
Any particular name? What?
Oh, this is when John used the British accent, trying to disguise himself.
Well, no, I had a mustache. Chevy didn't know it was me.
All right.
From WXOK Radio.
I didn't understand a word you said.
Can I ask you a question for WXOK Radio?
Absolutely, yes.
He's very patient.
Were you high when you said you'd beat David Letterman?
Was I what?
High when you said you'd beat David Letterman.
What do you mean high?
Stoned.
What do you mean stoned?
Wasted.
What do you mean wasted?
Did you think you'd ever see the day that Garrett Morris is more happening than you?
Oh, you want me to do this?
Yeah, can you send an autograph picture for us?
Sure.
Chevy?
Oh, I'll send it to you. Sure.
What is Chevy ignoring you now?
He's signing autographs, but he's stuck because 5 people around him, so he can't run away.
Joe last year, I did.
Chevy, do you think that you'd ever see the day that Garrett Morris is more happening than you?
Hi, how are you? What?
Do you think that you'd ever see the day that Garrett Morris is more happening than you?
You have parents?
Yes, I do.
Did they bring you up right?
Yes, they did.
Did they bring you up to do these?
Speaking.
Did they bring you up to do what you're doing? Did they?
Yeah.
Would they be proud of you?
Yes, they would, Chevy.
Really?
Yes, they would.
I'd like to meet them.
Do you tell your children?
Write me.
Do you tell your children that you're an accountant, or you tell them or you tell them the ugly truth?
About what?
About your career.
About my career?
Yeah.
I tell them the ugly truth.
Does it bother you?
How's your career going?
It's going good.
Why 2 mics?
Well, because
you just can't get a job with one person.
Oh, no,
see you later.
Oh, come on, Chevy. Hey, Chevy, Howard Stern. Anything to say about Howard Stern?
I love Howard.
You guys are in a feud.
We're not. I never listen to him. I have no idea why he's in a feud with me.
You Chevy's wife?
Oh, don't go away. Don't. Just leave her alone.
Oh, no, she said to me, Chevy.
No.
Yeah.
Did they bring you up to be like this?
Well,
did they bring you up to be like this?
I'm a journalist. No, here, take it. You want it?
It's fake.
There you go.
There you are. Now, what's your real name?
I'm Stuttering John.
Well, you're not stuttering now.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. You know, I'm still nervous, though.
I don't blame you.
Let me ask you. Does it bother you that not only did you fail, but no one even remembers or cares that you failed?
No. That's what I'm looking for.
You know, sound like you're beating up the guy, quite frankly. You do sound like a bully.
You know what a bully is?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of history here.
Wow.
Tons.
Tons of history.
Tons and tons.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, maybe keep going back to the logs and finding more tape, I'm sure.
Yeah, but, you know, listen, he's calling in. Maybe it'll all be put to rest.
No, he's not.
Now I'll bet you Belzer don't show up.
What's Belzer doing? Oh, Belzer's doing today. Right. Oh, that's right. That'll be funny. What a weird coincidence that is. Chevy. It's Howard. It's Howard and Belzer. We're live on the air. Hey, Chev.
Howard and who?
Belzer, Richard.
Howard Belzer?
And Richard Stern. Howard Stern and Belzer. We're doing our radio show. Trying to talk to you. What are you bad-mouthing me for? Howard Stern and Richard Belzer. We're on the radio.
What? Whose radio? Whose radio is on?
Yours.
Is
why
your radio on?
Larry King told me to call. Why are you bad-mouthing me?
Will you turn it down a little, please? I can't hear you.
So what's going on? Why are you bad-mouthing me?
Hello?
Who's this?
I've got it, Jayni.
Jayni, we got it.
Listen, he's not bad-mouthing you.
Hey,
This is early in the morning.
Jayni, get off the phone, please. Get off the phone. I want to deal with you.
All right.
Hang up the phone.
Well, but, you know,
Jayni,
someone
please
can
hang
call
up the
you.
phone. We are on the radio.
Why is he being a jerk?
Wait a second, Jayni. We're on the radio. I'm trying.
Yeah, I understand that. But
What?
why is he saying that to you when you're a very nice person?
No, he's a nice guy, but he's being real mean to me on
He's not being mean to you.
You want to hear what he said about me on Larry King?
Jayni, get off the phone.
Belt.
Jayni, get off the phone, please. Thank you.
Chevy. I've always been nice to you.
Hey, Howard, is this you?
It's me. We're on the air.
I got news for you.
What?
I didn't badmouth you, but I do have some news for you.
What?
This is my home, and I don't like you. Okay, is that clear?
All right.
Okay, so don't call my home again.
Okay, fine.
See you later.
Bye. We've had some bad history. Well, maybe it'll all work out today.
Stranger things have happened. They've entered wars, actually, where people have bombed each other. Here we go.
Here we go. Chevy.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, who's this?
It's Howard. How are you? This is Howard and Robin.
Hi, Chevy.
Hi, how you doing?
Chevy, I understand your movie's going to be on against the
Olympics.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, on Saturday.
Caddyshack.
You know, Caddyshack.
Right.
Yeah. Did you ever see it?
Yeah, great movie.
Yeah, it's good.
Really good.
Well, I made back some money just now.
You just made 50.
I made 50 also.
No, I lost 150.
What happened?
You see, okay, first of all, we had bets that you wouldn't call in. I lost those.
Why'd you do that?
Oh, because I didn't think you would call in because of just all the water.
All that's gone on.
All that's gone on before.
We've never even met each other.
No, we haven't.
So how could we have any water under the dam?
You know, everything. With me calling your house, and the whole thing.
That's a long time ago.
Hey, let's clear the air, okay?
All right.
All right. So remember when you were on Larry King and you said you didn't like me and that I was an ass?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then you said I never heard the show ever.
Yeah.
But why would you think I've always been curious about this, and I mean it. Why would I be an ass if you never heard the show?
Well, wasn't this after you called me?
No.
No, it was before. I never understood why you were so perturbed about me. Was it?
But did I say that on the air or just off the air?
Off the air.
Off the air.
Oh.
I mean, you really sounded like you were just like, God, the guy's an ass. I don't get it. And
I
don't know. Him to Morton Downey.
I don't know how we got off onto
such why I did that.
Yeah, I never understood why we got off on a bad foot. Other than I actually wanted to understand because I do bring this out in a lot of famous people.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be the only one. I mean, there are famous people I know. I've read interviews with them. They go, I've never heard the show.
Yeah.
I hate the guy. And it's almost like they resent my success.
Geez, I don't know why I would have said that. If I'd never heard you, I don't know why I said it.
Yeah.
I know why.
Why?
I know why.
Okay.
Because, do you remember when I was shooting Fletch?
Yes.
And that, what was that girl's name?
Julianne Phillips.
Julianne Phillips, the one who was
right.
married to Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, and you called, I know why now.
Right.
Because, apparently you called, we were shooting in Astoria, and you called and asked me a bunch of questions about her divorce.
Right.
And at the time, I remember that I didn't know who you were, but I remember that she was, like, crying every day because she was really going through it. You know, it was very hard. And you were very mean.
You know what was weird to me?
What?
She married the guy. She came out with it with a couple of $1 million.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't see. And she's the one who left Springsteen.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know.
I figured like,
I don't know the details. Well, I remember I don't know whether a couple of $1 million pays for all the emotions she was going through. But all I know is that I was shooting this movie and I got this call, and you started asking me questions about her sex life or something, and I just felt you were an ass.
Right.
So it came from somewhere.
So it did come from somewhere.
I think
all
that's
right. You want to know something?
That's where it came from.
That's the only thing I ever wanted to know. I really had nothing against you. I always enjoyed your work. I mean, I really had no problem. In fact, I just never understood why I was such an ass. And when I tried to ask you about it, you got pissed off.
And every time we went down the wrong road or something.
Yeah, I guess that's what it was.
That's the only thing I can think of. And you know what? It's water under the bridge, for Christ's sake. I mean, it's
all right.
I mean, what the hell?
All right. What do you think, Robin? That's a very good explanation.
It was an explanation.
It really was.
I didn't know that.
That's what it was.
Okay.
Wow. I'm pretty sure because I had not heard you. I don't think you'd called me or anything yet or anything like that.
No, certainly the call to home hadn't come.
No, then I called your house because Belzer. Hey, by the way, Belzer is actually here, which is total coincidence.
He's the instigator.
He is. Belzer gave me your phone number and said, "I'm a really good friend of Chevy's. He has a great sense of humor. He won't care if we call him." And then I called you, and then you did care. You hated me even more.
He's the big instigator. He's one of the funniest men in the world.
He is. Hey, Belzer, come in here and say hello to Chevy. Yeah, let Belzer come in and patch up with you because you haven't spoken to him in a while, right?
Who, Richard? Well, I haven't seen him. I know he's had a TV show. You know, he's had big successes.
Yes. Hey, Bells, you want to make up with Chevy? Because you were kind of having weird feelings about Chevy too.
Why? What did I do to Richard?
Well, when we called the house, Richard felt you didn't have a good sense of humor about it, and he said, "Hey, what happened to Chevy? Maybe he's losing it and stuff."
Oh no, I think what that was is that I have 3 daughters. They were very young, and we didn't get much sleep. It was 5:30 in the morning in California. It was just all that stuff, you know.
Bells, why don't you say something to Chevy?
Good morning, Chevy.
Richard, how are you?
How are you, darling?
I haven't seen you in a dog. Well, I have seen you in a dog.
Now, wait a minute. How are the girls?
They're good. How about you?
Everybody's great.
That's good.
How about Bells' piece of ass wife, the porno star?
Easy action.
You ever met her, Chevy?
Is this true?
Oh, yeah. She was in Lady Chatterley's Lover. Don't tell me you never saw that.
I read it.
Oh, yeah. Good book.
She read the Florence version.
But Bells is married to a hot little piece of ass. Oh, yeah.
Easy there. Easy.
Oh, hey, man, that's a compliment.
Wait, but Richard, haven't you been married a long time?
Yes, you know my wife. You met her years ago, Chevy.
Yeah.
Right.
It's the same person.
The same lovely person.
Well, what happened that all of a sudden Howard's saying that about her?
Well, he's been saying that about her for years.
And by the way, as long as we're clear in the air, you know, I stuck up for you.
Who did?
Even though we were feuding, I stuck up for you during the whole Fox thing when Fox fired you.
That's right, you were.
I sure did.
God. You shouldn't have stuck up for me then.
Why?
Well, we didn't like the way you were treated. It was the way you
Not
were
about
treated.
the show, the way you were treated. And this is what I've always said. You know, people in the press said, hey, Chevy got $9 million when his talk show went off the air. How could they give him $9 million? I said they should have given him $50 million the way they treated him.
I didn't get... Oh, that's nice of you. I didn't get that. Actually, I didn't get $9 million either, but that was very nice of you to say.
Well, I'll tell you why. Why do they hire somebody and say, hey, he's the second coming of Christ? And
I don't know. You know, I tell you something. That was the hardest thing I've ever tried to do, and I'm glad glad I'll never do it again.
Yeah, I don't blame you. The thing,
God.
and this is what I say about Hollywood. If you do something for them, they tell you you're great. And then if the show doesn't work out, they're the first ones to go in the paper and say you suck.
Solhaney, what was her name?
Who?
Lucy Solhaney.
Lucy Solhaney was the woman, and I screamed about it. Even though, there was
she spent her entire... when we were taping that show, she was up in a little window the whole time and making faces and doing stuff. And she'd call down and say, we'd like to redo that. We didn't like it. And I just... all I knew was I had to do stuff like smell Engelbert Humperdinck's perfume and tell him it was good. And the whole thing...
Getting hard just thinking about it.
Nothing worked right. It was just unbelievable.
Yeah, it is weird.
But Caddyshack was, that was a long time ago, but Caddyshack was great.
Caddyshack is a great movie.
That I'd be willing to promote.
You're damn right. Caddyshack will air this Saturday night on ABC from 8 to 10 if you don't feel like watching the original Caddyshack.
If you don't want to watch The Rain on Channel 2.
Right. Because they are having weather problems.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've been waiting for the... downhill for 3 days, and that's...
I'm waiting for the rain skiing.
How you getting along with Bill Murray these days? You see him at all?
I don't see him at all, but if I were going to watch Caddyshack, it'd be for Bill. I mean, it's one of the funniest pieces of work I've ever seen.
I thought you two guys didn't get along.
Who, Billy and me?
Yeah.
Oh, sure we do. Well, we don't see each other, but yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm the only one you don't get along with.
No, just me and Richard.
Right. So, Bells,
feud is over.
Maybe you shouldn't give out Chevy's home phone number on any radio show.
Maybe that was a wrong thing.
Maybe it's all your fault.
Richard, you really are. You should be ashamed.
Yeah, look, I wish you could see me how ashamed I look. But, ladies and gentlemen.
Bells, do you have any feuds going?
Let's see. I have no feuds. If Chevy and I make up on this call, then I have no more feuds.
Yeah, what can I tell you? Hey, I'm going to go on record.
This is one of the greatest feuds of all time, and it's over.
I'm a little...
We're all getting older and wiser.
I see this shrink, and he says to me, if there's people in your life that you can resolve things with, it's hard to give up because you'll feel empty inside. Now I feel empty inside.
Oh. Well, you can start on me again. You can start in on me again.
You know what I'll do? I'll call your house again. You can be mad at me.
I'll tune in. By the way, all right, because I'm on the East Coast.
What is your new number, Chevy? Just, we're not going to bother you. Just
I'll give it to you. Ready?
Yeah, just give us your home phone number over the air so we can call you. Wow, this is weird. Don't give it up.
That's it. 4.
That's it, 4.
Just dial 4.
555-5555. Robin, this is so weird. I guess Chevy Chase is now a friend of the show.
What are we going to do now?
I don't know.
Well, geez, I didn't call to marry you. I just called to...
But darn.
Are you living in the East now, Chevy?
Yeah, we live in Westchester.
Chevy, can I ask you a question? Is it hard to have a feud with me? Like, do people come up to you on the street and start saying, hey, Howard rules, and you better shut up and stuff? I mean, do they give you a hard time?
Actually, you want to know something? It is. And
hard.
I don't know what to do because I don't have a radio show.
Right.
You don't have any place to vent.
Yeah.
I went to a ball game with my 8-year-old daughter.
Right. And it had to be hell for you.
There were 2 people there who yelled that, that's why Howard Stern says you're a blank.
Oh,
right.
No.
And I didn't know what to do. I had my 8-year-old was just shocked, and I didn't know what to say, and I don't know how to deal with that. But I don't know how you can be, responsible for that. I don't know what you can do. You've got a huge
audience.
Huge audience.
And they're loyal to me. It's funny.
They're very loyal.
You don't even have to say anything if you
right.
get on the bad
get
side.
it. Yeah. I can get it walking out of a store, and I don't know what happened that morning.
It could have been nothing.
Yeah, I mean, really, what we're trying to say to all celebrities,
don't get on our bad side.
Take it from Chevy Chase. Don't get into a thing with me.
It's not worth it.
If you have negative feelings about me, just keep quiet because I can't stop the audience once they get started.
Yeah.
I have no control over that.
I can't stop the dance.
Yeah, you can't stop it. Bells, you know that, right?
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
better than anyone.
Right.
And they'll always rat you out and turn you in, right, Bells?
They will. They absolutely will.
Well, nobody's said to me Richard Belzer rules yet, so I'm
Well, I haven't gotten a radio show yet.
Well,
but Chevy is right because a celebrity doesn't have a radio show or a constant
That's
opportunity
right.
to go on and rag on me. It's very
What
difficult.
did I say to you in the break? I said, I think I made a bad bet, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
And you said, why? I said, because he doesn't have a radio show.
That's it. So, Chevy, let's remind everyone, Caddyshack airs this Saturday night on ABC from 8 to 10 p.m.
Yeah.
And,
8 to 10, right.
And as of now, we don't have a problem with
I
each
have
other.
another bit of news for Chevy.
What happened now?
Easy, Chev. We have.
I smell a plug for Belzer.
Easy, Chev. That's
something
easy,
that Chevy
Chev.
and I did together.
Go ahead.
In 19-something.
Had really sex in a bed?
No, we did Groove Tube, the movie, which is being re-released on video.
Hey, you know what's weird about Groove Tube, the movie?
Is that true?
Yeah, I just got a letter from this company that they're redistributing it.
Why?
Why? Because they bought the rights and they want to make money.
You know what? You want to know what's weird about Groove Tube? I just watched it recently because wasn't Betty Thomas in that?
Yes, isn't that the one?
Was she, Chev?
Chevy, do you know Betty Thomas?
Yeah, I know she. I don't think she was in that.
Yeah.
Isn't that the one where she takes off her top?
She takes off her top.
Betty Thomas?
Betty directed me in Private Parts
Betty.
and was on Hill Street Blues.
Is that true, Richard? Was she in it?
I don't know. Was it that scene, My Wife, I Think I'll Keep Her?
No, that was a real down low. That was a down to, what do you call it? That
Triple
was
X.
Down to F nothing.
It was a game show parody, and somehow she ended up taking off her clothes. I think Chevy's in it. And
No, I don't think that was Groove Tube, though. That was,
Wait a minute.
Kentucky Fried Movie?
Yeah, it was something like that.
Oh, maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
They off those guys.
Did you see my movie, Chevy, or you haven't even watched it?
Which one? Oh, Howard Stern's?
Private Parts.
Yes.
You did see it?
Yeah, and I think you're very good.
Oh, you did like it?
Yeah, do you like acting?
I did. I liked it very much.
But it's hard, right?
Not as easy as it looks. Not as easy as it looks.
It's different than doing radio.
You bet.
Yeah.
A lot different. And I found it very satisfying.
So, Chevy, have you ever listened to the show?
To what show?
This show.
I listen to it every morning.
Do you really?
Really?
I listen to it all the time.
Oh, you do? Oh, all right. That's it.
All right.
All right, that clears it all up. Okay, Chevy, the classic movie Caddyshack airs this Saturday night on ABC from 8 to 10 p.m.
Look at this. This is terrible.
This is terrible. Now we have a friend. It was so much better when we were at war.
Well, you can go back at me again for a while.
Just stay in line, that's all.
That's it. Yeah, don't misbehave.
Now that I live in the East Coast, you can call in the mornings.
All right.
All right.
Hey, thanks, Chevy.
All right, take care, Richard.
Take care, Chevy.
All right, Chevy
take
Chase,
care,
everybody.
All right.
Caddyshack this Friday night?
Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh, Saturday night. Okay.
ABC.
Thanks, Chevy.
Okay.
Bye-bye. There you go.
Huh.
The guy was a gentleman.
Now we can't slam him.
I don't know how I feel about that.
You always said he was a good guy. Didn't you?
I did, yeah.
No, seriously, you
Well,
did.
he was a good guy, and then we kind of had a little falling out.
Right. And now how do you feel about
Now
it?
we're falling back in.
Yeah.
Who could have predicted this?
None of us did. None of us called this one.
Let's call Ripley's.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen, how long was that for you? That was a long one.
Very long.
Yeah.
I mean, that was
How many years?
8 or 9 years
Is
ago.
it that long?
Guy was a total
Oh,
gentleman.
my God.
Guy was a total gentleman.
Does he have a choice?
He said he listens to the show. No, he doesn't. He really doesn't have a choice.
But he was cool about
He was
it.
cool about it. You can't bitch about that. The guy was a
He's just
gentleman.
being a smart businessman.
Yeah. Well, whatever.
And nobody can blame you for
Said
that.
he listens to the show all the time, and he
No,
was
I'm sure
and he was
how can
angry
you not be a
because
fan of the show?
because I came on kind of strong about the chick he was starring with in a movie, and
Yeah,
that was
right.
what he based me being an ass.
Yeah, good.
All right, Mike, you're on.
You believe that?
Chevy.
Oh my God.
Chevy is such a weasel.
You don't like him still?
Nah, he's a weasel.
Why? Hey, the guy was a gentleman.
This guy's a speech therapist, obviously.
You know what it is? The audience doesn't want to give up
I
there.
know. Well, it was a great feud.
It was a great feud. We played everything that went on.
We played all the tape.
And it was so good.
I still say F Chevy.
Really? Why? You didn't like what he had to say?
Nah. Never liked him.
All right, well, that's why the chalk and
that's a
vanilla.
personal opinion.
All right. Hey, look, what can I tell you? The guy's holding a long-time grudge. It's not easy to get over.
I mean, look, he fessed up. He told us why he had that opinion. He was even honest about how bad the television show was.
Right.
I mean,
Everything.
you got to give a guy that.
The guy was humble.
All right, let's
Nobody
not
likes
worship
to
the guy
revisit
now.
that kind of crap.
Yeah, let's not go overboard.
Yeah, okay.
I
But
bet he's
Robin is
talking
right.
about you right now.
What'd you say?
I bet you he's talking about you right now.
I think
Doesn't matter, not on the radio.
As long as I don't hear about
I'm sure
it.
he's relieved right now.
Yeah, I think
frankly.
it's good for him to just have this pressure off of him.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. King, you're on the air.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Robin.
Good morning.
King
I
as
love
in
you.
as in Sky King.
I thought he was dead.
Sky King?
Flew that plane?
Yeah. Him and John Denver. Experimental plane guy, Sky King. First of all, the plane Sky King, for anybody who remembers that show,
Little plane.
Sky King used to drive like an experimental plane.
Yeah.
It was a one-seater.
Personally.
It was him and Penny that were in it.
Yeah,
Penny,
two
that's right.
engines or something.
Penny was a piece of ass. I don't know where she is now.
Fly, or did she always have to have a
But
pilot?
Penny was a lame chick who sat behind Sky King every day and couldn't figure out how to fly a goddamn plane.
That flying guy, she never took the controls.
That's like my father said to me when I was 17 years old. I had driver's ed, and I go, Dad, I don't know how to drive. He goes, you sat behind me for 17 years. You didn't learn anything. Like I got to teach you from scratch. I go, I swear to you, I don't know a thing.
No clue.
Yeah, no clue. Every kid in my driver's ed class knew how to drive a car already.
Yeah,
Just from watching.
I stole my car when I was like 15.
You're a very tough Jew.
That wasn't tough. I was terrified.
Is he?
He's a Jew. He's not a real Jew.
Gesundheit.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, King. What do you want to say?
Yeah, I got more talent in my left testicle than Chevy Chase will ever have.
At least you have a left testicle.
Well,
but you know,
where
ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, Bells doesn't even have a left testicle. And Casey, where's your tape? Listen to this. You know, we made up with Chevy Chase, and it's been very nice, and everything, we put it behind us. So Casey goes out to the, I don't know, Planet Hollywood or something, or Hard Rock Cafe last night, because he heard Harrison Ford was going to be there. He's going to interview him.
Oh, okay.
So Harrison Ford isn't there.
Never shows up.
Never shows up. So Casey, just by coincidence, walks out, and there's Chevy Chase.
Oh, no.
Where's the tape? I don't have it. No, where is it? I don't know where it is. Is this it? Oh, here it is.
Tape 2.
Oh, it's on this reel. Okay, good. Thank you. So he sees Chevy.
Uh-huh.
Do you know that we made up with the guy? You busted his balls.
I'm sorry, Howard.
Yeah, what are you doing? Causing problems for us?
No.
Yeah, so anyway,
Mr. Luke Cannon?
Casey's nuts. Listen to this.
How you doing, man? CBS Radio. How you doing today?
How you doing, man? Hey, man.
Everybody's man.
Hey, man.
He's in the locker room, wherever he goes.
Right. How you doing, man?
Gotta make. Why do you have to say man? You know he's a man.
It helps. It helps ease into it.
It's a guy thing. Come on.
Yeah. How you doing, bro?
I never meet a woman and say, hello, woman.
I'm always a bro or man. And I see you're into the bro thing.
Yeah, man.
Hi, brother.
Here we go.
What?
CBS Radio. How you doing today?
All right. What are you guys doing here?
Just hanging out. Come to see you. Hey, listen. Can I ask you a couple questions?
I'm in a hurry. Why?
I'll walk with you.
What's it about?
Because of Phil Hartman's death, are you throwing away your guns or at least hiding them from your wife?
Do you think that's funny?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's kind of nutty.
You really think that's funny?
Yeah.
You think that the idea that Phil's dead and his wife shot him and then herself is funny?
No, not that he's dead, no.
You think anything about it is funny?
Yeah.
I don't.
You don't think anything's funny?
I don't think that's funny, no.
I saw some of your movies. That wasn't very funny.
Oh!
Chevy, how about this feud with Howard Stern?
Then he
How's
mentions
that going? Come on, Chev. Chev, I love you, brother.
Brother.
An attempt at a joke. Reach it. Come on.
Oh, man. Now we got to call and apologize to Chevy.
Yeah. Hey, it ain't our fault. Well, I'm going to tell Chevy we're firing this guy. I'm not going to fire you, but I'm going to tell him I'm firing you.
I am sorry.
Oh, man. What's up with that?
Man.
Did you forget we made up?
Yeah, I must have. Howard, I saw someone on the street, and I figured, the first thing you always want to do...
What the dealio?
Is just ask him,
What about, you had a list of questions for Harrison Ford? Why don't you ask him the Harrison Ford questions?
Because I don't know if they would make any sense.
Sure they would.
That would have been funny.
More than that.
Yeah, the generics.
I guess you're right.
So how was it working with Anne Heche?
Anything. And then you got to bring my name into it.
I know, I've got problems. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the feud with Howard Stern, it's over.
Yeah.
Now it's all starting up again.
Wow.
Jesus.
By the way, I think, saying, hey, are you going to keep guns away from your wife is a legitimate question.
Sure, and maybe some people don't think there's any humor in there, but...
So you don't think you should have got that mad at me?
Oh, you don't, huh?
No, he really shouldn't have.
He was being kind of a tough guy, don't you think?
Yeah.
Then you should have said, like, you know, hey, what are your next projects or
How
something?
does Casey have the nerve to stand there and say, I saw some of your movies and they weren't funny either?
Because he's a big, tough jock, and he'll kick his ass.
Oh,
You know how you always say that, man, but I got to tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was growing up, I got picked on all the time.
Oh, really?
I was a bully, dude.
Really?
I totally wasn't.
Really, but now you are.
No, I'm definitely not.
Yeah, that's Chevy. He thinks you're a bully.
Listen,
what is it?
I got to tell you, Howard, I'm pretty heartless when it comes to this stuff, and even I felt bad when I heard it.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you for two reasons. A, the guy called up here and was nice to us.
Yeah.
If Chevy was at, like, the screening of 6 Days, 7 Nights, okay, he's
out there in the public.
But the guy's just having lunch.
Right. He was just eating.
He wasn't with his kids, was he?
No, he was by himself, Gary.
That's
all right, there you go.
That would be wrong.
I admire the fact that you went up to the guy and interviewed him. Just, I don't know.
Now I got to call his publicist today and apologize.
Right,
and,
right.
you know, like I said, he's trying to make up. He's not trying to.
Right. No, he's trying to make a legitimate effort.
I give the guy a lot of credit for calling here.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Listen, we had an accident. That's all.
So should I make that decision when I see people from now on? Say maybe.
No, go ahead with your own judgment.
Can I tell him something?
Yeah.
I think everything you did yesterday was perfect. Except for mentioning Howard's name, because then, you know,
Right,
you could choose what to do with it.
Right.
I understand.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Won't happen again.
All right. Sure it will.
You're right. It will.
All right.
Let him use his own judgment.
Yeah. Use your own judgment. I don't want to impede your creativity. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I've seen some of your movies.
You want to hear it again?
Oh, that is so heartless.
It really is. Very cruel. Very cruel.
What movies have you done, Casey?
Nothing. He's done nothing. He was a failed football player at some college. I don't know.
Carried around some big ring. Have you seen that ring he
Yeah.
wears?
He's not even like a real football player. He's got a big ring.
You'd think he won the Super Bowl.
I know.
How you doing, man? CBS Radio. How you doing today?
Someone comes up to you, how you doing, man? You figure, hey, from CBS Radio.
Yeah.
What? CBS Radio. How you doing today?
All right. What are you guys doing here?
Just hanging out. Come to see. Hey, listen. Can I ask you a couple questions?
He's all befuddled. He come to see.
And he's making up his own questions. This is all on his own.
Yeah, this is on his own.
I'm in a hurry. Why?
I'll walk with you.
What's it about?
Because of Phil Hartman's death, are you throwing away your guns or at least hiding them from your wife?
Do you think that's funny?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's kind of nutty.
You really think that's funny?
Yeah.
You think that the idea that Phil's dead and his wife shot him and herself is funny?
No, not that he's dead, no.
You think anything about it is funny?
Yeah.
I don't.
You don't think anything's funny?
I don't think that's funny, no.
I saw some of your movies. That wasn't very funny. Chevy, how about this feud with Howard Stern? How's that going?
Just to yell out my name.
Come on, Chev. Chev, I love you, brother.
There he goes. Oh, great. That's funny.
I love you, brother.
Did he chase him out?
If Chevy's listening, man, that guy's just out of control.
He's a kid.
He's a
He
kid.
doesn't know anything.
He doesn't know what he's doing. He's just trying to make his way in the world, that's all.
Oh, dear.
All right. Woo! Hoofa! Booyah! Booyah!
Oh, did you hear what happened to Quentin Tarantino?
No. Oh, no. Was he in a fight?
He got arrested.
For what?
For that fight.
You're kidding.
No.
Now they're arresting him?
Now they're arresting
I mean, isn't it a little late?
I guess they just got around to finishing the investigation, so he did get to go on last night. He's on Broadway and Wait Until Dark.
Yeah.
But I think they arrested him right after.
Well, his career's going well.
Sheesh.
Yeah, Tyrone, you're on the air.
Yeah, man, what's up?
Hey.
Hey, man, why you keep on cranking on the brothers, man?
Oh, please, another bad black impression by a white guy.
I'm a black man, baby. I'm a black man. What are you talking about?
All right. Well, you know, a while ago I made up with Chevy Chase, and I told you I met him and his wife the other day at that big John Bon Jovi party with Paul McCartney and Bruce Springsteen and all that. Jayni Chase. So now she's a good friend of mine, I guess. Because,
why?
Well, she contacted me. She said she wants me to promote something her and Chevy are up to. But I figured, what the hell, it's for charity, so I'm happy to do it. Let's see if I can find it. Here we go. I guess her and Chevy put together a not-for-profit charity.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure she did it, and Chevy had to put his name on.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of... Broads make you look good. I'm wondering if you consider doing Chevy and me, but honestly, mostly me a big favor. Yeah, it's mostly coming from her.
Right.
We've been raising the funds we need to run the nonprofit I founded in 1989 with an online auction the past 4 years. I don't know what the nonprofit is, though.
Yeah, what is it?
She didn't give me a lot of information. We go up on Thursday the 6th, and we close bidding on Thursday the 20th. Would Howard please plug the auction? Figuring nothing venture, nothing gain. So where's the info? Oh, I don't have it.
Just the dates. That's all you have.
Just send stuff to Miss Chase, and she'll get it to the right people.
Yeah, you see, this is what I mean. People ask me to do stuff, and then they don't give me any information. I can get more information to you on both our mission, work, and the auction. Well, why not just send it? Because I spoke to her assistant yesterday.
I see.
I spoke to her assistant yesterday, and I said, okay, I'm willing to do this. How do I do it? I go, did you send the information? She goes, oh, yes, I sent it to your publicist in an email. I said, oh, good, yeah, he sent me that. It's all in there, right? She goes, yes.
What's the name of the charity? And I can look.
There is no name for the charity.
It's the
Chevy and Jayni Chase are doing some sort of charity event on Thursday.
Something.
Thursday the 6th, which is today. We're closing bidding on Thursday the 20th. Would Howard please help plug the... I mean, what kind of assistant?
Where is the auction? You don't even know.
Nothing. She didn't put anything in here. This is the assistant. I spoke to the assistant yesterday, and I said, I'd be happy to do it. Do you have all the information?
Well,
she said yes.
Obviously, this is going to require another phone.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Gary, call somebody for me,
Yeah,
all
I'm
right?
looking now. I think it looks like the 3rd annual Chevy Chase Earth Day auction.
Earth Day.
Okay, good. Earth Day.
Let me see if I can find
I'm
it
all for that. I was studying, you know, my daughter started school yesterday, my 14-year-old, and we were reading articles by, this is a good school, man. They gave a first reading assignment, an article by Art Buchwald, the satirist, which I thought was great. And then, you know, we had a whole science article to read on global warming.
You're in school, too?
Well, I read it with her. I was interested. See what the fuck they're teaching them. See what they could teach me. I missed most of my education, unfortunately. So, you know, it was kind of interesting.
It sounded like your assignment.
Yeah, and I was, like, lecturing on global warming. You know,
were you?
Yeah, well, I bullshit a lot.
I was going to say, what do you know?
I knew what was in the article. So we had a whole discussion about this. That's why school's good. You would never discuss anything relevant with your kid, like global warming, unless it was school. The only other things you discuss with them are, like, you know...
Sex
and
trying
boys.
To keep them out of it.
Yeah.
It's a great way to teach.
Sex and drugs.
Yeah.
Like, have them read articles by great...
writers and thinkers.
Even reporters.
Yeah.
Because it's short form, it's not books. Like, guys like Art Buchwald or even like Pete Hamill.
I told my daughter, I said, you know, before Mr. Buchwald died, I said, he died recently. I was writing to him, and he was writing to me. She was like, wow, cool. You know, like, she would never be impressed with that unless we read the article. And it was a good article.
He was a good writer.
He was a great writer, yeah.
I was just checking out this Chevy Chase auction. Maybe some things we might want to bid on. Enjoy a day on the set with Cameron Diaz.
Well, I want that. How much is that going for?
It doesn't say. I mean, I could click on it and see
I would love that.
Anything.
I would love to.
Enjoy a day on the set with Cameron Diaz. Let me see if there's any info.
I would bid on that.
Donated by Cameron Diaz.
Look
a
at
day
this
on
one.
the set, based on availability, location to be determined.
How about my apartment?
No, that's not a set.
Sales tax will apply to residents to the state of Connecticut.
Look at this one. Lunch with Bill Clinton and Chevy Chase.
Really?
That's amazing.
Oh, I have to bid.
There's a paddling adventure with Christy Brinkley.
Ooh.
Paddling on a raft?
You made a paddling adventure with Christy Brinkley and a rare Caddyshack T-shirt autographed by both Bill Murray and Chevy Chase.
You know what I was watching, and I never appreciated it when it was in the movies? I was watching last night Spies Like Us, Chevy Chase and Dan Aykroyd.
Great film.
That is funny as hell.
Underrated, yeah.
Really?
Wow, yeah.
Because it got bad reviews and stuff, I don't think I've ever seen
Oh,
that.
my God. I saw about a half hour of it. I had to go to bed at some point, but I was laughing my balls off.
That is funny?
It's a great underrated, it's one of those great underrated 80s comedies.
Check that out then.
It's so funny. They go in the Army, and there's this, like, black general who's in charge of them and, like, teaching them how to be tough guys. And it's just funny as hell.
Donna Dixon is smoking hot in it.
Yeah. And then they go on a secret mission, and it's just... the half hour I saw was really fun.
I got to watch that, because, I was completely turned off to the name and the reviews.
Right. No, it's good.
In the beginning, when they're taking their test to get in, Chevy Chase, it's like classic Chevy Chase. He's being hilarious with his physical stuff, and Aykroyd is yelling out all those technical terms, and he's...
It's funny.
Yeah, it's weird you say that.
Really,
well,
really
what's it on now? Because maybe it's on demand. I'll try to watch it.
It wasn't on demand. It was on HBO.
But I'm saying if it's on HBO, it could be on HBO on demand.
Last night I was by myself because it's Fashion Week, and Beth goes to all the fashion shows.
Yeah.
Because
that's right.
Fashion Week has started already.
Yeah, and she goes, what do you think of this outfit I'm going to wear to Fashion Week? and she's practically naked.
Well, that's fashion.
She had this little, the smallest dress I ever saw with these big, fuck me shoes on. And I go, what is this?
I think you ought to put on some clothes.
Are you doing this for work? Are you getting paid? She goes, well, sometimes I cover it for extra TV or stuff.
But was she doing that last night?
I don't think so. I think she was
She's doing research.
She was just going out looking at. She goes, oh, you know how I love the fashion shows. And because she goes out with me, they invite her to this stuff. She never used to get invited to them. And now all of a sudden, she's on the circuit. She goes, well, I'm not going to see you. I go, but you dressed, some guy's going to hit on you dressed like that.
Well, somebody's going to hit on her if she's dressed in a sackcloth.
I know. Why don't you just call it, I'm going to go out and wear stuff that guys want to fuck me in. Week. Fred, what is the website and what is the event? Have you discerned?
It's called Charity Buzz.
Yeah.
And it's the 4th annual Chevy Chase Green School Auction. It celebrates its 17th year. Apparently, they try to educate people about the environment.
All right, so give me the website, if you would, because I have no idea how to promote this thing. I said I would do it. They don't give me any information.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like they have some good stuff.
I think if they just typed in charityfolks.com, they could find it. But
what do you type in?
I would go charityfolks.com.
Charity Folks.
Charity Folks. What do you got? Yeah, Charity Buzz?
Why would they make a guessing game of this?
Because,
Charity Buzz, Howard, used to be. It's a website that's hosting it. It's called Charity Buzz.
CharityBuzz.com. And then what do you look at? What do you look for when you get to CharityBuzz.com? Is it right there? Does it say Chevy Chase?
Because that's why I was clicking on Charity Folks, and it came right up.
How did you find it, Fred?
I just wrote Chevy Chase Charity, and then you get a search, and then all these things come up, and I clicked on one, and I got to the website.
And what is the website? CharityBuzz.com?
Yeah, CharityBuzz.com, I guess. I found it through another one, but CharityBuzz.com.
In other words, if I paid enough money, I could sit on a set all day and stare at Cameron Diaz.
That appears to be the case.
See, I paddle Christy Brinkley.
I typed in...
I would like to paddle Christy Brinkley.
Howard, if you go to CharityBuzz.com, it's right on the homepage. The first thing you see is lunch with President Clinton at Chevy Chase.
That's a good gift. How much? the Cameron Diaz one. How much?
You can also play tennis with Chris Everett if that rocks your boat.
I typed in JaneChase.com, but my computer's not on.
That might slow you down.
Now, why is there a picture of Ben Stiller? What can you win there?
Apparently, you can attend... This one I wouldn't even bid on. Attend Ben Stiller's next premiere of The Heartbreak Kid on September 17th in L.A.
He remade The Heartbreak Kid.
Heartbreak Kid is a great movie.
There's no need for him to remake.
God, is he going to... I get two chills thinking of that remake.
I do want to mention something. Where's Robin? Oh, here she is. Pat Monahan was just rehearsing. He's going to do a couple of musical tunes for us, so he sounds good. He has broken away from his band Train, and he is now solo. And he was in here with two guys, and I think it's going to sound real good. Also, I do want to mention that I have Chevy Chase and his wife Jayni on the phone. We have patched things up. We are all friends now. Right, Chevy?
Hello?
Chevy.
Can anybody hear me?
I hear you. It's Howard.
How are you?
How you doing? Hi, Jayni.
Hi. It's funny. We don't have anything to patch up. When we saw each other the other weekend...
Yes.
We were just talking like that, and it was kind of nice. You know
what was weird? Chevy and I were at a party with Jayni, and, when we were talking, I looked out of the corner of my eye. You know who was watching us the whole time you and I were talking?
No.
The creator of Saturday Night Live, the Lorne Michaels.
Right. Yeah.
He had his eyes on us as if he was seeing, President Nixon meeting with, Ronald Reagan. Like it was two real important figures in history. He was smirking and watching. But I noticed you don't talk to Lorne Michaels. Why is that?
I just didn't have much to say that night, but I do talk to Lorne. We don't have any bad things to say about each other. He's like a brother to me.
I didn't know. I thought there was maybe some beef or something. I didn't know.
Oh, no.
And there was something else charming, I realized. When Paul McCartney, John Bon Jovi, Billy Joel, Roger Waters from Pink Floyd, when they were all up there performing together. Jimmy Buffett.
Was Roger actually performing, too?
When they were all up there performing, you took out your cell phone and you said to me, damn, I can't get my cell phone to work. I want to take pictures of this. After all the years on Saturday Night Live, after all the years in movies and television.
He's still impressed by other things.
You were still moved enough to want to take pictures of this. You're not that jaded, are you?
Not that jaded.
I am very jaded. And by the way, those pictures stank, Howard. You know, we tried to put them up on the computer and stuff, and I really couldn't see Paul out well, and John and all of them trying to sing. But Billy was hilarious. Didn't you think it was funny when he did Elvis Presley?
Yes.
Nobody could see him, but he was doing Elvis.
It was fun. It was really something really to see. We saw a once-in-a-lifetime event, but I would have thought Chevy would have been like, you know what, I've had every year.
This happens every day.
I mean, the years on Saturday Night Live, the year that you did on Saturday Night Live, all the big stars used to come on. But he was not...
But, you know, you get used to that stuff. I mean, Paul, we've known Paul forever, and we see him every summer.
That was special.
But that was very special. It was funny how they just kept coming up with a key for him, because he didn't really want to sing.
Yeah.
But John Bon Jovi kept saying, what do you want, G? You want E? You want F? You know, and finally they would come up with a key for him. But he did it. You know, that was a fun party.
Why didn't you get up and play? You are a drummer. You even played with Steely Dan. Why did you not get up and play with this band?
I'm not a professional. You know, I don't do that stuff.
Do you feel intimidated in a group like that?
I don't feel intimidated. I just know who's good and who isn't.
Jayni, you and I hadn't spoken since that terrible phone call all those years ago on the radio, but I am really charming and wonderful, am I not?
Yes, I was surprised to discover that.
Yes, I thought you were quite taken with me.
Not only was she taken with you, but I'm getting jealous.
Yes, I think Jayni wants me.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
She wants you deeply.
There'll be another feud now.
That would be really ironic. After all these years, I ended up sleeping with Jayni, and Chevy got jealous. That would be really, really good. Now, I want to tell you something, Jayni, and this is a tough question. But what is it you like about me best now that you know me?
That you seem to be a nice guy.
Right. I told you I was. I tried to explain that. Jayni, you are involved in a charity. It is the 4th annual Chevy Chase Green School auction. You're trying to raise money for good causes, and I have contributed. I have offered, up there on the website right now.
Yes, you're there.
And we really thank you for that, Howard.
Yeah, so there is a tour of our studios, and you can come in and hang out with us on the air. We're offering that as a charity item on this website. And what is the website exactly?
It's called CharityBuzz.com.
CharityBuzz.com. And you can bid on a chance to sit in on one of our shows, take a full studio tour, or bid on many other exciting prizes. In fact...
And wait a minute, what is this for?
I mean, you could have
It really is for Chevy, actually.
It is?
Chevy's going to keep
money for Chevy?
Chevy's going to keep all the money. You told me privately.
Directly into my pocket. But you can bid on a quiet evening with OJ in Vegas. I don't know where.
How much does that go for these days?
Chevy, what do you think of something like that? I mean, here's a guy who got away with murder, and you would think he would lay low, but yet he seems to have some sort of addiction to being on the front page of the paper. Will he go to jail?
I believe he is in jail, and I believe that he might go to jail for much longer. I'd appreciate it if he would go to jail, so we wouldn't have to hear about him.
That's right. Now, let me tell you what I am going to bid on. On your website right now in this charity, and I do want to hear what this is for, but there is a chance to actually hang out with Cameron Diaz for a day. Is that correct?
We've got to get that one.
Yeah, explain that to me. I get to sit at her movie?
You hang out. I wouldn't. But the fact is... The fact is, Cameron's a sweet and a lovely girl who believes very deeply in the same stuff that you do and I do. And,
she really gets
as funny as we are on, the air or whatever, that in real life, you're a thoughtful guy. And
Don't lump me in with that.
Huh?
Don't lump me in with that.
Because we're going to buy that and send AA to hang out with Cameron.
I do lump you in there. I've talked to you. I know what you're like. I know that you're a family guy and a good guy. And the fact is, you know how the environment has gone pot. It's really, this is a big deal.
Yes, it is.
to be involved in this is a big deal too, because your persona doesn't seem to lend itself to this kind of thing. But the fact is, what you're doing is a tremendous favor to us.
Well, no, I am a very vocal. I was a big fan of Al Gore. I think he is the president.
You've been vocal on the environment
and
for a
I've been
long
vocal
time.
on the environment, and I like what you're up to doing. I'm glad that one of the items is our, studio tour and sitting in on the show. But I am very intrigued with the Cameron Diaz item. Where
She's really going to, deal with people?
Get in there and bid on it.
Yeah.
I mean, Chevy and Jayni actually really nudged a bunch of good celebrities.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a website where you can get dinner with Bill Clinton.
Really?
Yeah, you can play tennis with Chris Everett. You can spend the day on a movie set with Cameron Diaz. That's the one I'm very attracted to.
I might go for the Bill Clinton.
I like that.
You'd have to be with me too, Robin.
Now, Chevy and Jayni, is it true that with Cameron Diaz, I mean, that she really has to hang out with us? She just can't blow us off.
No, that says hang out on the set.
Yeah, but
if it were you, she'd hang out with you. But if it was somebody bidding, what you do is be on the set. You'd certainly meet her and have pictures and all of that stuff, but she'd be working too, and you'd watch the work.
So you can't go into the trailer with her and try to
you're not
going to
be her shadow.
There's no.
Go to the trailer and wash her underwear.
How much to bang her?
Yeah.
Artie, you want to bid on banging Cameron Diaz?
I mean, that would raise a lot of money. I mean, if the prize was to actually have sex with Cameron Diaz.
Has any charity ever offered that?
I'd pay $100,000 for that.
Chevy, isn't it true if Cameron Diaz really cared about the environment, she'd have let one of my listeners have sex?
You have to use your visa, I think.
That is correct. Now, so this is for a good cause. It is to help the environment. You guys have been doing this for 4 years. Up on CharityBuzz.com, not only do you have the right to come down to our studio if you're going to get this in the auction.
Now, has the bidding started?
I'd like to come down sometime and see your show.
Yeah, well, come on down.
That'll only cost you.
If you bid, you will be in on it.
Okay, I'll bid. That's right. Well, I'll bid. We'll go up against each other.
All right, so this is a very good cause, and you have all these different items. And how's the marriage between Chevy Chase and Jayni going? Are there ups and downs, or are you two still madly in love?
It's amazing, Howard. I mean, to be honest with you, it's rare that you get a marriage that lasts, 27 years.
Yes.
That has always been just, we love each other very much.
You left Saturday Night Live, I believe, from what I've read, and you can correct me on this. You left because you fell in love with Jayni. Jayni wanted to live on the West Coast.
No.
That was wife
another
number
girl.
2. I'm wife number 3.
You are? Chevy's been married 3 times?
I was married in the 60s for a short period of time to somebody I don't remember. And then for an even shorter period to a girl for about 9 months or so as I left Saturday Night Live.
How did that? Now, wait a minute. Tell me about this second marriage. You're saying he changed his whole life for her and it only lasted 9 months?
Chevy, that's crazy.
She wouldn't leave L.A.
Oh, she wouldn't. And you went there and you left Saturday Night Live?
Everybody but me knew that she was the wrong girl.
And nobody told you? Your parents didn't tell you? No one advised you?
Parents didn't have a hell of it.
Well, did anyone say anything to you ever?
No, nobody wanted to be. Lauren was not confrontational about that stuff. He was just a good friend and a close friend. And I know that he would like me to have stayed. Had he really reached out and said, Jeff, this girl's wrong for you, I need you, I would have stayed. But
you would have.
That's not the way Lauren is. He's a very giving and supportive fella, and I don't think he wanted to lose me at that time, and I didn't really want to leave, but I was very much in love.
But when the marriage ended after 9 months, did you say to yourself, oh, for Christ's sake, I mean, I left Saturday Night Live. I might have had a fun second season.
What was I thinking?
I mean, that had to drive you insane.
It did. I mean, ultimately, I had a film career that happened and all that stuff. So
right. It all worked out well.
I enjoyed myself and made some bucks. But the fact of the matter is I always regretted not, staying with that show longer because it was really my show. I mean, I founded it with Lauren, and I regret it, looking back. But, hey, a lot of people do silly things in their lives.
But was Belushi and Aykroyd so mad at you that they stopped talking to you because they felt you were undermining their success by leaving?
No.
They didn't care.
John was a little jealous, and he had a right to be. Nobody could pronounce his name.
John probably wanted you to leave.
But he wanted me out.
And it got Bill Murray in.
But we got Bill in, and the fact is, John was wonderful, and you know, I was just suddenly this big star, and it's because I said my name every week. That's what I told John. You know, but John, and then nobody can pronounce yours. You know, and John was probably a little more jealous than I had thought. In fact, I learned that much later.
Yeah, I thought John, from what I've read, I mean, what the hell do I know, that John really thought he was going to be the breakout star the first year, and it turned out to be Chevy.
You know, he deserved it, and so did Danny, who was a resident genius.
Genius.
But the fact is, it happened the way it happened, and I said my name every week. People knew who I was, and those, you know, there's no accounting for that stuff. The fact is, John did become a big star. That's what he wanted. But he abused himself a little too much.
Yeah, real sad. But so how soon after did you meet Jayni, or did Jayni break up the second marriage?
I met Jayni on a really great movie that I was making, and she was a production coordinator, and I was on the movie. And
you seduced Jayni as you were the star. What film were you working on at that point?
Under the Rainbow.
Oh my goodness!
Under the Rainbow with all the midgets.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody on that film was on drugs except for me.
Including Billy Barty?
Not the great Billy.
Not Billy Barty.
Maybe not Billy Barty, but Chevy.
You don't know, with 150 little people, you know, who are, you know, you can't tell, really.
Chevy, you saw Jayni on the set. She obviously was attractive. Yeah. And how long did it take you to get her in your trailer and seduce her?
I never did anything with her in my trailer. I did it immediately in the office.
In the office, you nailed her.
I was very polite, and I took her out on a golf cart one day for a little tour of the studio grounds and got lost and got sort of embarrassed. But we went out for a couple of dates, and I don't know, somehow she liked me.
The first time he asked me out, he said, he came over, and it was for the premiere. It seems like, well, actually, it was like the third time, but the other times didn't. I don't know. He kept trying to get me out. And anyway, he came over and said, I've got this premiere of my film, and, sorry. Anyway.
Yeah, but Jayni, this is a man who's very famous. You must have been completely bowled over that he picked you out. And there was pressure, I would imagine.
Were you of the opinion that, he's just going to mess me around?
Didn't you think...
He said, listen, Goldie's over in France right now, and someone else is going to go with me, but they don't feel well. Would you go with me? And my response was, not if I'm third choice.
So did you put out, Jayni, did you put out quickly for Chevy is the question?
No.
How long did it take Chevy to get in your pants?
It took me, it must have been, 4 or 5 hours?
Was it 5 hours? Was it that many hours? That must have been insufferably hard for you, Chevy, to wait 5 hours. Chevy, were you a ladies' man back in high school? I imagine you were the popular guy with your gift.
I was very extremely gay at that time.
You were. And then when did you stop being gay?
I stopped when I realized there were girls.
Oh. Now, but Chevy, you had your share of famous women before Jayni. You got all that out of your system, right?
As far as you know.
Yes. I mean, didn't you make love, if I may ask, Jayni, and this is, did you make love to Cheryl Tiegs?
Who?
Cheryl Tiegs.
I don't know.
The famous model?
Never met her.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, someone had did you get your share of famous women before you married Jayni?
I may well have had some dalliances with people who had a good name.
Jayni, did he discuss every one of them with you?
Did he brag to you on the first date, Jayni, how many women he had and gave you a list of names?
I wouldn't have been impressed. It would have worked against him.
Right. So you don't want to know the women he's made love to?
No.
Jayni, you've never asked him in the privacy of your own home?
In the privacy of our own home. She's never asked me. You know, we don't talk about that stuff much.
I brag to my girlfriend all the time.
I tell the dogs.
Yeah. But
you tell the dogs?
Yes. Jayni, want to listen, but you don't regret having gotten married, even though you had to walk away from that kind of exciting sexual life.
Man, I've got the best girl in the world.
Oh, I like this. Very nice. You two are a good couple. I am.
Yeah, we could tell how solid you were from that phone call.
Yeah, you even stuck up for each other.
Yeah, we love each other a lot.
Well, I'm very happy for you, and I'm going to tell you something. You were always good friends with Gerald Ford. I am one of the few people who will say this. I thought Gerald Ford was a good president.
Underrated.
Underrated. I do, and I've always said that.
He was a sweet guy, actually.
Yep.
I liked him.
Now, you got to check out this 4th annual Chevy Chase Green School auction. You two ought to come in one time so I can really get into this sexual...
Oh, God.
You know what? We will. And that's the case, man.
Do you
we
have
got to get
children?
out now because we got to go do this show. But
You're doing Martha Stewart's show?
I got to thank you so much for doing this for us.
All right, and the bidding closes Thursday, September 20th, which is this week. So any item you want, whether it's Cameron Diaz or Bill Clinton or Chris Everett, if you want to come into our studio and hang out with us, that's cool, too. CharityBuzz.com. Go on there, and it is for a really good cause, the environment.
You're a good guy. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Chevy. Thanks, Jayni.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Who would ever have predicted that?
Oh, this is crazy.
Well, that's what happens. You hang around long enough.
Stay here, and it'll happen.
He actually called me the other night and left the funniest phone message I've ever heard a human being leave.
Really?
Yeah. I was laughing out loud. And I don't do that often. If he comes in, I should save that message so that I could get his permission to play that for you.
I would love to hear that.
He accuses me of being a Jew. He
How dare he?
Accuses me of wrecking his career. It was the funniest thing I ever heard. Up next, by the way, and this is even more exciting, Kathy Lee Gifford is going to come in here and lick my balls.
Well, we haven't been here that long, have we?
No. I don't think we'll ever be here long enough for that.
How long will that take?
You know, Artie, I also want to find out, and I'm sorry I didn't do this just now, but I want to know if he remembers working with you.
Well, you know, it's funny.
When did you two work together?
Dirty Work.
Yeah.
Oh, he was in that too?
He came up. He was up in Toronto working with us for about 2 weeks, and one of the greatest nights I ever had was there was a pool hall that we used to go to all the time in Toronto. And when the first night he came up there, me, Norm, and Chevy Chase, and Norm's assistant, Lori Jo, we went shooting pool. Norm and Lori Jo bailed, and it was just me and Chevy Chase shooting pool together.
Wow.
For about an hour, and then we walked back to our hotel, and I was just asking him questions about Belushi, just picking his brain about stuff that I wanted to know about, and he was so nice. He talked to me for 3 hours together by ourselves.
He probably does remember that.
But then, you know, he did so much funny shit in that movie that they cut out, just physical stuff.
Yeah.
And, you know, he was a nice guy to me.
Wait a second, Artie, I have to interrupt you. Billy Crystal's on line 3.
And he busted Saga's balls in the most funny way.
Billy Crystal, have we made up with him? Is he all right with us?
I don't think he's all right with me.
He's
Jim,
never going to be all right.
Jim, you're on the air.
Hi, how you doing?
Hey, now.
Hey, you know, I think the viewers kind of want to know how you guys reconciled. I mean, for those of us that aren't quite up to speed without maybe airing too much of the dirty laundry.
Well, no, I can give you the quick update. What happened was Chevy called, you know, this is funny, and this actually is really interesting story. Gary reminded me of this. There was a time when Chevy and I were going at it so badly, and he was just furious with me, and I wasn't too thrilled with him.
Yeah, and he didn't back down. He kept firing.
He kept firing, and it got really ugly. And Stuttering John was on him, and a lot of the fans were really blasting him good. And they, you know, the fans. One thing about our fans, boy, they stick up for us. And when the going gets tough. So anyway, Chevy, in the middle of it, called Gary in the office, and he said, "I need to speak to Howard." And I said to Gary, "I ain't speaking to him." So Chevy said to Gary, "Listen, it's not even, I don't care if he makes up with me or not. It's nothing about that." He says, "I have a source that tells me someone went to the Inquirer, said something about Howard. They're going to blast him in an article." Now, I actually appreciated that. Now, what the hell this source was or what the story was supposed, the story never appeared because guess what? There's really no story with me. You know that. But he gave me a heads up.
Really?
That was the first thing, yeah. And then what happened was several months later, Chevy called Gary and said, "Listen, this whole feud thing is really getting to me, and it's just silly already. Any way to patch things up." And somehow, I don't know, we ended up speaking, and I ran into Chevy in California. I was with my daughters. I was two of my daughters, and I took them to a hotel. And I walk out of the hotel. Who's standing there? Chevy Chase. And we started talking, and we worked things out. He said, "Yeah, you know, I said some shit about you. I'm sorry I said it, and, you know, I don't know." And I said, "Yeah, man." And he seemed like a really decent guy. And, you know, he is Chevy Chase and Saturday Night Live.
Right.
That whole thing. And I'm actually, you know, a big fan of his work and have a lot of respect for what he did. And the fact of the matter is, so we worked things out. And I came on the air and I told Robin that I ran into him. And, you know, and we just kind of dropped the whole Chevy thing.
Yeah.
And, you know,
and
I haven't...
been a slow...
Yeah,
sort of, you know,
so
warming.
I got invited to this party this summer that I told you about on the air. And all of a sudden, I see Chevy and Jayni walk in. And Jayni, I've never reconciled
Right,
with.
No, there were never any discussions with Jayni. Jayni was still angry from the phone call.
I'm standing there at this party with my daughter. I'm talking to Bruce Springsteen, and now all I'm doing is focused on Chevy and Jayni coming in. And
Yeah,
I'm
is
watching,
that woman going to attack me?
Yeah, I'm watching, and the two of them see me, and they get into a huddle, and they start talking. And I'm thinking to myself, they're probably saying, maybe we're going to leave, or I didn't know what, or we're going to go confront him, or what. I didn't know where things stood.
Jayni was just waiting for this opportunity.
And then as the party went on, Chevy came over, and we were talking, and all that, but Jayni wouldn't come over. Well, later on in the party, Jayni did walk over, and she said to me, hey, Howard, what's happening? And blah, 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 blah. I'm Jayni Chase. I said, oh, hey, Jayni. I said, look, we've never had a chance to talk. I know things got really weird. I said, but, boy, we sure did some good radio together. She didn't really. Yeah, she goes, well, it was good for you. I said, yeah. And I said, well, you know, gee, I feel awful about how this all went down. I've had a chance to reconcile with Chevy and all of this. And she was really actually lovely, made it easy, and started asking me about my kid who was here and all that kind of stuff. And
yeah, the good radio thing, that only ever works with Trump.
Right.
Yeah.
He appreciates that.
He does. And then so, you know, like my feud the time I had with Sam, that blew over, and the feud with, Bon Jovi blew over.
Yeah.
I mean, here I am at Bon Jovi's house. We had a huge feud, you know. It was unbelievable. So it was kind of neat that, you know, it all worked out. And then I heard about their charity with the environment. They were really donating a lot of money, trying to raise money.
Got some good stuff up there for auction.
Yeah, and I said, hey, I would like to help out. They asked me if I would help out, and I said I would. So that led to this call last night where they thanked me for putting this item up for bid. And again, we welcome anybody to bid on it. It's for a good cause. And come on down here and spend some time with us, you know, to sit in for an hour or something.
I'd like to, Howard, but I think I'm going to go for Clinton.
I'm going for Cameron Diaz myself. I think hanging out with Cameron Diaz for a day would just be absolute ball torture.
Well, I could probably pinpoint the exact time and year that initial phone call happened.
Yeah.
I'm going to say late July 1988. And the reason I know that is because it sounds so.
It's taken 10 years, 20 years to.
Is I went. Me and my friends were such big fans of the show at that time, and you hadn't even gotten into Philly yet, I think, or maybe you just got into Philly. And me and my one buddy Kevin went away on a vacation. We saved up money and we went to Cancun for a week to try to get laid, which we didn't.
Right.
And then when we got back, my buddy Deej picked us up at the airport, and the big fucking news was that you and Chevy Chase had this blowout on the air. And he told me, he goes, yeah, Howard was telling him, your movies suck now. And Chevy was saying, I turned down 12 movies a day. And you said, I turned down a movie today. And it was like really big news. And I'll never forget that I didn't hear it because he was telling me about it. And that was in July of '88. We went away. So that's probably how long ago we're talking about, almost 20 years.
Yeah, it was awesome radio. I mean, I called their house. And
it was big, news.
And even Chevy in this phone call to me goes that he left me the message saying that if we'd want him, he would come on the show.
Right.
He said, we're going to be in a car. We're going to do the Martha Stewart show with my wife. But he said, I would be happy to call in. And he said, here's my number. He said, but don't give it to Richard Belzer. So, like, that was 20 years. And Belzer was like, gee, I didn't think Chevy would mind us calling.
Right. That was, he made a terrible blunder.
That's right.
My question is he still mad at Belzer?
He could be, because he did reference Belzer. I don't know.
He did?
So funny.
And him and Belzer have a big history together.
Mm-hmm.
They were, you remember that movie The Groove, too?
Yeah,
that Channel 1?
Oh, yeah.
They were together working, doing comedy before SNL.
Belzer was just... He thought that Chevy would actually have a sense of humor, and he would get it.
And Belzer considered Chevy a really good friend.
Right. Anyway, so, here's 20 years it's taken to get this thing on track. But nevertheless, the Chases are doing this 4th annual Chevy Chase Green School auction. And they go to CharityBuzz.com.
Notice we haven't had Belzer on the show. That was Chevy's demand.
And as you remember, Howard, as you remember, Norm had sort of asked you or begged you or whatever to be in Dirty Work for a day, and when I signed on, Chevy Chase was officially on to do the film, and you were a possibility, at least in their head you were. And I was like, wow, that's going to be fun. I'm coming to the set that day.
I was crazy.
Yeah.
It's been such a good source of contention for so many years that who knows what will happen in the future. It'll be great.
Yeah, you never know. All right. Hey, thanks, man. That's sort of the brief history of how this all went down. Chevy Chase is here. And have we ever had Chevy in the studio? I don't think so.
I don't think so. We've had him on the phone.
On the phone, yeah. Chevy is here. And here's a guy who's a legend. He's a legend. You can see he's a legend. He walks in the room. People get excited. He's a legend. A living legend.
And an icon.
And an icon. Hi, Chevy.
How you doing?
Well, I think this is the first time you've been in the studio.
Kiss me. It is the first time.
Kiss me.
It's beautiful.
I didn't even know I'm allowed to kiss you. Oh. You've never had a gay affair, have you?
Yes.
You have?
Oh, yeah, several.
Yeah. God, you know, weren't those National Lampoon, early in your career, the National Lampoon albums,
yeah.
was that like the highlight of creativity for you? I'm being serious. Forget all the movies. Forget Saturday Night Live.
I'll tell you what. It was, but also before that, doing Groove Tube, Channel 1.
Right.
For 4 or 5 years.
Was that the most
East
creative?
Village. That was the most startlingly funny, creative stuff I've ever...
Because you were a young man, you were on fire, you wanted to be famous. Was your goal to be famous, honestly?
No, honestly, my goal was to be rich and famous.
But did you think even comedy could make you rich and famous? Did you have that confidence that this was going to work out?
No, I was driving, cabs and trucks and motorcycles, and I had all these other jobs. I made nothing, like $25 a week.
Was the goal to be an actor or a comedian?
No, I think it was mostly writing.
Right.
And
you were a very good comedy writer.
Yeah, I wrote a lot.
Were you associated with these Harvard guys? How did you?
Doug Kenny?
Yeah. How did you get in the business? How did you actually make the transition from being a regular guy?
Yeah.
You had an incredible...
To a virgin. What?
You had an incredible drumming ability, right?
Yes.
You were...
Not that good, but
Didn't you play with Steely Dan?
Yeah, well, we didn't call ourselves that then.
What did you call yourselves?
I think it was something like the Very Bad Jazz Band. I mean,
you played with Becker and Fagan.
Yeah,
you were good enough. You were a good enough drummer.
Oh, yeah, we played together, yeah.
So you were sort of this drummer. You grew up in a rich family or not?
No.
Everyone thinks you come from some aristocratic family. You know that. People think
in my
that
background, they think that, but when you look at it, ultimately it was kind of upper middle class, right in there, because it's a long story, but my mother did come from an extremely wealthy guy named Cornelius Crane, who was head of the Crane Plumbing.
Oh, Crane Plumbing, all right.
Yeah.
So your mother was wealthy. Your father was...
But she wasn't. So he left her nothing.
Oh, okay.
He left it all to the Zen Buddhists.
She grew up wealthy, though, your mother. So she was a class kind of conscious woman.
Right.
Your father was a hardworking middle-class guy?
Yeah, maybe a little above that. But, I mean, in terms of he was a great a social commentator, a writer. He wrote for Commonweal, New Republic, Harper's, New Yorker, all of that stuff.
Did you like your father?
And I loved him.
You loved him?
Loved him.
Why did I have a feeling you were one of those guys who didn't get along with his father? Like this was like he didn't want you to be in show business, didn't like the...
Oh, yeah, of course. Would your dad like it until you became successful?
Right.
Suddenly, he's your father, not you're his son.
But your father spent a lot of time with you?
As much as he could. They were divorced when I was 4.
Aha.
Yeah.
And was this traumatic in your life?
I imagine.
Did you see your father with other women?
Yeah.
Did you see your mother
remarried?
Did you see your mother date other men?
Oh, yeah, she got remarried, too.
That was hard for you, I bet. Wasn't it weird to suddenly see your mother sleeping with a new guy?
I never saw her sleep with him. I saw her sleep on him.
On him?
Yeah,
on top of him?
On top of him.
Use him like a bed?
Yeah, a little bit.
That's right. So it was a happy childhood?
No.
It was not?
No.
Why were you sad?
I can't discuss it.
Why?
It's because there's still brothers and sisters who are alive and wouldn't want me to get into it.
You mean your brother? How many brothers?
An only child, yeah.
No.
Oh, no.
He tries to make it that way.
Yeah.
No.
He's a true narcissist. He only remembers himself.
That's right.
What? Were you molested as a child?
No.
Okay, so in other words, you didn't get along with your brothers and sisters.
Oh no, I love my brother and sisters.
But there was something.
No, it was kind of an abusive situation, and the stepfather and my mother, they had issues, and
so your mother being hit.
I've seen that. Yeah.
You have seen that.
Yeah.
Did you have to stand up to this guy, or do you still blame yourself? You were too little, too young. How could you stand up to a grown man?
Oh, I did stand up to him.
You did?
Yeah.
You went up to him and said, listen.
No, I blew him. I went up and blew him.
You blew him? You gave your stepfather
I was very short. I was, like 4 feet, and the guy was 6
feet. You blew your own stepfather.
I had to.
My mother would blow you.
But that particular thing, that was the pleasant part of my childhood.
And by blowing your stepfather, that kept the heat off your mother?
Well, it certainly kept him from my mother for that brief period of time, yeah.
So you make a joke about this, but there really was abuse going on that you saw.
I don't want to get... Yeah. So the way I saw it, children see things differently, and the way I saw it, and the way I remember it, it was...
I understand why you would blow your stepfather, because how could he hurt your mother if you were giving him a blowjob?
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
And did you swallow this?
I did.
You did, okay.
I did, yeah.
So let me understand.
It's a bright kid.
So how do you, at such a young age, all of a sudden, you're a smart guy.
Yeah.
That's a perfect deflection. I never thought of that.
Yeah, very few kids come up with that one.
Every time I try to hit him, the kid blows me.
I never thought to blow my dad when he was mad at my mother.
Yeah, I didn't want to get slapped around. I blew him.
Calms the guy right down, doesn't he?
Wow. Never thought of it that way. Yeah. So when you would do those National Lampoon albums, how did you even become one of the guys who gets to be on a National Lampoon album? Those are some of the funniest things ever, right? You wrote some of those things?
Yeah.
How do you get
I had
that
great,
group?
and I had great talent with me. I had Chris Guest.
Right. But how do you get in on that?
They came to me, Doug Kenny and Doug Kenny and Henry Beard, who founded the Lampoon after being at Harvard too long with the Lampoon.
But you didn't go to Harvard.
No, I wasn't at Harvard. I was in New York doing writing, basically, and I was getting a reputation for writing funny stuff. I was writing for Mad at the time. And
you wrote for Mad Magazine?
Yeah, I wrote for Mad. I wrote for Alan King.
You wrote one-liners for Alan King?
It was confusing. I wrote monologues. I actually wrote a good part of one of his shows that won us a number of awards.
I always felt Alan King was one of the most brilliant stand-up comics.
Really?
Yeah, I loved his work, and I always thought he was quite right on.
He had a rhythm, that's for sure. He wasn't the most articulate guy.
Right.
And so writing his monologue...
and could you make money doing that?
Yeah, it's Writers Guild money. It's what it is.
Well, and how do you get that kind of work? You just meet Alan King somewhere?
You get, it started off when I was in college writing, and then I come out of that, and I did Channel 1 television, underground television, Group 2.
Right.
Got a name there, and then began, Mad was, in fact, it was the 15th anniversary of Mad and Playboy. Playboy had clearly surpassed Mad in terms of its audience, and Mad wanted to, at the time, Jerry DiFuccio and Bill Gaines and those guys wanted to make Mad magazine go a little further than the 13-year-olds. So they came to me and said, we're trying to pull in the 18, 19, 20-year-olds. Can you write stuff? And I
what
wrote
an honor.
Scenes like we like, scenes you like to see. And
Mad. Oh, you wrote those?
Yeah.
Wow, Mad magazine to me, that was the mecca for me.
Really?
Yeah, I worship Mad Magazine. One of my cousins had drawn some covers for them, and it was like...
You didn't like sunbathing?
No. All that mattered to me was Mad Magazine.
Yeah.
You've seen me. Do I look like I've been in the sun?
No. No, I mean the magazine. There was a magazine called Sunbathing.
No.
Before Playboy.
No, you mean Nudist Magazine.
Yeah.
I found
everything airbrushed out.
It was beautiful.
Yeah, great.
Mad Magazine, to me, is the pinnacle. At that time. I mean, in fact, they put me on their cover. I think it's the one thing I have hanging in my office.
Yeah.
It's the cover of Mad Magazine that I would make that. That, to me, is a great honor.
I was on the back. I did the back cover. I have that in my house. Yeah, it's funny because Mad, I mean, when I was doing that, and Doug and Henry called me over to the Lampoon, they were offering something like $100 a page, but a page was like 10,000 words,
right.
of tough, good writing.
Yes.
Mad was like 8 frames, cartoon, and you do a few balloons, and that's it, and $200 a page.
Right, but
so I said no to Doug and Henry.
But it's a lot of pressure to come up with those things. It's not an easy job, right?
It depends on,
did it come easily to you?
It's not hard for you to do, what you do. We've talked about these things. I mean, this is something that comes natural to you. You're very good at it. And for me, it sort of came naturally, too. So it wasn't that difficult for me.
Be serious with me for 1 second, though. When you talk about abuse in your childhood, because I want to understand Chevy Chase, your parents would lock you in a closet for hours on end. Is that true? I've read that.
No, not for hours on end.
And then they would take you out and then beat you. Is that true?
No, they take me out and beat me off.
No, be honest. I'm being serious now. You were the victim of abuse.
by any standard you see now, I think it might be called somewhat abusive. In my life, and for me emotionally, it was.
You were locked in a closet.
On many occasions I was, but I was also a bad kid on occasion.
Wait a second. What did you do that was so bad that would cause you to be locked in a closet? Would you ever lock one of your kids in a closet? Would you ever lock one of your kids in a cellar for any reason? Okay. So why were you locked in a cellar?
Jesus, you just reminded me. I got the key with me.
Which one of the kids?
I left. Oh my God, Emily's in. Oh the hell. Well, okay, yeah.
So, do you think?
Need to make a call?
You know. I'll get it afterwards.
You never did that stuff. If you did that, Jayni would beat you over the head with a stick. The fact of the matter is,
she does anyway.
I see you're under a tight fist.
Yeah.
But you were treated in a way like a dog. You were locked in a basement. And really, that had to have a profound psychological effect. What was the reason that your mother and stepfather would lock you in a closet? I'm being serious. What is something you'd be locked up for? I can't imagine you were a bad kid.
It's not just a closet. I mean, try the cellar for a week.
A week?
A week?
Yeah, with a pitcher to pee in and a mattress to sleep on. I mean, my stepfather was a very humorless
tyrant
guy who was also a flight surgeon on the Wasp during the Second World War. Had seen a lot of blood and guts.
Right.
He was from a very religious background, the 10th of a kid or something like that, or maybe the 6th, I don't know, with a bunch of older sisters, very poor. He just had... And he was a psychoanalyst, believe it or not.
Wow.
And yet he was physically abusive and violent, and...
You say you were locked in a basement for a week at a time?
Once.
Once?
Yeah.
What went through you? How old were you?
I think about 13, 14.
What does that do to you? I mean, what the hell? I mean, do you say to yourself, how could my mother allow this to go on?
No, only later you go, I don't know, what gave him the right? I mean, I have a real father, you know, he's, albeit living a few blocks away with his new family, but...
Look, how come he doesn't know?
This guy's not my father, and why, you know, but that comes on later, you know. At the time, I'm living with my mom and my stepfather.
What did you do down in the basement for a week?
Yes.
No, really, what do you do? What do you do with yourself?
Well,
it's like
I was given my books and told to do my homework, and...
Were you not
allowed? Were you let out to go to school, or was this the
No, I was suspended, actually, at the time.
You were suspended from school?
Yeah.
Is that the offense? That's why you went down?
I believe that was it, if I can remember correctly, that I was suspended during that week.
What were you suspended for?
Pulling a knife on a guy.
Pulling a knife? So you clearly had a lot of anger.
Yeah, at this guy, he was always beating me up, so I took a knife in.
And that stopped him from beating you up?
Yeah, I just sort of finished
Did you explain to your stepfather, the military guy,
No.
Listen,
he would do things, I mean, here's the thing. If you're a kid, and you're late for dinner, and this upsets the way the household is run,
right?
You're in trouble.
Right.
Now, if you are even later because you're afraid to go back as it gets later because you know you'll be in more trouble,
yes,
meaning maybe a couple of slaps here and there, you stay out later. You know, this is the way a child's mind is working, a kid.
Right.
And so there were many occasions where I would be sort of scared of going back too late or whatever and stay out further. These kinds of things disrupted my stepfather's vision
of the perfect family. What would you tell your real father? Would you say to him, Dad, I've just been locked in a basement, or you couldn't even go to him? It was just like, I have to keep this all to myself.
I don't remember it being unusual. In other words, at the time...
Did you cry?
He knew that she was... Sure.
You cried?
Yeah.
Of course.
But, I mean, at the time, my father knew that my mother was a little bit nuts. He didn't like the guy that she had married. But he had his own family, and he made every effort to raise me and my brother with as best he could.
Right.
Aside from the family that he now had with two of my half-sisters. But so he was the funniest man who ever lived. Really funny man. And a wonderful dad, the best he could be under the circumstances. I don't remember ever telling him, well, this guy did that, because it felt like that's not his bailiwick. I mean, it's not... Well, I just never remember going, Dad, you got to take care of my stepfather.
Well, not take care, but say, Dad, I'm in trouble here. I got a guy locking me in a basement for a week.
Yeah, but...
Was the kind of guy you
got to remember, these people who are now deceased, 90 and 86. I mean, they were around through. They were that greatest generation.
Excuses. Your mom would walk in the middle of the night and slap you while you were sleeping.
Yes, that's true.
Now, why would she do something to wake you up to slap you?
I think she had a disorder.
You do?
Oh, serious, yeah.
A disorder where she was driven to a compulsion to smack you?
Oh, yeah.
And why you? Was it the other brothers and sisters?
She had a severe problem with her temper and irrationality, and she was somewhat violent.
Do you ever discuss
She was also, by the way, extremely intelligent and beautiful and fun on occasion. So,
would she apologize the next day? Would she reference
it?
She never discussed it with you?
Yes, we did discuss it in my 20s.
You're sound asleep and she smacked you in the head?
No, across the face. Bam, 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 bam.
Oh, a lot of times.
A lot of times.
Oh, yeah.
Holy mackerel.
But a lot of times, when a kid gets out of a situation like that and goes to visit the other parent, they just want to have a good day. You might not bring it up simply because you want to enjoy whatever time you have with your dad.
Well, quite frankly, this is a tough area to share with you. But, when you're somewhat immature kid like I was, for obvious reasons, you harbor guilt, shame. You're not sure why you're bad or what's wrong with you or why you're being treated this way. And there's no real way to adjust to then seeing your father and say rationally to yourself, well, now I just want to enjoy myself.
Who knows what's operating?
Right. Yeah,
I lived in fear. If my mother woke me up smacking me in the middle of the night in the face,
if you never knew when it was going to happen, that's the real thing.
And there's no rhyme or reason for it.
There might well be in her mind, but certainly in mine, I wouldn't understand or why,
Yeah, and yet, as an adult, you had a perfectly normal relationship with your mom and were able to get along with her and all this.
Somewhat, yeah, yes.
Was there a time of rebellion? I mean, where you just said, fuck them, I'm never going to talk to them again?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, but that didn't last. But I did run away for a period of time.
When you would get angry, later on, you're becoming really famous. You're doing movies. You're doing everything. And let's say you got angry with people on the set. Do you ever think you got overly angry because you still never resolved all this stuff that happened in your childhood?
No.
You don't think that had anything to do with it?
I never got overly angry.
You didn't have issues with anger?
No, in fact, even as a young kid, I knew in my heart that this is wrong, that you don't behave this way.
I thought you and Bill Murray were always at each other's throats. True or false?
Not always.
Not always, but a lot of times, right?
Once, yeah.
What happened?
Once.
What happened between you and Bill Murray? On the set of Saturday Night Live?
Yeah.
What happened?
I went to host in 1978 or something.
Okay.
Bill had been my replacement when I left.
Right.
And I didn't know him well, but I knew him.
Right.
Very funny.
Extremely, yeah.
And a tough kid from Chicago who probably thought I was from,
Harvard.
Harvard, and had never had a fight.
Right.
Unfortunately, that's not true.
Right.
But
unfortunately for him, it was not true. Right.
Well, it didn't really get to the point where one person, I don't think, to this day, Bill and I never really landed a blow on each other.
But you were
But
upset.
it wasn't kind of, here's what happened. I went to the show. I found out later from Lauren that John, who had known for years,
John Belushi,
even before SNL, had been quite kind of jealous about my rise to fame, and maybe for good reason. The fact is that John was brilliant, and by any real standard, he should have been the big star. But there are things that happen. My name is said every week. Nobody can spell his name.
Right.
I'm tall.
It was legendarily known that Belushi was sort of the star in the group.
Yeah.
And then
Danny was actually the real
what a brilliant
genius.
guy.
He was the resident genius.
And all of a sudden, Chevy did the Weekend Update. Whatever the reason, you charmed the American public.
Yeah.
And you got all
for
the
whatever
articles.
reason.
You became the face of Saturday Night Live.
Okay, so apparently this ate a little bit at John. Enough so that, as I found out later, John had said things to Bill about me when I'd been on the show that simply hadn't occurred or existed. Everybody knew that.
Right.
But I didn't realize he had said these things. So he'd already worked Bill up a little bit.
Right.
And I went in, I was probably a little full of myself after a year of fame or whatever. And in the sense that I think that Billy probably wanted to knock me down a couple of rungs,
Right.
And also, Billy had a habit at the time, I don't know what he's like now, but he had a habit of getting into fights with people. He liked it.
Right.
and I think he wanted to take me on. And basically, words were said just before the show.
Oh,
I was supposed to go in the makeup room, and he got me.
That makes it easy.
He got me really pissed, and I went to
what
his
did he say to you?
room.
Do you remember what he said?
Yeah, but I don't want to.
What did he say?
No, I can't.
Come on.
No.
Share.
No.
Share.
Share who?
No.
Share it. Sonny and Share.
Share Bono.
Go ahead.
No. So in any case, I mean, it's just not worth it. He's an older guy now, and I think he's a little more mature than that. And
I don't know
think
about
I
that.
am too.
Yeah.
I don't either.
I don't think you're that mature either.
I'm not either.
But
anyway,
mature.
Yeah, but anyway, the words were said, and I finally went to his dressing room just before the show and said, and opened the door and said, if you say something like that again, I'm gonna, whatever. And John was there. They were both sitting back in the car, and I realized in that instant it was John, because he gave me a look. It was here's the total instigator is John, which is kind of funny, really.
Yeah. He was enjoying seeing the fruits of his labor.
Yes.
He laid the groundwork,
but
and
maybe a little guilty too, because what happened was Billy jumped up from this couch they were sitting on, lounging on, and charged me at the door. And I immediately got into a fight stance, which is, I boxed a lot, and I didn't, so I had no problem with fights. I was ready to level him, and he was probably ready to scratch me up. And at the same time, John rushed to the door. And John's like 5'7", 9, 10. Billy's like 6 feet, 6'1". Right. I'm like 6'3.5" at the time. Right. And John puts his hands on the door to block it off, and as I remember, I might have thrown a glancing punch off to his forehead. Wow. And Billy, I think, might have hit him in the back of the head. So John was the one.
John broke it up.
John broke his head up. Yeah, basically, and then also Brian Doyle Murray, who's Billy's older brother, came behind me and grabbed my arms to stop me.
Oh, great.
And
so Bill can hit
and he
you.
was strong as hell, Brian. He was a short guy, but these guys had obviously been in a few rumbles.
So you're not close with Bill Murray even to this day?
Well, we've never been close, but we've been very friendly. We played golf together.
You have?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I can't play for crap. I don't like golf. Billy is a golf maven.
Right.
He really knows
You play because it's a social thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, if someone invites you, you'll go.
Yeah, and I think we've made an effort over the years to get to know each other better and to put that stuff behind us.
Do people expect you to be a great golfer because of the movie Caddyshack?
Yeah.
Yeah. You were in Caddyshack, too. They probably had to pay you a boatload of money to appear in Caddyshack, too.
As I remembered, it was about a week of work and about $800,000 at the time.
Right.
So
a week of work.
Yeah.
800 grand.
Yeah.
And that's when 800 grand was 800 grand.
Yeah.
You know, if the fight with Bill Murray had ever gotten really bad, would you have resorted to your old trick of blowing him, you think?
Actually, the funny thing is, there was a party in L.A. afterward. This is in L.A. later, like a few weeks later, and I'm in L.A., and somebody says, Bill Murray's here. He's at the party. And I stormed from the backyard around the pool right toward Bill, who was in this room. Oh, God. And he could see me coming, and I was coming fast. And he kind of gave me a look. He was a little bit nervous. And I got in there, and, people were watching. And as I sort of let the door close, I hit my knees and went down and started unzipping his pants. And he started laughing. I think that was really...
That's an old martial arts trick.
Yeah, so, it's a great... Yeah, it's a little jiu-jitsu, a little karate, a little... whatever.
$800,000 for Caddy. You were going to say?
I was going to say, first of all, that story is amazing. The only thing that would make it better is if Belushi was in the samurai uniform and you were ready for...
Yeah.
But knowing that backstory about him and Bill Murray, they're both in Caddyshack together. And one of the best scenes...
Oh, I had to watch out for Bill there. I was always worried I'd get hit in the back of the head by something. Because he's that way.
You improvised that scene, right? That's an amazing story. It's one of the funniest scenes in the movie.
Yeah. Harold Ramis was the director. And it was his first movie. I remember Harold going, cut. Action. It was first for him, and one of my first, and Billy's first. And we didn't have a scene with me and Bill, really, that mattered. So we I think, sat at lunch during one shooting day, and just sort of figured out what the scene would be.
Wow.
And then kind of improvised. I didn't know that Bill was going to come at me with the wine and the joint back and forth. So we just made stuff up. He said, you have got a pool. You have a pool, don't you? And I said, yeah, we got a pool and a pond. A pond would be good for you. Stuff like that.
That's one of the biggest quotes in the movie, and you made that up.
Yeah, right there. And he said, where do you live again? 2. You don't want to give him the whole number.
And he's like, you're there on Briar.
Trying to keep him away. It's Carl, that guy,
Maybe, Bill, also the weird thing between you and Bill Murray was that, you left Saturday Night Live after a year, and you even said you regret having left so early. It would have been fun to be there for a couple of years and enjoy it, And you left and that kind of thing, and it was a confusing time for you. You left because you loved a woman and all of that.
Yeah.
And then Bill Murray came in, and I bet you it was hard for you to turn on the TV and watch all those guys doing their thing.
I never did.
You never did. You never looked back.
I was busy.
You never watched the show.
No.
Is that true?
Yeah.
You never would be curious and say, I wonder what happened with the show and how those guys did it?
Well, on occasion I would see something, but they would rerun things and stuff, and I would see, cheeseburger, stuff like that.
Right.
I don't remember the whole sketches or anything.
Did you become sort of like, oh, that's not funny, cheeseburger?
No. I saw Bill, I think, singing in the shower or something. I thought, that's pretty good.
Yeah, Bill was funny on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah,
he was good.
I mean, what makes Bill great and funny
was hard to follow
is his danger.
Yes.
And that's a reality in his life, too.
Right.
So when you're going to do a scene with Bill on the golf course, and you may have had a little thing a few years earlier, you better watch out. You might be hit with a club when you're not looking. He's that funny. Right. But it's not so funny to get, like a big gash in the back of your head. So it's a very kind of funny situation with the two of us. I really enjoyed working with him. I think that the danger in his humor... he has to stick with that and take the other danger out of his life.
I think it's a miracle that you've been able to have a successful marriage, you and Jayni.
Yeah.
Because really, when I think back, I got into this with you on the phone one time about all of the women in your life. I mean, more famous you couldn't be than you. And there were lots of women. You're a young, good-looking guy, funny guy in Hollywood.
Yeah.
I can't imagine the stories your penis can tell. Ooh. I mean, it's really, really something.
Would you like it to start talking?
Could you make your penis talk right now?
Well, I would, but this really a small studio.
One other question. Do you ever tell your own kids about what your childhood was like? Do you open up to them about your mother smacking you in the head? Do you ever open up and say you do?
But again, I try to be a little more fair-minded than even a biography might be, which is to try to give both sides. I've always tried to understand why my mom was that way. What made my stepfather go over the top like that? What kind of battle fatigue had he suffered during the war?
But doesn't it make your kids feel really bad for you? I mean, in a way.
No.
Isn't it something?
No,
because my relationship.
5 miles to school with, no shoes.
I'm sorry?
Is that your I walk 5 miles to school with no shoes story for your kids? So that they
I have no idea what you mean. What's her name?
That's Robin.
Robin, hi. How are you? Why don't you just move the controls?
By the way, I should introduce you. Do you know Artie at all? Have you ever met him?
Artie. Yeah. How are you? Nice to meet you, Chevy.
Nice to meet you.
Chevy, here's the funny thing.
Sorry. I stepped on my ears.
Chevy,
it's nice to meet you.
Chevy, here's the funny thing. You worked with him in a film for 3 days.
No, for a week, actually.
A week, actually, yeah.
Artie Lang. What was that movie? What did we do? Seriously.
Dirty Work. Norm Macdonald.
Oh, yeah. Boy,
up in Toronto.
But remember how great that script was?
Yes, it was.
And then they wanted, I said it's a PG-31. I didn't know.
Right.
But then they wanted their PG-13. And so all the great stuff, there was a great scene in there.
They edited out?
That made me want to do the movie.
Right.
Yeah. They didn't do it.
But let me ask you about movies.
Do you know about the scene?
No, I don't. What was the scene?
It was
the donut scene.
Yeah, the donut scene. Yeah. We did a thing where me and Norm, we actually shot that scene and they didn't put it in.
Oh, you did shoot it?
We shot it. Yeah. Me and Norm get beat up by these frat boys.
Yeah.
And to get back
like football guys, right?
Yeah, like football guys, like frat boys at college. And to get back at them, we send them a bunch of donuts.
Right.
And they eat all the donuts. And then underneath the donuts in the tray is a picture of me and Norm with all the donuts on our cocks.
That's good.
That's a funny guy.
And we shot that bit. We shot that. Yeah, and then, and again, to Chevy's credit, he knows the business. He begged Norm. I was in the trailer, and he begged Norm because the MGM guys were there.
Right.
And they were not the brightest guys, I hate to say it. Yeah, but and Chevy said to him, Norm, whatever you do, they're going to try to make this PG-13. This movie's hilarious. It's one of the funniest scripts I've ever read. It's going to make political correctness turn on its side. It's rated R.
But don't
fucking let them. And he said, they're going to come at you. He goes, whatever you do, this is your career. It's important that the movie's funny. If it makes money, whatever, but if it's funny. But
is it true that is it true at all?
Vacation was an R. It was an R-rated movie.
Right.
Right. Is it true that you never know? I mean, you can read a script and then all of a sudden think it's going to be the greatest movie ever. Yeah. You never know, right? So you take a crapshoot. You're an actor and you want to work.
Partly. I mean, more now as I'm older, but the fact is when I was a movie star and coming out with #1 movies and stuff, I'd have a lot more control, just as I'm sure Bob Downey or anybody else does now, the control over the director, over the writing, what they call control.
But power. But you never know because it's such a collaboration.
No, when all is said and done, the distributor, the Warner Brothers, or whoever it may have, with many of these films, Warner Brothers, they are going to make the decisions based on polling and based on these screenings that they do. It's all kind of stupid, but we got to take that line out because it shows that women from between 35 and 40.
It's too much.
It's all that crap.
Who are your friends now? Did you remain friendly with anyone from Saturday Night Live, or were there just?
Oh, absolutely.
You did.
Yeah.
Were you close with Belushi and Aykroyd even afterwards?
Yeah, Danny and I are very close.
You're still close.
Oh yeah.
You get together socially?
Oh sure.
You do.
Yeah.
And you're always friends with Lorne.
And Lorne, Lorne's wonderful.
Spies Like Us, him and Danny, that's one of the most underrated movies ever.
The Gilda Radner, she was a friend too, right?
Wonderful kid.
So you were close with everyone.
Oh, sure.
Why do I have this feeling you didn't get along with those guys? I thought that there was too much, they were pissed off at you for leaving Saturday Night Live. You could have hurt the show by leaving. I thought there was always bad blood, and they were angry with you, and they were all your friends, and you turned your back on them.
I think, honestly, if you were to ask anybody who's left, I mean, John and Gilda, God rest their souls, but and they would say the same. I think if you talk to Jane or Lorraine or whoever's, Dan, they'd tell you that first year that I was there, was extremely close, friendly. I was never a hard guy to work with or anything like that. I never took myself seriously when it came to me getting more famous. It's later on that stuff gets into you, and you keep thinking, I have the perspective. I'm old enough to know not to be a different person.
Right.
But you may not notice that you're a little bit more self-aggrandizing or whatever.
Right.
These things are seen by people like John or whatever as something else. I don't know. But the fact is, during the time I was there, it was just a very, very close-knit group, and I did a lot of the writing. I was hired as the head writer at the beginning.
Right.
It changed around with Michael Donahue and others, but basically I did everything I could to write people into Update, for instance. If Lorraine didn't have a big part, I'd write her in a remote at the Blaine Hotel.
Right. You weren't selfish.
Put Garrett in there.
You were happy to.
Yes, and the whole cast was happy.
Right.
I mean, Garrett would tell you that too. And so there was never. That's why it took me by surprise coming back and hearing that John had told stories. I didn't know what he could have told.
You were shocked.
Yeah.
And because now people I know who work on Saturday Night Live say everybody writes their own material. Nobody shares with anybody. It's like a cutthroat kind
is that
of
right?
thing. Yeah. And so it was a different way back then. It was like you guys were all collaborators.
There were so few of us.
Right. But if you wrote something good, you might even say, gee, this isn't right for me. It's right for someone else.
Oh, yeah.
That's
right. I wrote for everybody else a lot.
And it came off on screen. I wrote magical at first.
I wrote Jaws 2.
Right.
Which was the land shark concept.
And you gave that.
And I thought, John does a great Richard Dreyfuss. Danny's great in anything.
Right.
Jane's great for or Gilda being at home listening to the radio about the shark.
Right.
And I'll do the shark. Because I can do this guy who goes, Mrs. Allen, and the concept was the shark's really intelligent. He's a land shark, but really not a hell of a lot brighter than the people who open the door, and they're not real bright. Nobody's really bright in any of this. Right. So he says, flowers, ma'am? I'm not expecting any flowers. And then there'd be a little pause, and I'd go, your car's double parked. Anything. And, in that case, they open the door. Like, that'll make you open the door.
You conceived that script sitting in a room by yourself.
Yeah.
In other words, you're sitting around, what could be funny? Jaws was popular. I'm going to write it.
I liked the character of the shark, too. I think I want to do that voice, that the sharks can talk, that he can talk.
And would you sketch this by hand, or would you type it on the top? You would write it out by hand. Type it out.
Yeah, I have the original typed thing in my house, actually.
Do you hang that on a wall?
With white out and stuff. No, it's in a pamphlet or something. I don't know. It's in my office somewhere.
It's exciting. I mean, and then you would hand it in, and then they would cast the thing, and then you'd see it on TV that week. It was instant gratification. That had to be fun. Yeah, that's good. Not like making a movie. When you went out to Hollywood, the first movie was Goldie Hawn, right?
Yeah.
Foul play,
and you two never became lovers?
Oh, we did.
Oh, you did?
During that film, we kind of fell in love a little bit.
Oh, my God.
I thought there was
young.
Incredible chemistry.
No, we were young, yeah.
Chevy, the Goldie Hawn in her day, I'm talking about in her prime.
Yeah.
No hotter chick on the planet.
Wonderful.
Oh, my God.
Beautiful and smart. And
how
still, to this day, beautiful and smart. What a terrific girl.
The kid who got smacked in his head, locked in a basement for a week at a time, all of a sudden is in Hollywood. How old were you at that point? 20...
Oh, 38.
No,
I don't know.
24?
No, 32.
32 at that point?
Oh, yeah.
Now you're in Hollywood. You're starring opposite Goldie Hawn, who's a huge star.
I had two choices. Yeah. I wasn't making a movie. I wasn't doing anything.
Right.
And I was given the script for Animal House and for Foul Play.
They wanted you to play Otter, right?
Yeah. I read it. I thought it was very funny, but I'd already lived it, basically. I went to college. I went, it was the kind of stuff that I think John would do well. That it just wasn't my cup of tea. I wanted to, and the
no
other
regrets
thing was,
not being in Animal House?
No. Except I would have been a lot more money.
Well, Animal House was an ensemble. Foul Play was your chance to be sort of like a Cary Grant type guy.
It was more, if I can get to work with Goldie Hawn, why should I work with John again?
When you show up on the set, I get that.
Yeah.
And now Goldie Hawn's your co-star. At that point, are you nervous? I mean, you've done a lot of work already, but you were not nervous.
No.
And you felt comfortable in front of a camera, being in a movie for the first time, first major film.
Yeah, I never felt any of that
nervousness. No discomfort.
No.
And so the two of you meet, and how quickly do you become lovers?
Well, we knew we really loved each other in some way.
Right.
But we didn't actually consummate any of that until the end of the movie.
No kidding. So it becomes a sort of big flirtation.
In fact, the movie would probably show you that sort of...
The tension.
That almost sexual tension between us.
I tell you, there is no sexier woman in her day than Goldie Hawn.
Oh, yeah.
And to enter Goldie Hawn is a great honor for a man's penis. I mean...
let me put it this way.
Let me ask you something. And I want you to be very honest. No ego.
I'm not going to discuss it.
Okay, fair enough. I guess you have to tell me. With a woman that hot, can you last a long time?
I didn't tell you I entered her or anything else.
No.
All I told you was
we became in love.
We loved each other. We really did. And to this day, we love each other in many ways. But
why did it break up?
Oh, Kurt and Goldie are like, they're a great couple.
Do you become despondent,
we both grew apart from each other.
You don't become despondent over that? You don't become like, oh, man, that's such a great piece of ass. Or was she a pain in the ass, in a sense? Is it hard to date a woman that famous?
No, there was no problem that way. It's just that I was not inclined at that point to be only with one person, and I'm not sure that Goldie was, for that matter.
Oh, man. I can't even imagine what went on in there. Was she wild, or was she very conservative?
In what sense?
You know what sense I'm talking about.
I have no idea what you mean.
We are men. You've blown men.
I blew Kurt.
They became lovers.
All right, listen to me.
Kurt was better.
But you know what's amazing? You think about the shit movies that are out nowadays. Back in that time of the 70s, you got two scripts like Foul Play and Animal House floating around. You got guys like Chevy Chase, Belushi, and Like, I mean, that's just what an insane time for entertainment. And
as a fan, I was in heaven. I mean, you saw some great films. I mean, we still watch those films.
No, you're being too nice now.
No, but
let's go back to 6 years ago or whatever it was.
Go back to blowing that guy.
The frustrating part about Dirty Work was it's amazing. Like I was there when you were giving Norm that soliloquy, and every single thing you said started to come true. I said to Norm, I said, and even Norm would say, Chevy's ringing in my ears. The studio, they were going to release it in February, which, away from everything else. And
the producer had to have known this, too.
I know. The producer, this guy, Bob Simons, who's a successful guy, he sort of strung people along, and then right away, everything started changing. He goes, well, we're thinking about a PG-13. It's only a few jokes. And then Norm was powerless. Yeah, and then all of a sudden, it was a June 5th release opposite Godzilla and The Truman Show with Jim Carrey. Now it's PG-13. It just got lost.
Well, the whole point of the script and the movie was that it was so far over the top.
Right.
Chevy, did you move in with Goldie Hawn?
It was like the aristocrat joke.
Chevy,
right.
Yeah. Did you move in with Goldie Hawn to her house?
No.
You did not?
No.
You lived separately?
Oh, yes.
But you'd go over there and hang out?
On occasion.
Oh, boy. What went on there?
A lot of dogs, animals, kids, normal, regular
Was
stuff.
it weird that you had the kids around and you were doing her?
Oh, I wasn't. Certainly not with the kids around anyway.
Was she your most famous conquest?
It wasn't a conquest.
Are you Kate Hudson's father?
I'm her lover.
You're her lover.
If he was her father, Kate Hudson would be much funnier.
Let me tell you about. Let me tell you about this. The 5th annual Chevy Chase Green School Auction runs live now through September 23rd. What this is you put this together with your wife.
Yeah.
This is a charity thing. What does your charity do, first of all?
Well, Jayni began the Center for Environmental Education 20-some years ago, and she's always been an environmentalist. She's a really good one. In this particular year, this auction, we're more or less concentrating on greening schools. From soup to nuts. And basically, this is going to be about a diet for children and schools, but also the schools themselves will be environmentally. So, you're going to a school that's made of arugula and spinach, and then when lunch comes along, you eat the walls. What? I don't know.
What you're saying is the greening of the school means that a lot of toxic chemicals are used. Even the janitorial staff that's clean. They take it and they make it a safe environment for kids, and they concentrate.
And I get the toxic chemicals.
And they get kids getting healthy, right? Is that it?
Yes.
It's a big undertaking.
Yes, it's big, and right now I think Jayni's concentrating on some 5 model kind of schools.
Right.
But this is a movement that's taking place in many areas. In San Francisco already, Gavin Newsom is working on that stuff. There are many people who are concentrating on this, but it's got to be, we need the dough.
Right. You need money to do these things.
Yeah.
So, all right, so you have this auction every year, and since you have so many fancy friends, you get some really good stuff.
Well, who's a fancy friend? You.
Yes.
I mean, I can't tell you how much it means that you and I became good friends.
Yes, I'm happy about it.
You're a terrific guy. People might not know that by hearing you on the radio. They might think, well, he's a fucking, if you're something not a fucking ass fuck. But in fact, when I'm...
That's exactly what people say.
I know.
Not verbatim.
You don't win me over.
When I meet Howard outside of this,
when you blew me
Beth
at that party, that was the best. That won me over. When you just came down on your knees, just like you did with Bill Murray.
That was a tough one, man, because usually the guy's hard.
I was very
okay.
I was so glad to reconcile with that record. I didn't even know you. I mean, I was so thrilled that when we...
When was that? We did meet a few years ago, and we were talking about our kids.
You met me at a hotel. My kids were with me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I am so glad because you are terrific, and you are one of the funniest guys on the planet. And
he was saying the other day that, I don't know how I could have been so upset with him. I always liked him.
I know. So let me tell you about some of the things you're auctioning off.
Yes.
Okay. One of the things is a day in the studio with us and the gang. Which, by the way, I'm very proud of this. Last year, it raised a lot of money for charity. Hanging out with us. Guy paid a lot of money.
It was the biggest.
It was the biggest. It beat having lunch with Bill Clinton.
Yep.
Really?
Yes.
And the Cameron Diaz thing.
And the Cameron Diaz thing.
Yeah.
But you do have some other good things on here, and I'll tell people where they can go to bid on these things. Let's see. I'll mention a couple. This I like. Day on the set with Robert Downey Jr. on Iron Man 2.
Ooh.
Spend a day in his trailer and on set in California. That's good.
Poor Robert Downey. He's got to be in the trailer with you?
Let me just tell you about this.
When Chevy was making movies, he never would have done that.
No, let me tell you something.
You were busy with Goldie Hawn. Yes.
Robert Downey and I communicate quite a bit. We are absolute total fans of each other.
Right.
And I think he may well be one of the greatest, if not the greatest, American actor we have.
He's terrific.
Yes.
He's wonderful.
You're absolutely right.
And he's had a great album out a few years back and stuff. But this guy's multi-talented.
Yes.
When he did Chaplin, that really got me. Because Chaplin, to me, was the most brilliant physical comic that I'd ever seen. And he did him to a T.
Yes.
He's a terrifically nice guy. If anything has ever impaired him, it's only himself.
Right.
And that's a shame, because we all have our idiosyncrasies and our problems. But he's straight, and he's working hard to remain that way. And that's, by the way, his private business. I shouldn't be bringing it up.
But wouldn't you agree it would be more fun to hang out on the set with him when he used to be high in the old days? Now
I don't know. I don't know.
When he wind up in someone else's home in their bed.
Yeah. Here's some other things I'll mention.
That was a friend's home, right?
A tennis lesson with Chris Everett. Pool playing with Chevy Chase. Are you good at Amsterdam Billiards?
Yeah, I'm good.
You're good.
Again, Chevy doesn't remember. I shot pool with you for 3 hours at a pool hall in Toronto.
Did I lose?
And no, you won big time, as a matter of fact. And
you owe him money.
I won $2 grand off of Norm.
You owe me money.
I won $2 grand off of Norm playing 9 ball. Chevy took about 500 of it back, but he didn't make me pay because it was Canadian money.
I love that Chevy doesn't even remember his meeting.
Has no idea. And you were doing the funniest shit with the
I do remember now. In retrospect,
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
The guy was banging Goldie Hawn. He's not going to remember you. 4 VIP tickets to Mad Money with Jim Kramer. When you're masturbating,
I think of Jim Kramer.
No, not Jim. Do you ever think of Goldie? Is she one of the girls in your Rolodex that comes through your mind?
Actually, what I do when I masturbate is I open up my Rolodex. And I just, I go down the list, and sometimes I'll hit somebody like Alan Zweibel or Rich Belzer, and bam, I lose it.
It never comes into your mind, seriously. I mean, I know you love Jayni, and you had a very successful marriage with her. But there are times when you sit there and go, oh, boy, there were some girls. And then you're alone in the house, the kids are gone. You're new, you have a glass of wine.
I'm too old for this.
Really?
You honestly, I've been with her for so long, Jayni. I've been in love with her for 28 years. And somehow she with me. This is one of those uncommon, luckiest things that can happen in your life, and I hope it happens for you and Beth.
Thank you. The sex life is still going strong?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
Would you say over 2 times a week?
I would not tell you, but certainly.
Really? Certainly more than 2 times a week?
Oh, absolutely. Sometimes 15.
15 times a week.
Yeah, that's healthy. Days are long,
That's a healthy set.
You have lunch, bam. Then you got things to do in the afternoon. There's cocktail hour, bam.
As a boy,
then you have dinner, bam.
I think of the little boy locked in the basement for a week. I think of the little boy being smacked by his mother.
Yeah, I think of him when I masturbate.
No, that's what you think about.
No.
Being back in the basement. All right, 4 VIP.
No, but that's where Jayni and I make love, in the basement.
I would say, does Jayni ever wake up in the middle of the night and just smack you around?
I like it.
You said mother me, and then she smacks you in the head?
Yes. Sometimes she diapers me.
4 VIP tickets to Mad Money with Jim Kramer, and you meet and greet with him. These are very, very good.
Well, look at
the Today Show with Al Roker. A 1-week internship with Donna Karen.
Here's my favorite. One of them. The 10-day, 9-night Galapagos Island expedition.
Wow.
2 aboard the National Geographic Polaris Islander, courtesy of Linda. This thing, we were just up in the Arctic with the National Geographic Endeavor. With Jimmy Carter and Madeleine Albright and these people and scientists, and one of the most spectacular environmental experiences I've ever had. And this Galapagos,
and that's one of the things they auction off.
Yes.
What about this? A BJ to completion from Chevy Chase, dressed as Land Shark. What is that going to go for?
That says blown by the Land Shark.
But that's you. You're the Land Shark.
Yeah, but the teeth.
Well done, man. You've got a million things on here. You can go on the website. 4 VIP tickets to the Late Show with David Letterman, meet and greet with Paul.
Yeah. You got
and I'm sure
VIP
Paul will
tickets,
get high with you.
Jimmy
right?
Buffett.
Would Paul get high with you backstage or anything?
Paul?
Yeah. Would he says
no, he wouldn't.
He wouldn't do that.
No, he's already too high.
He's too high already. All right. So what else do you have on here? You have. It's an amazing 2 VIP tickets late night with Conan O'Brien.
Well, if you go online to charitybuzz.com,
okay,
you will see this online. online auction. And it goes till September 23rd, started on the 9th. And you'll see all of these lots.
Including...
And there are things that are not particularly expensive, like a sombrero from me, from Three Amigos, that kind of stuff.
Three Amigos is a great movie, huh?
Yeah, I liked it.
Oh, my God.
Those guys are funny.
That was fun?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, man. Hey, listen.
You know who you need on the show? Steve. He'd be great on the show.
Well, I was lucky enough to have dinner with Steve Martin.
You were?
We went to dinner.
Good.
We've gone.
Can you imagine him on this? Just you wouldn't stand a chance because he's so concerned.
Oh my God, he is completely opposite than what I thought he would be.
Yeah.
He's a quiet,
introspective, intelligent. What?
No, I told you I would never ask him to be on the show. If he wants to be on,
he could be on. But
he could. Yeah, but he wouldn't. Of course.
Last book he wrote was brilliant, right? Did you read about his rise to stand-up comedy? He's
a remarkable guy. I love him. I piss him off a lot, perhaps because he's such a private guy, and I like to share experiences about him and stuff. So, and I'm a little more open in that sense. But whatever, I think we're very good friends.
When you made Three Amigos, was he very serious?
No, we laughed a lot.
You had a good time.
Yeah.
No girls to bang on that set, too, unfortunately.
Oh, there was Marty.
Marty, you banged. Yeah, you dress him up.
Yeah.
He's very feminine. Listen, the 5th annual Chevy Chase Green School auction runs live now through September 23rd. I will tell you, it's a very good cause.
Yes.
And I tell you this, if you do bid on coming down here to the studio, what I'll let you do is talk to Gary, find out what we're planning for that week or the next couple of weeks, and pick the show you want to be a part of. So if we have a Chevy Chase in here or somebody you want to meet, then you can be part of that show. So we'll let you pick.
And by the way, I'll come anytime you want.
Good. We like that.
For that kind of, whatever you...
Oh, then you could come do that show.
Yeah, I heard you...
Yeah, I have. All I'm saying is, this is my first time on this show.
Yeah. And you have no idea who's
I'm having fun.
You're having a good time.
Yeah, I just don't know who this guy is.
You're right.
Yeah.
Reminiscing with Arnie?
Right. Check out the auction items.
And then the girl who runs the knobs over there.
Check out the auction items at CharityBuzz.com. You'll be quite thrilled. And also you'll be giving to a good cause. And also recently I saw somewhere you were very upset with the choice of Sarah Palin. I did a tirade yesterday on the air.
It was a mistake for me to do one while I'm trying to promote an auction because I lose people.
Right.
But we all have our political views, and sometimes you can't contain yourself. And
you're a Barack Obama guy?
I am Barack Obama.
You are Barack Obama. You write his speeches?
I write everything.
You write everything for him. You've written everything funny, right? That's it. The 5th annual Chevy Chase Green School auction runs live now through September 23rd. Good cause, CharityBuzz.com. Chevy, this was great.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah, got to come back and see us again.
Artie, it was good to see you again. And Robin. And
Howard. I want to ask you one more question.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
The answer is no.
This is interesting.
You can't have a blowjob.
No, well, maybe later. Doug Kenny, the guy who co-wrote Caddyshack.
Yeah.
And he co-wrote Animal House.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And he plays
wonderful.
Stork in Animal House. People don't realize that.
He was my deepest friend.
He killed himself, right?
No. In fact...
you were there when
I thought he did. We were in Hawaii. We'd been together about 6 weeks going around tennis, and then we went to Hawaii, and we're together. He was just a great guy, very funny.
Harvard Lampoon guy.
Oh, yeah, and started the National Lampoon. But when I left, we were on Maui. He got on a boat and went over to Kauai, and the way I now believe it happened is that he went out to this edge of this kind of their Grand Canyon.
Right.
And he just misstepped and fell about 50 feet under rocks. And
that was it.
At the time, I thought I knew he was a little depressed because I had just been on the phone with him. I thought maybe he had committed suicide. I just don't think that was the case.
The rumor for years was that Caddyshack, when it came out, was considered a bomb at first. And
Doug was very worried about the Caddyshack not opening up big.
Right.
It was his baby. He produced it. He was ambitious and wanted it to do well. If he were alive today, he'd know how well it did. You know.
But, I mean, it didn't do well in theaters.
Not right away, no.
Right, that's become a cult film. It's become one of those things.
One of those.
One of the biggest ever. And there was a rumor that I heard that he had killed himself because of that, and that's completely not true.
Not true. Not true. No.
Get back to the trailer with Goldie Hawn.
All right.
Yeah, okay, all right.
I'll be out
do
there
it
now.
another time. All right, listen, say hi to Jayni.
I will, and say hi to Beth.
I will, and I thank you for coming on the show, and there's no greater thrill than to have you here now after all those years of stupidity that I got involved with.
Hey, man, I lost my temper, too. Let's get over it.
Yeah, we got over it. But anyway, the great Chevy Chase, what can I say? There's about 10 million more questions that we have to continue this discussion at some point.
Well, let's do it sometime.
We will do it.
Not just we'll talk about this auction. We'll just have a
good sit-down chat.
Yeah.
That's it. All right. Chevy Chase, everyone. We'll be back right after these words.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, here we are back again. Hey, Lou, you're on the air in Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
We were all in it.
There you go.
We all did it.
Hey, Lou.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey, now.
Hey, listen, I could not stand Chevy Chase. I'm stuck in traffic on my way back to work, and it's amazing what 15 minutes of listening to somebody through one of your interviews can make you feel about him. I actually like the guy.
Oh, good.
Go out and see some of the old movies now. So
I'm glad you do, because I actually like him a lot, too. And I've gotten to know Chevy a little bit off the air, and he's a pretty fascinating guy. And you know what? I didn't even get into some stuff that I know about Chevy and some of the things in his career. But I figured I'd save him for the next time.
Yeah, he's had a major career.
Massive career.
And I was very interested in how he got started, because he sort of, came to the general public's awareness in, that first year of Saturday Night Live. And nobody knows how any of those guys got there.
I happen to know how he got there, and it involved Chevy was writing for the Smothers Brothers, and then he was online for a movie. It's a whole thing.
I wouldn't have known any of that stuff.
But we're going to save it for the next time.
Okay.
I'll get there the next time.
Yeah, that was great, Howard.
That was fun.
Oh, my God.
That was fun.
That was one of the coolest. Jason said it was one of the best since Paul McCartney. And if you think about it, he's in comedy, he's on that level, man.
Yep.
I mean, he basically created SNL.
He is a legend.
Yep.
Yeah, and somewhere there does exist a picture of me and Norm with donuts on our cock.
Brett, you're on the air in East Providence, Rhode Island. Brett, go ahead.
Howard, hey now.
Hey now.
That might have been one of your best interviews. I mean, that was fantastic. You seem to draw the best out of people. Stuff that you never hear them talk about with anybody else.
I learned new shit about him. Absolutely. Completely new stuff.
Well,
I had read
him in the face like that. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I had read all that stuff about him being like some kind of aristocrat.
Right.
And it was interesting to hear. No, he was, being locked in the closet.
There's a lot of misconceptions about him. He's one of those guys, a lot of bullshit swirls around.
He knew Steve Martin from the Smothers Brothers, but we'll get into it the next time he comes in. I didn't want to, I figured we had gone for about, I don't know, an hour or so, and I figured, I don't want to keep the guy here all day.
Thanks for a great interview,
All right,
Howard.
thanks, Brett. I'm glad you enjoyed it. That's great. What is it, Will?
Chevy Chase.
Is he on the phone? Chevy's on the phone now? Yeah. Chevy Chase is calling in because he wants to promote that charity of his.
I think the auction is coming to a close.
6th annual Chevy Chase Green School. Yeah. I won't take up much of Chevy's time. He's probably exhausted. He's working now. He's on a TV show. Chevy.
Yeah, the Community.
Hi.
Howard?
Hey, Chevy.
How are you?
Pretty good. What's happening?
Oh, man, I can't tell you.
Congratulations on this TV show. Do you shoot that in New York or in Los Angeles?
No, in L.A. And it's a lot of work. It's a bitch.
Well, yeah, because I don't understand. Where's your wife now? Is she in New York?
No, I don't know where my wife is. No, she's right here.
Oh, she's with you?
Yeah. No. I'm in New York now. I'm on a little bit of a hiatus. I got about a week.
How is that working in your relationship? I mean, you've got kids.
Well, our children are pretty much grown up now.
Right.
So it's fine.
I think she can travel with him.
Yeah, I guess so. But
well, she doesn't. I mean, I'm out there with one of my kids, Kaylee, and the other two are here, and it's not a big deal. It's what it is. I mean, it's long hours.
You like doing it, or you sick of it?
Yeah, I like it.
You'd rather do a movie, though, right? Because a movie, you do the work for a while, and then you get a hiatus.
Yeah, here's the thing. You get little hiatuses here, too, but you get 15-hour days. And it's a killer for something that's only 21 minutes on the air.
Right. Explain to somebody like who's not in show business that, in other words, when you say it's a killer, they probably imagine, gee, what's the big deal? It's the waiting, right? You just sit around all day.
Partly, but in this case, because it's an ensemble piece, but just much like yourself, it's because it's an ensemble piece. You know, you got to be in almost every shot or available for every shot. So
right.
It's not really waiting around that much, and I have a relatively large part in it, so it is what it is. But
is it hard to memorize all the lines?
Nah.
Why is that so easy for everyone but me? Why is it so goddamn me? I must be a moron.
No, you're not a moron. You're a beautiful man. By the way, people don't know that about you.
Yeah.
They don't know you're a tall, fuzzy-headed sweetie.
Yeah, they don't get it.
They don't get it.
Nobody gets it.
The world is against you. No.
So who are you hanging out with out there? I mean, there's got to be some. I mean, I don't think you're really much of an L.A. guy. You like New York.
I can't stand it, but I'm out there.
Are you renting a house, or are you?
I have a house out there, but I don't hang out at all, really. I don't. I mean, I see Bev. I was on the phone with Bev last night, Beverly D'Angelo, and
I think she's mad at me.
Right.
No, why?
I don't know. We used to have her on the show all the time, and then I think
I know why she's mad at me.
Why is she mad at me?
She's actually mad at you because when you and Chevy were feuding, she was a very good friend of Chevy's, and she didn't like the way you were treating him. So there was a book, might have even been Chevy's book, but she said she thought you were an ass.
Yeah, maybe that was. I thought it was when she got married to Al Pacino or something. We were making fun of her. I don't know.
I think it's Al who's mad at you.
Maybe it's Al who's mad at me.
Well, it would be really funny if
Let me get Al
Beverly.
now. He's in my drawer here.
You know how it goes. I mean,
But if Beverly was upset with you because of the way you were treating Chevy, and now you and Chevy are back together, and she's still angry.
Yeah, right. You have to tell her.
No.
You have to explain to her it's okay to like me again. You have work to do, my friend.
Okay, man. I'll get right on it.
You know, so you got this TV show, and suddenly, like, everyone's rediscovered Chevy Chase, right?
Yeah, those the new people.
Right. And are you getting along with your castmates, or are you kind of like?
I'm the old man.
Right.
But they're a great bunch of kids. They're all good, very good actors, and they play their parts well. And it's not a huge success. It's not, it's about as successful as NBC is,
Right. Are you upset about Jay Leno being on at 10 o'clock? Doesn't that kind of ruin things for you, too, because it brings the whole network down?
I don't know what to say about that, except that I was never a big Jay Leno fan one way or the other. I mean, I think it's a mistake.
It is, right?
I think ultimately that they should settle with Jay. It wasn't good. It wasn't good for Conan.
Right.
I kind of screwed him.
Should Jay go back to 11:30 and Conan go back to 12:30?
No.
What do you
advocate? That's right either.
You think they should keep Conan, get rid of Jay?
I think they should keep to Conan and give Jay a soap opera or something.
Why don't you get along with Jay? I hate Jay.
No, I don't not get along with him. I just I've never particularly been drawn to him. I don't think he's funny, like the way Johnny was, or the way the other guys are. I like Craig Ferguson. I think he's funny.
Do you like David Letterman?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
love David.
So you're more of a Letterman guy than you are a Leno guy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I mean, I have nothing against Jay. I just don't. I'm not drawn to him.
Right. And so,
but it isn't helping because he's not getting ratings.
Right.
And so that means they can't. Really, they can't promote other shows at the 10 o'clock slot for NBC, and they don't. And it doesn't lead in well to the NBC affiliates and their news.
Right.
All around the country. So it hurts the network. That's the reading I'm getting out of it. I'm not a guy I'm not in the business, but I'm just an actor. But the fact of the matter is, I think we would be better served if Jay, as I said quietly, it was great doing the Tonight Show, and try something else,
Right, and I think he's been tarnished by this. That even if he did go back at 11:30, he might not have the success that he once had.
It's hard to know. I don't know. But how could you do that to Conan O'Brien? I mean, here's a really terrific guy who's smart and funny, and maybe he's no Johnny Carson, but certainly he deserves what he got, and I don't see why he should. How can we know how well Conan would have done without Jay at 10?
That's true. What about Johnny Carson? That was a personal friend of yours, right?
Oh, yeah.
You got to really know him.
Yeah, he's a terrific guy.
Did you hang out at his house?
Yeah, on occasion.
That card game he had?
Well, that was our card game. Yeah. He would come to Dan Melnick's house or Steve Martin's, and we had our we had our, card game. We had what was called the Gourmet Poker Club.
That's the kind of thing I need to be a part of.
Yeah, I know. You'd love it.
You know.
Yeah, we had, Steve and me and Steve Martin, Tony Carson, myself, Carl Reiner.
Is there pressure, Chevy, to sit there during the card game and out-funny each other, or can you just be yourself?
You're yourself, but when Johnny makes a joke, you generally laugh.
It's like The Godfather. So who are you hanging?
It's sort of that, but also he's a sweet little guy, who was polite and stuff, but quite funny, and it just was a natural thing to laugh. You just felt, and we're all cutting up the whole time.
Do these young punks who work with you on this new TV show, do they give you a lot of respect? Do they understand your sense of history? Do they understand the original Saturday Night Live, or they don't even understand what the original Saturday Night Live is?
Sure, they get it.
They get it.
Yeah, they get from the films, like Fletch and those things. They're drawn more to that. I don't think that any of them have seen the original Saturday Night Live back in 1936. But
in L.A., when you're living there, I mean, you don't see Aykroyd or any of those guys, right?
Yeah, I see Dan.
You do?
Yeah.
What's his problem?
His problem is he's got Bermuda shorts on and gunner's boots.
He's an eccentric.
and sunglasses, and he's hilarious.
But Murray doesn't hang out with you.
Billy's here on the East Coast.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
All right. So
he's
it sounds
part
good.
of this auction, much as you are.
All right. What is he giving away?
Billy?
Yeah.
He's going to give away his face.
No, really. What do you win?
With Billy, it's going to be a Caddyshack golf outing, with me and
fun.
Billy.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah? Do you guys actually golf together?
Yeah.
And isn't he kind of nuts about golf, where he gets into fights with people?
He gets into fights with people all the time anyway, but that's just Bill. But I think now that he's a little older, he's probably mellowed a bit. But he's a very good golfer. I mean, once we're out there, I don't see him after the first hole, because I don't play golf. I mean, I'm not much of a golfer.
So he's auctioning that off.
Yeah.
Today's the last day, actually, of the 6th annual Chevy Chase Green School auction. And if you want to bid on items, you go to CharityBuzz.com. And one of the items up there is this trip to our studio where you'll sit in, probably hang out here for, an hour or so.
Yeah.
Then you go. I know Gary will probably grab you and put you on the wrap-up show with him, John Hine, and all of that. So you hang out here, and, the boys...
Very big, Howard. That is one of our big... and we're
bigger than Oprah.
We can never thank you enough. Oprah's, you can...
She's at 14,350 right now. We're at 19,000.
Yeah.
We're beating her.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, tell Oprah to step it up.
Well, I don't know Oprah.
Not that many people want to hang out with Oprah, I guess.
I don't think so, really, when you think about it.
It doesn't seem like a lot of fun, does it? Seems a lot more fun to play golf or sit in this studio.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she's lovely. I mean, she's obviously a big draw.
And how's sex between you and Jayni?
It's very nice. In fact, we're having sex as we speak.
Perfect. Hey, listen, Chevy.
She's laughing now.
I was happy to see you got the TV show. I like that.
Thanks, man.
All the good reviews, all that stuff, and you're doing good work here with this charity stuff. And
well, this is our baby, and this is the 6th annual of the charities, and you've been really great to us. And there's so many other great things happening. You can go to the Galapagos Islands. I mean, there's some great things to bid on,
Right.
You can go on various sets with Robert Downey or me and Community or Dustin Hoffman.
What Robert Downey set do you get? You Iron Man?
Some premiere. It's of Due Date. Starring Robert Downey. You can go to that premiere and meet him.
Look at this guy. Every movie's in.
He works a lot these days.
Yeah, when is Sherlock Holmes coming out?
I just saw previews for it, so it should be soon. Yeah.
I'm kind of excited about that. I think I'm excited about it.
I think maybe around Christmas time.
Yeah, maybe.
He's good.
Oh, he's real good. He's one of the best actors out there.
I think so. Yeah, no question.
But, why couldn't you be Iron Man?
Huh?
Why couldn't you have been Iron Man?
I could have, but I had a problem with my testicles.
You couldn't get into the outfit.
I could not fit into the outfit.
Listen, I'll let you go. I know you're miserable and you got to get up soon, I guess, or go to work.
Yeah, you're talking to us in your sleep, apparently.
That's right.
Bitch. You know, I want to come on the show again and see you.
Well, yeah, come in here and then we can have a proper conversation, pick up where we left off. Everybody loved that first interview, and I barely scratched the surface. I mean, I even sitting here, I'm thinking, gee, something must have really gone down between Chevy and Jay Leno. It's more than just...
Right, just he's a Letterman guy.
No, it's just it's a different sense of humor.
Right.
It's, it's nothing really went down.
What you're trying to say is he's vapid and you can't relate to him.
Thank you.
All right. Enough said.
Hey, how's Beth?
Beth's doing real well. She's out being do-gooder today. She's over cleaning up animals at the North Shore Animal League.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, she's a saint.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
Thank you.
A lovely girl.
Yeah, believe me, standing next to me, anybody be beautiful. No, she is beautiful.
Give yourself a break.
And marriage is going really well.
I'm glad to hear that.
That's right. And by the way, there was a heavy reaction to your wedding toast that you spontaneously...
Oh, we haven't talked to him since then.
That's another thing we got to talk about.
Oh, come on. That was a funny toast after all those
I
years.
liked it. Jimmy
after
Kimmel...
the years of the feud or whatever that was.
Yeah, and Jimmy Kimmel was offended by it. He said it wasn't good. He had trouble. He called it horrible and unfunny. He was attacking he was upset about the toast. I said, I thought it was fun.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Jimmy was very upset about it.
Well, maybe I was over the top then.
What do you mean? When you mentioned you wanted to stick it in my ass?
Or that's what you two used to do?
What do you mean I wanted to do? I wanted to get it out.
I don't know. I thought it was charming. All right. Hey, Chevy, thanks. And remember, today's the last day of the 6th annual Chevy Chase Green School auction. To bid on items, go to CharityBuzz.com. And see Chevy on Community Thursday nights at 8 o'clock on NBC. He's getting great reviews.
Well done.
All right. Take care.
Love you, man. Take care.
Love you. Bye-bye. See? Chevy and I...
Oh, just love everywhere.
Love everywhere.
All love.
I like being friends with that guy. You know what? Bottom line is, I like Chevy, and he's funny.
One of the guys who created Saturday Night Live, bottom line, about 5 classic movies, easy.
I like that I'm getting along with him and Rosie O'Donnell.
Isn't that interesting? You still haven't worked it out with Kathy Lee Gifford.
I don't think I could. You know, I swear to you, I never had anything against Kathy Lee Gifford. I just thought she was goofy. I think she's funny, but I don't mean funny how she wants to be thought of as funny.
No, she's funny in a way that she doesn't like being funny.
It's that whole, I think it's the thing that rubs me with her is that whole Christian thing, you know, like she's such a good Christian and this, and I don't know, it's just so... Not that she's a Christian. I don't have many Christian friends. It's just she's so in your face with it, and
right. She
so
wears
perfect.
it like a badge or something.
Everything's perfect, and there's sort of a fake accent there. I can't even do an impression of it. It's like, oh, I took my daughter Dakota and Cody to Los Angeles, and Cody, God bless him, he plays football, and Frank loves it.